Going live. Chat, tell me if you can hear me on the stream. If we are live and everything is copacetic. And what was the latency that I had on here? I think I had like low latency, so there's probably going to be like an 8-second gap or whatever.
Unmuted for a second, you're good. Max R says he can hear you too.
Awesome, cool, we're all good. Welcome to the second annual open debate stream. That's not annual, it's weekly. But annual sounds better. So we're just gonna call it that. Can't wait when we have, we do this for a full year. And welcome to 365th annual fucking debate stream. Yeah, we're here to debate. Dan's not here again, despite the fact that we pushed this an hour ahead specifically so that he could be here on time for him. And he's not here. So if this dude shows up at 7, I'm gonna be pissed because that's the time it was supposed to start. So I had to stop doing shit for no reason. Anyway, so we're here to debate. Alden's here and Nigga's here. Okay, instantly demonetized. Thank you, Nigga. But also, yeah. So we're here. We gotta decide. Does anyone have any arguments or debates for me personally? And if you don't have any arguments and debates for me, who came here with the sole purpose to debate a specific topic and would like to get someone to debate against you?
I finally have that update you wanted, Rouga. He'll be here in 5.
Well, I'm leaving in 5, people.
I don't know. Good. You probably gonna demonetize my video just being here.
Yeah, right in the middle of his screen. It just has.
Yeah, it's right there.
I have that effect on women. So.
There's nothing I can do.
You want me to change my name real quick?
I mean, it's too late now.
I mean, it's a bit late, yeah.
It's like, yeah.
So you've got Shibby wanting to do. I think that's S3 BBY. Says, can I put a Tyranid fleet against someone? Helldivers training. You are wrong. This is the second time I've seen this in one of your streams. This one is James Grivajarla. Or some shit. I probably said that wrong. Apparently, I paid Severlight to be here. And then Christopher Bravo says he kind of like to bring up something Mega Man related, but he don't know much. He doesn't know how much you know about it. That's the great thing about this, Christopher, is that we we tend to just argue the point that we're going against yours with, and you get to argue the Mega Man point. So
yeah, like I don't have to know. Well. If I don't know anything about the other side, like if we're arguing Mega Man versus something else, I'm not gonna come at you arguing as if I think that my side's gonna win if I don't know anything about Mega Man. So we're just gonna have a conversation, and if we come to the conclusion that yeah, Mega Man would win based on things you said, then fine. But if you say some stuff, you're like, oh, he would win because of this, and I'm like, well, no, this side has this, and this. It's gonna go like that. So I'm not actually 100% sure when I don't know the other side if the conversation will be a debate or just a conversation. But
because last week we did the Naruto versus Tekken thing. And
yeah, and I pretty much agreed.
Long conversation.
Yeah, I pretty much agreed immediately that Tekken was not going to do very well.
But we did come to the conclusion that 2 more games and it'll probably win.
Well, because the power creep is real. No, but actually, a lot of people were commenting on that when that stream eventually posted. People were commenting on that. I'm sorry, not when I released the video, because I actually released it as a main video. People were commenting and saying that Naruto has like characters who destroy whole dimensions and stuff that you guys didn't even bring up. And
yeah, that's because it's Scalar's bullshit that you don't like.
Is it?
It's literally yeah, because their dimension destroying stuff is like, Kaguya can create dimensions. They sealed Kaguya. Obviously, they're strong enough to destroy a dimension.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
that
no,
kind of circular logic.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. I probably would have argued against that. Yeah, but there was a lot of them. They were all saying like, "What are you guys talking about? They destroy whole dimensions and Naruto, whatever." I also think that a lot of people who go on those videos and they comment. They don't realize that it's not necessarily I'm gonna fight like every character in the universe versus every character in the universe just fighting like everyone versus, and it's more like what would happen if these characters get into the universe and how they interact and stuff. And the chances are they would never even meet Kaguya. So it's just, I don't know. Yeah, I think people are a little confused on what exactly it is. Anyway, so it looks like we have someone who wants to, wait, let me see. Rouga, are you familiar with the anime ReZero? Yeah, I saw the first season. I didn't see anything past that. what's her name? I got really mad about the whole Amelia versus Rem thing in the ship. Before I even knew it was a thing, I was like, Rem is like so much better than Amelia. And then I found out years later that that was actually like a common debate that people were having, that Amelia sucked and Rem was way better. And it's like, why did you fucking shit on Rem? Anyway, okay, let's see.
I'm asking James because he, like I said, it's been two videos now with him going, you're wrong about the training. You're wrong about the training.
Okay.
So I'm asking if he's in the chat.
Yeah, he's in the. I mean, he looks like he is. I mean, if you join the Discord and jump
That's
on
what I
in,
meant.
and we can talk about it. I don't even
All
know
right,
what
hold
part
on.
I'm wrong about.
What's your name, James? Go ahead and ask to be pulled up on the stage, and we'll grab you. Oh, he's BSG.
I don't know what that is.
He's the blue Discord handle with no special picture.
Gross. Okay.
So.
All right. I guess invite to speak. Jump on in, buddy.
Sweet.
Hey, how's it going?
Going all right. Been a little sick today and yesterday. Missed out on my Muay Thai class and missed out on work today, but otherwise I'm fine.
Gotcha. So what's the issue? What are you having? What's the
Well,
problem?
the issue is a lot of people always talk about how the Helldivers apparently have, like, I don't know, they start training at like 7 or so, and I heard that from you first. And I did a lot of research.
I said they joined.
I
said they joined the military at 7. I didn't say they start training at 7.
You're still wrong about that too.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Well, where'd you get that, anyways?
It was stated specifically, I think,
Where?
I believe in the first Helldivers. I'll have to look it up, but yeah, this was specifically stated that you can join the military at age 7. 5-year-olds are allowed to bring live grenades to schools. Anyone between K and 12 can bring live grenades to schools. You are gifted a gun at age 16, but you can legally fire a gun at pretty much every age. There is no age where you're not allowed to shoot a gun. Yeah, most of this stuff is stated in Helldivers 1 by certain characters. You can read little notepads and stuff. Same way as Helldivers 2.
Yeah, I remember that. I played that in Helldivers 1. I saw that in Helldivers 1. But in Helldivers 2, there is a commercial. You know the commercials that show up in your ship every now and then, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is one that talks about fighting the automatons, and some of that is talking about how kids over the age of 7 can join the workforce to make bombs and whatnot. And at the end of that commercial, it specifically states you must be 18 years or older and in fair health to join the SEAF.
Isn't that their officer corps, though?
No.
No, the SEAF is just their military. So what it says in Helldivers 1 is that you can join the military at age 7. That's what it says. So if they're saying in Helldivers 2 that now I'm sure that in the video I have said the SCAF specifically and not just the military. So it's possible that was a communication on misunderstanding on my part, because it does say that they can join the military at 7, but if they're saying they can't join the SCAF, so I guess that the workforce is a faction of the military.
It could be, because I mean it is Super Earth. So
if what you're saying is true, then
look it up on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I mean I'm not about to do it right now during the stream, but I'll definitely look into it. But yeah,
so
they did say that they joined the military at age 7, but perhaps there's like you can't get into combat until age 18. Like I said,
$10 call out.
Oh, what's up?
If you could, these conquerors survive Marvel or Earth. You mentioned how you don't like Robert Kirkman as a writer. Out of curiosity, could you elaborate on that further?
I didn't say I don't like him as a writer. I didn't directly say I don't like him. I said I have problems with him as a writer, but one thing that he's really good at is actually essentially his power level. Like he has stated before, which I don't agree with, but he has stated before that Thrag in Invincible would beat Superman in a fight. I don't agree with that, but I do think that as far as the power levels of the characters go, he actually does have the characters be very similar powers to what they are in Marvel. They are relatively equivalent. More so to Marvel than to DC. Like his Flash-based character does not have the Flash-based speed, you know. But I do think power levels are right. My issue with Kirkman is he's a little too. How do I put this? I don't think his characters feel very real. I think his character, like, there's certain things I really like. Like, there's certain certain sort of emotional how they interact with each other is decent. It's been so long since I've fucking read Invincible. Give me a second. It's just, I remember when I was reading it, I was not a huge fan of the way that his characters were interacting with each other. It really bothered me. I also think that the anime is an improvement in terms of pacing. I think his pacing is awful, both in The Walking Dead as well as Invincible. Like, if you ever seen the show and you see like certain episodes, like remember the episode of the show, if you haven't read the comic, where you have the aliens that come up and like they come into our world and they age faster in our time because their time is a lot slower. Does anybody remember that? Fucking doesn't matter. There's an episode where that happens. Some aliens come into Earth and time moves faster on their planet, so they age super rapidly. They have to go back. They have to keep coming back over and over and over again. They come back 3 times. Eventually, they're wiped out. They're still around, and they're probably going to come up in a future season. But basically, that whole plot line, for the most part, is dealt with in one episode. In the comic, like, it's throughout the whole comic. And a lot of the storylines that are dealt with in one episode of the show take forever to get resolution in the comic. It is so slow and meandering, and so is The Walking Dead. It's just things that I don't like. But I never said I disliked Invincible the comic. It's got its good points. I just don't think he's not my favorite writer. That's what I'm saying. I think he's a fan. He's a guy who owned a comic book shop who tried his hand at writing a comic for the first time, and he did remarkably well for someone who's never written anything before. And there's a reason why he's as popular as he is. But I do think that in a lot of ways the show tried to improve upon the way his writing, like I'll say, the show also did a lot of things worse. Like Amber is way worse in the show. She's unbearable in the show. She's way better in the comic. But yeah, no, I don't hate him. To quickly answer your question, I don't hate Robert Kirkman. He's not my favorite.
And BSG, there was a counter to your saying that they couldn't fight at 7. King Dave said he was just playing the game, and one of the advertisements straight up says children over 7 can fight.
That's what I'm saying. They said in the first Helldivers that you can join the military. I don't know if I don't remember if they said you can fight, but I mean I'm pretty sure they can. I think that's what it was very heavily implying in the first game. I don't know about the second game.
That guy should watch that to the end, and then it'll have writing that says you must be 18 years or older and in fair health to join.
But then why does it say... Well, then that's 2 conflicting things. Like, if you're watching a commercial and it says 7 can fight...
If you watch the commercial, it shows a wrench or a screwdriver in the kid's hand, so it's less that they're fighting directly and more that they're fighting
it's a Starship Troopers situation. Or it's
Sally the Riveter kind of thing.
Yeah, where it's like you can join the fight, even you can do your part, but they're actually just like crushing bugs and like buying war bonds and shit. It's one of those situations. Like I said, this is something I have to look up a little more, because even that guy was kind of confused about it. This particular line that you're telling me I haven't actually seen, but I'll definitely look into it, and if so, I'll correct myself in future videos, because as far as I've known, ever since Helldivers 1, 7 years old, you can join the military. So this is new information. So I'll look into it.
There's also the length of Helldiver training, because from what I think you're right about the training being 7 to 9 months, but I think that's for the standard Thief soldier.
I've always said, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I've always said that was an estimation, because you can join the Helldivers at age 18, but the average age for a new Helldiver is 18.7, which made me come to the assumption that they join at 18, but it takes 9 months to train. That's why it's 18.7 and not 18. And there's also that joke that I'm actually not sure is canon or not, where they say that the oldest person to ever enlist to be a Helldiver was like 18 in 2 minutes or something. Yeah, it was like something ridiculous. So if
I saw that in your video. It was funny.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then I would assume that the training would have to be 9 months if it takes that long for them to become Helldivers. But they've never actually said how long the Helldiver training is, and I'm pretty sure I've always made it clear that was an assumption from me, but like an educated assumption.
The Helldiver training is as long as it takes for you to get through the tutorial, because there's literally a sign that shows up that says "Welcome to Helldiver training" at the beginning. There's also a lady instructor who's there along with General Brash, and she tells you, "Welcome to Helldiver training."
Sure, but once you arrive there, you're already wearing your Helldiver uniform. We also know that the SCAF have all of Mars devoted to their training. We also know that you have to be a SCAF before you join Helldivers. It's not something you can go to from being a civilian. So, I mean, like I said, there's definitely something iffy there. I think there's more that we need to learn. The Helldivers lore is piecing together a bunch of scattered information that we don't clearly know about. So while you're saying, okay, welcome to Helldiver training, cool, fine, but that doesn't explain how they were able to be SCAF before that, and the fact that, again, they join at 18, the oldest one to ever join is 18 at 1 hour, and yet 18.7 is the average time. Like, there's something there. There's some amount of time that is not being accounted for, that they need to more, like, better explain, and we don't have it explained.
Well, that's why I think that
It
the
doesn't.
training.
Go ahead. Sorry. Continue.
That's why I think that the SCAF training is 7 to 9 months, and they pick the most patriotic out of those soldiers. Because if you look at the beginning of the tutorial, it tells you that the average combat efficiency of the Helldivers when they're initially recruited is about 25%.
Yeah.
But their patriotism is at like 98%.
Oh, but you're saying that that's the reason they're picked. Well, we know after the war, now not necessarily before the war, but after the Second Galactic War started, they actually started lessening SCAF training times to 2 days. They now have 48-hour training program, but that's because they had the draft en masse, and when you're in this constant war, you just don't have time to train everybody for months and months and months when you just got to throw them in there. So we do know that, at least as of right now, their training is not 7 to 9 months. It's 2 days.
Yeah, that might have changed because of the constant threats they're facing. I think you're right about that too.
Yeah.
This isn't quite related to the training, but I am curious about it. It's always bothered me. You always say that the super destroyers have firepower that could destroy a small moon.
Level.
But it's always level a small moon.
Level a small moon.
And I always took that as more of a joke that the lady's bad at math, since she, at the very end, she states that she did the math herself.
I mean, it's
That would be
possible.
funny.
Well, for one, that's not the only place it's been said. That's just the most recent place it's been said. But also, I guess it's possible, but that's more of a interpretation issue, not necessarily a true or false situation. I mean, maybe she was wrong. Maybe it was meant as a joke, or maybe not. And that's sort of the thing with Helldivers, right? It's a satire, and it's got a very sort of tongue-in-cheek way about going with its humor, but that doesn't mean that literally every single line that's in the entire game is false. There's truth and there's false. And usually when they say things that are false, they're usually very obvious about it. So generally when I get information from Helldivers that isn't clearly lying, because most of the stuff that they say is just clearly a lie, then I generally take it at its word until otherwise proven wrong or something like that. You know, like I'm going to buy that kids in grade school can walk around with grenades, and that's not like a lie from Super Earth. Why would I assume that was a lie? You know, and I get a lot of people in the comment section of the videos telling me, you know, oh, this is a satire. You're taking this seriously. You're taking this, but like, who's the one to determine which ones are to be taken seriously and which ones aren't? Because you can't just assume literally everything is a joke and nothing's true, because then there's no point even talking about the fucking series. Like, we just think like everything's a lie. So it's sort of up to interpretation who is like what you take as being factual and what isn't factual. And that's really all the videos are when I talk about Helldivers. It's just my basic interpretation of the lore as I've seen it. And they're constantly adding new things to the lore that's altering. Like the commercial you said, maybe that commercial was in. I mean, I thought I saw all the commercials, but it's possible that commercial's been in since the beginning of the game, and I just didn't notice it. But it's also possible that commercial was added in 2-3 weeks ago, and I just haven't seen it yet, and that revealed new information that we didn't have previously. So it's just sort of like the lore is always changing, and they're always adding new little tidbits and stuff. And videos that I made 2 months ago have already been basically deemed incorrect by new lore that was introduced. So it's just kind of like I've been saying for the longest time. that Helldiver teams are teams of 4. They only go down with 4 team units. The developer of the game has said that the only reason why you play as 4 teams is because the engine can't handle more than that. But they actually would have liked to add like giant raid type levels where you have 30 Helldivers all in a single level fighting side by side. They just can't do that because the engine can't handle it. So that's something I've been saying for the longest time, and everybody's been saying, where, okay, Helldivers go down in teams of 4. That's not true. That is simply a game limitation. So any video where I said that there's 4 is just now wrong, because he just said this like a couple weeks ago that that's not true. So yeah. So I mean, are there things that I'm wrong about Helldivers? Probably. And are there things that I will be wrong in the future when they reveal new information? Absolutely. It's already happened. It's going to continue to happen. And so it's just going to be me constantly like correcting and slightly altering my understanding of the lore as the lore gets slowly spoon-fed to us over the next coming, years as the game is out.
Sure.
I know that was a lot of information. Sorry.
Is that coming too? We coming to a close on this one, or are we gonna?
I don't know.
Still arguing
It's up to him. Does he have anything else?
Not really, just that people seem to get the impression that the Super Destroyers, for some reason, can dish out that kind of damage immediately and not over a period of time. Let's say that the lady's correct and she's great at math, and she actually did calculate the true ordnance amount that's on the Super Destroyer. It can't do that in an instant.
No.
We know that already.
But I've never argued
a lot of
that.
people.
I've
Some
never.
people do.
I'm sure
They
a lot
tend
of
to give the
a lot of people argue a lot of things, but I generally try to argue with the things that people hear say. I don't care about what the internet says. If somebody wants to argue against something I said or wants to throw in their own argument, I focus on that. I don't really care what the internet. But yeah, they're like there was a guy in here last week who was talking about it and was saying that it's actually the entirety of their arsenal that can level a moon. It's not like they have one bomb that they fired down and level the whole moon. I've never said that it's like, they can instantly do it with one shot.
You said that with only the what is it called, the Democracy Space Station, which I saw a video that was talking about that, but I could have swore it was a leaked video, unless they actually played it in the Super Destroyer.
No, it doesn't play in the Super Destroyer. It was posted on the developer's Twitter account. Yeah, maybe it plays on the Super Destroyer. I haven't seen it, but they will release not all of the lore of Helldivers is in the game Helldivers. A lot of it is released through Twitter accounts and stuff from the developers, including many like news, like the whole dark fluid. Like there's a base on one of the planets where they synthesize dark fluid and create more of it and all that. I don't even think that's in the game. I think you can only see that on a news article on the developer's Twitter page. And you'd have to scroll back like 6 or 7 months to find it or something like that. Probably not that long, but quite a bit.
And have a Twitter account.
And have a Twitter account. Yeah, which sadly, since I have this channel, I made one, so I can actually kind of look at this stuff. But yeah, no, it's like I said, I'm not. It is not surprised me and never will surprise me that people are going to come up and say that I'm wrong about certain things of Helldivers, and I'm not really going to argue with them too much until I see it, because the Helldivers is constantly changing. So it's just sort of, that's going to be a constant thing that evolves and changes. I mean, I've been making Marvel videos for a while now, but I'm not caught up with the comic books currently. Like, I don't know, people say the strongest version of Hulk that has ever existed is Titan Hulk. I haven't read the storyline that has Titan Hulk in it. I don't know anything about Titan Hulk. But
Books.
yeah, but I mean, they're always adding new stuff. In order to make a video on Marvel, do I have to have read every single Marvel comic up to date to this point and always remain up to date if I'm going to talk on it? No, I don't think so. I mean, you have 80 years of Hulk comics. I'm going to not talk about the character because I don't know about Titan Hulk that just got introduced in the last, less than a year. It just kind of is what it is.
Damn it, get on your A game.
I don't give a fuck. I know enough about the character to talk about him. If somebody wants to tell me some new cool shit that happened in a comic that came out, 2 months ago, then I'll hear him out. But trying to tell someone that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about because some shit someone tried to disprove my my Dragon Ball video because they talked about some stuff that happened in Daima. the anime that just came out a couple weeks ago, and they're like, no, Daima said you're wrong because Daima says that. Like, Daima just came out. The series has been out since the 80s. So this new and the video that they commented on was a video I made before Daima even released, and it was like what he's like. I haven't seen Daima yet. I don't know what they added in Daima. Apparently they retconned the way Hell works in Daima completely. Like, it's a totally different sort of system, and there's been a lot of people making YouTube videos. It keeps popping up in my feed about like, how Daima fixed Hell in the universe or whatever, and I'm like, I have no idea what they did to change it, but apparently they changed a bunch of stuff and made Hell make a little more sense, or the Demon Realm make a little more sense.
All right.
Interesting.
Anyway, that's it.
Pretty much wraps it up for me. I'll answer any questions that showed up in the stream that are paid or whatever.
Gotcha.
Hey, Rouga,
What's up?
While we switch him out, if there is no questions, Bruce did want to know Bruce Wayne wanted to know who your favorite writer is, considering you have your other conversation about that one dude.
Comics?
He just asked favorite writer.
Don't have one. I don't do favorites really. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
That was the only thing I had that Dan doesn't already have written down now for new people.
I don't really do favorites. Like,
by the way, hi everybody.
Hey, welcome Dan. Finally. No, yeah, I don't do favorites.
Good dick.
I like in terms of comics, I like the Hellboy comics. But I don't even think I could tell you the name of the guy who writes the comics. Mike Mignola. I like Mike Mignola as a writer, but I wouldn't say he's my favorite. You know, there's a lot of stuff that I like. I don't really categorize things in my brain like that. Just generally speaking, there's too much good shit out there to pick one and be like, that's the best one. You know, I don't do that for anything. Movies, food.
Dan's over here like J.R.R. Tolkien is the definitive writer.
No. J.R.R. Tolkien is the father of modern fantasy, but he's not my favorite writer by far.
Who's your favorite writer?
Damn, throw me on the spot like that.
That's fucking. I was on the spot. Go for it. You answer. You can give a non-answer like I did.
Well, that's pretty much exactly it. Like, I love J.R.R. Tolkien. I love fantasy, and like I love so many different writers. I can't pick one that would be my favorite because the different styles, the different blends, like it always brings something different to the table. So to just pick one would be doing a disservice to everything.
Gotcha.
I think I could say Brent Weeks for myself.
I don't know who that is.
No clue.
He wrote the Night Angel trilogy. They're very dark but very well written books.
Gotcha. Okay, let's move on to the next debate before this becomes a fucking social call.
Real quick.
What's up?
It's
Wait,
Grahalva, not Grajalva.
What?
I'm talking to Alden over here. He really mispronounced my name. It's Grahalva.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I told you I would have got the last part of it wrong when I was reading it off there.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now, BSG is what you're going to be known as. So
That's fine.
The big sexy guy. What?
Sure.
also, Rug, I can tell you this right now. This live stream is going to be
Demonetized?
not demonetized, but severely restricted because of the person below me.
We've already talked about it. We've already talked about it. I know he jumped into the stream to replace you, Dan.
Change my username.
So once again, we're the bullies. So once again, this is also on you, Dan. This is your fault.
Yeah. It only takes precedence since I'm not.
Just change the I to an E, man.
I think it's crazy how you're the one who told me to start this an hour earlier. That would be a better time for you, and you still showed up late. It doesn't matter what time.
This is the new debate: Rouga over Dan on time and time management.
I'd win. He was late. There's no argument to be had.
No, actually, there is an argument to be had because family takes precedence since I'm not getting paid.
That's
you start paying me, I'll show up on time.
No, but you're the one who set the no, but you set the time. That doesn't you can't use that excuse when you set the time.
Except I came in 10 minutes late, which is far better than the half hour late that I usually come in.
Oh, I didn't know you were black, Dan. 10 minutes late is still late, motherfucker. That's not how that works.
10 minutes
Actually,
late might be late, but
You're
it's still better than.
You're a Canadian. You should know that.
Yeah, I'm a Canadian, so I run on Canada time, bud.
Yes.
You know what just ended for me? dinner.
You picked the time, Dan. You picked it.
Yeah.
You chose it. No
Kidding.
excuse works when you picked the time and you set up when the stream starts. No, you can't make an excuse at that. If I set the time, yeah, the excuses work. You set the time. Excuses don't work.
I can't anticipate my mother and my grandmother getting into a huge ass fight and me having to go deal with the fallout. I'm sorry.
Well, that's fine, and you can give that excuse, but it's still on you. What's up, Alden?
I said, hey, Dan, go look at your Tang.
Tang?
Yeah, he'll know. It'll pop in a second for him.
Tang means vagina. Is there another word for Tang that I don't know about?
That's Pootie Tang.
I think Alden means my list that I have here for.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. But yeah, go look at that. That works.
Alright, doesn't matter. Okay, who's what's next? What's okay.
Well, I have the Prince of All Saiyan wanted to do Marvel Earth versus the Frieza Force.
That's topical.
I think that's from your latest Conquerors video.
It is from my latest Conquerors video. He wants to be on the Frieza's Force side or Marvel Earth side.
He didn't give me that information. Prince, answer. Oh, Frieza side.
I don't even remember. Did I have Frieza not winning?
I'm sure he can tell you if I pull him up.
Yeah, pull him
he's
up.
Actually
pull
in
him
here.
up. Pull him up. I think I had Frieza like destroying Earth though. Like I think I had. All right, pull him up. We'll see what happens. I don't know what his argument is.
Well, he gave me his Discord handle, but I don't actually see him in the chat.
That would be an issue. Guys, if you want to come in and be a part of the audience so that you can come up and actually like debate and stuff, click on the Discord link at the top of the stream. It's pinned.
Oh yeah, Lost Soul's got a point. Tang is an orange drink.
Yes,
that was in
Tang
the
is
90s
an orange
and 2000s.
drink.
And I believe it's still in Canada.
Yes, yeah, I know. But if you say Tang, even as children, when you said, "Hey,"
Flynn says, "Hey, this is Flynn on Discord. My argument is for." Oh, okay. He threw $5 out for his argument. Blanks within Warhammer 40k against the Doom corruption. Basically, things that shut down warp and corruption.
Blanks from what's
Blanks.
Wait, what's a blank? You know,
a blank is something that no amount of the warp can touch. It shuts down any form of corruption around it. They don't have souls, so they can't be corrupted themselves, and they can actually shut down psychic and magical abilities with the fact that they can't.
Okay, add Flynn to the list. We can debate him too. Try and see.
Alright, I got him on the list.
Try if you can find the other guy since he was already first. Yeah. But if he's not available, we'll have to pull somebody else up.
Billy Bob, you gave me your Discord name, but you're not actually in the chat. And if you just gave me your handle, I need nicknames for whatever you guys call yourselves in the server. I can't go based off just handles. Not looking through literally everybody.
Dan, you are much louder this week than normal.
Basic. That is what Tang is. It was just a knockoff Kool-Aid that a lot of people liked better in the 90s and 2000s.
Yeah, not a.
The name is Sandwich. Okay. Why did you tell me that the name was Prince of All Saiyan?
Well, he's literally a picture of the Prince of All Saiyans. Oh my God! Really, Megatron? Really? Change it from the last one to Victimtron?
You know,
yes.
Is
it better now?
He's not actually mod.
Actually, Dan's voice is super loud. Dan, you might actually have to turn down a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah,
Dan, why are you so loud now?
Well, before he was like way too quiet.
Volume.
He was super quiet before, like way too quiet. But then he found out that his volume was on 60%. So I'm assuming he put it up to 100.
So my settings on my computer were set at 60% input, and now that I have those properly set up,
oh,
I'm
you know
guessing
why? Yeah, because your volume. Because I turned your volume up. Your volume is higher than everybody else's.
Louder.
So keep your shit. There you go. I put
you. Chicken says, Dan, turn your mic down. We don't want to hear your voice.
Yeah, you were at 160 on my end. That's why I turned you up because nobody could hear you last time. Okay, there we go. You should be good now.
Go suck yourself.
You're not gonna break my fucking computer. All right. So who? Okay. Well, which one was Sandwich? What did he want to argue?
That is Marvel versus Frieza Force.
Oh. Okay. Okay. What's the argument? What's the debate?
I had more questions since it's like you did say Frieza would probably blow up the planet. but I was more wondering with the, I don't know, Immortal Avenger team, whatever you want to call them. You said that they would probably win over time. My question is, A, how much time would that take? And B, what do you think is the
Wait,
difference
is this a
between,
debate or is this a question?
yes, it's kind of like I want to see your answer, then we'll debate about it.
Well,
That's what I'm more
okay, so what's
curious.
you're asking me how long it would take what for the Marvel characters to hunt down and kill Frieza?
Yeah, that, and also what's kind of like the difference, do you think, between like
Look,
Hulk versus
if the argument
like Frieza?
well, look, it depends. Like if the argument is can the Marvel universe kill Frieza? The answer is yes, absolutely, super easily. It just depends on what version of the characters you pick, and I was choosing to pick the weakest versions of all of the characters on Marvel's Earth because that's the versions that is normally available to them. But they all have access to insanely more powerful versions. I mean, Doctor Strange could very easily make a deal with some sort of ancient god and acquire a ton of power. He doesn't usually do that. That's not his normal level of power, but he can. Hulk can become vastly superior to that of Frieza, as can Sentry, as can a lot of characters who are heroes of Earth, but they're not at that point all the time. That was my point, and that was what I was saying in that video. For how long would it take? It depends on what they do. I mean, Hulk could immediately go find Frieza and kill him. And there's really nothing the reason why Frieza loses no matter what is because there are characters on Earth that Frieza literally is incapable of killing. He cannot kill Sentry and Hulk and Ghost Rider. It's not possible. There's nothing in the Dragon Ball universe that exists that can. Which is why it's inevitable. It doesn't matter how weak of a version I use of these characters. They will eventually, even if he blows up all of Earth and kills all life on Earth, they will get pissed off, come for him, and they will eventually succeed because he is not capable of putting them down. That was the point that I was making in the video.
So it's kind of like they would just win over time eventually, no matter what, since Frieza isn't immortal or anything.
They would kill him because
Like
they all have access to a level of power that Frieza does not possess as of right now, and they can't be killed by him. So that means inevitably they're going to win.
The only thing I could see is, didn't Frieza unlock the Hakai powers with his Frieza Black form, which is existence erasure?
Doesn't matter. Even if you erase Hulk from existence, the one below all will bring him back into existence. Sentry has also been erased, and he can come back as well.
Gotcha. That was the only thing because I thought
there's literally nothing that Frieza can do to put them down permanently.
Because like the only thing that stopped Beerus from erasing what's his name was the fact that he had a time ring on when he erased his other form, which he supposed to erase all of them across all of timelines. So that's the only reason I was asking. Sorry.
Yeah,
no. The now erasing every version of Sentry across all timelines, that's never happened to him before. That would probably that might work. I'm not really sure. But as for Hulk, it wouldn't, because the one below all would just remake him. The one below all will not allow him to die because he is the host of the one below all. At the end of all time, the one below all is supposed to use his body to essentially destroy the entire multiverse, and he doesn't want him to die until that happens. So Hulk just straight up can't die, at least not permanently. He can only be killed for a little bit.
So now I'm kind of wondering, like, if let's just say Frieza is able to use Hakai, and the Hakai does work depending how you scale them or whatever, wouldn't it get rid of the versions that the one for all like creates the Hulk back, or do you think about it as like it's a different Hulk? So
no, it's not a different Hulk. He's the same exact dude, just being recreated. Same memories, same everything.
Yeah, and Bruce Banner and the Hulk are intrinsically linked. So even if you did get bring
they're
him
the same
back,
person.
it's still both versions.
Every version of Hulk is just is another aspect of Bruce Banner's personality. They're all the same person. Yeah, it would be the same person. As of right now, we do not know a way to kill Hulk. Like, in order to kill Hulk, you would have to kill the one below all. And the one below all is vastly more powerful than the entire Dragon Ball universe put together. They can't do that. They don't even have a way of getting to the one below all's realm. So it's like they wouldn't, even if that was an option that they could think of, even if they knew he existed, they would have no way of getting to him and actually fighting him
Wait,
to begin with.
couldn't they just kill themselves to get down there? I mean, it wouldn't work because they'd be dead, but
No.
Hmm.
No,
Cool.
because they wouldn't necessarily go to that hell. Now,
Frieza would go to his own hell.
yeah, now if Hulk kills him, Frieza, he could trap him in that hell, but by that wouldn't help his situation, because then he would just go, and again, let's say he could go off and kill the one below all. He can't, but let's just say he can't. Hulk is still alive. Like, you'd have to kill Hulk. You have to kill one below all and then kill Hulk. So one below all, like, not just kill Hulk, but erase Hulk and the entire conceptual reality of Hulk while the one below all is dead. It's not something that Frieza or anyone in Dragon Ball is capable of doing. So yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I can't really argue against that.
A weapon that negates all hacks and resistances would work, right? So in a sense, the one below all would be erased too. Is what someone's saying in the chat to I'd win one.
I have no idea. I mean, the one below all is supposed to be the equal opposite force of the one above all, which I actually don't entirely believe that they're equivalent in power level, but there's, like, a lot of people argue that they are. They're kind of supposed to be. So it would essentially have to be like someone who can kill the god of gods, like actual, not like Beerus god, not like God little g, like big G god. They would have to have the ability to do that. And there aren't a lot of characters who can do that. So it's sort of what I know scalers like to call it boundless or whatever. Is that what they call it? Boundless? I don't know. It doesn't matter. It would. I'm not saying no one can do it, but I think there's a certain level of power that you get to when it comes to fictional universes where you're so ungodly powerful that you can't be beaten. You can only now stalemate with other characters. Like, it's that level of power where you could literally do anything, and there is no limit to your power. I will say that there is a limit to One Below All's power, because he is limited by the fact that he can't come to Earth on his own. Like, he does need a host so there's obviously a limit of some kind, which is one of the reasons why I say he's not the equivalent of the one above all that does not have limiters. But yeah, there is a certain level where all the limiters are just completely removed, and you can literally do anything that you want at any times. It's like, who can beat them? Nobody. Those conversations aren't fun to have, and I don't like having them. And which is also kind of why Hulk's not as interesting as a character to talk about now as he used to be before they made him fucking God.
Didn't the Hulk like thunderclap the one below all away at one point too?
That was so so the one below all made the shape of this giant green like fog, and he claps and the fog dissipates. And then everyone was like, oh, the Hulk killed the one below all. And then the writer had to release another issue months later that was basically reiterating and saying, like, basically confirmed, no, he did not kill him. He just, like, parted the smoke that the one below all turned into. It was like, because he said that people read that scene wrong as him killing him. And it's like, no, he did not defeat him. He didn't kill him. He didn't do anything. He literally just parted the smoke. Like, there was nothing, like... The one below all, if the one below all wanted to kill Banner, he would have done it right there. There was nothing stopping him. He just decided to turn into smoke and scare him instead. But yeah. But I guess
I'm learning something new every day too.
So Sandwich, I'm assuming that's it. You're done.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thank you for dropping by, man.
Thank you for having me.
No problem.
Nice meeting you.
Oh, XSL Production donated $5. I am going to debate Combined versus Helldivers Galaxy. Combine versus Helldivers Galaxy. I know this is stacked against me, but this will be fun.
Does anybody want to debate Helldivers? Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to do it.
I've told quite a few people in your chat it's like the most debated thing, and
everyone wants to debate Helldivers with me. Everyone.
I mean,
I'm not. What's up?
I have somebody in the chat who keeps saying the same. He wants to do Helldivers versus Imperium again, and I'm like, I'll bring it up, but I guarantee you he's not going to go for it
I'm just
he literally spent 40 minutes doing that last time and got so annoyed.
Oh, I didn't get annoyed. It's just last week we debated Helldivers. The week before that we debated Helldivers. The first conversation today was Helldivers training. I just want to debate something else. I'm just, give me a break. I'll come back to Helldivers. I don't want these debate streams to just become fucking Helldivers debates.
I'll write down XSL because he did pay.
No. Put him on the
we can
list.
come back
We'll
to it.
have the conversation at some point. I'm not up for it. If someone else wants to debate him, if someone else really wants to stand in for Helldivers, I could sit back and you guys could do it. I just don't feel like fucking doing it right now. I don't feel like talking about Helldivers again. You'll notice.
I forget who the Combine are. What lore are they from? I forget. I know the name. I'm not.
The Combine are from Half-Life, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I never played it. But yeah, I believe the Combine are from Half-Life. Who has like a new, cool, unique debate that's not the same shit?
So I got one from somebody in the chat called Entei. Entei, if you're still in the chat, please go ahead and send me your Discord username. The Fate/Nasuverse versus the Masters of the Universe.
What's the Nasuverse?
Oh, Pimp Demon 50 Norwegian Krones. Someone should debate Cult of the Lamb versus something. Not me, but someone.
That's funny. Isn't the Nasuverse that ridiculously overpowered broken universe that can do anything?
I have no clue, but apparently he's in the chat.
I think it is. Ask him if it's the one I'm thinking of. It's got like that chick Umiko or whatever who was like made by the father or whatever. Am I thinking of the right universe? And it's like
Entei, is that the universe that he was thinking of?
Like the one that's stupidly
Two
overpowered.
people are saying yes.
Okay, then Masters of the Universe lose. Yeah, it's
so not even a debate.
It's not.
He's like, you win.
There wouldn't be a debate. The Masters of the Universe are so powerful because their base level power, like even like little fucking, not like soldiers like your average little asshole foot soldiers, but even like thugs of Skeletor and like high ranking soldiers of like the whole He-Man team, the whole Skeletor team, the Snake Men, the fucking Hordak and them, they're all like solar system busters. Like they're like insanely high powered, and when they get powerful enough, they become these high end like infinite multiversal beings. That's true. But none of them are designed in a way that they straight up can't lose. Like, they're gods, but they're not God. There is no God in the He-Man universe, at least not that.
Entei's answer was yes and no. It has some scalings, and I will explain. Also, I'd win $2. Satella from ReZero versus Goku.
Satella?
Yeah, Satella from ReZero, which is an anime.
Oh. Okay, versus who? Sorry, I was...
Goku.
Okay, if someone else wants to argue it. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Yeah,
What side are you going to be on? Nah, I'd win.
Who wants to argue for... yeah. What side he's going to be on, and we'll see who wants to fight for Goku's team.
Oh.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry,
and someone
Satella's
says
team
that is Umi Nico, not the Nasuverse. So apparently we had the verse wrong.
Okay, whatever. Bring the dude up with the He-Man thing. Bring the guy up for the He-Man thing. We'll talk about it, because when he said Umiko, that's what I thought he was talking about.
Entei, you said your username was itwillcitizen, or did you just not answer me? Because itwillcitizen is not in the chat.
Wait, hold up.
I'm looking to try to see if I can see it too.
Oh, there he is. Found him.
There we go.
There we go. Also, before you get started with Sitten here or Entei, Luke Young and Flynn Vascenzi, sorry, I'm mispronouncing that massively, both want to talk about the Doom corruption in different verses.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. We can talk about that.
I'll put them down.
Sitten or Kitten? I don't know. What's your
well, I mean, his YouTube name is Entei, so.
Yeah, but it says Kitten in front of me, so it's probably the one I'm gonna use. So I don't even know what the Nasuverse is. Is he there?
You there, man? Are you muted?
Okay, if he's not there, we gotta move on.
Yeah, if you're not there, we're gonna move on.
There he is.
Is he? Because he hasn't said anything on my end.
Oh, I thought you just said
Nope.
No, he muted and then
Oh.
came
Alright.
back.
Get your stuff fixed.
Okay.
Get your stuff fixed.
Get
Maybe
your
come
mic
back
in
later.
and we'll get you back.
Okay.
Uh,
Who's next?
all right. So in that case, I can pull up Flynn or Luke Young, or what were we gonna do? Goku versus not Combine. Goku versus
Stellara, but
Satella?
only if he tells us who he wants to argue for, and we gotta find somebody to argue for the other side. People who are bigger fans of those series than I am.
So Na'ai wins would argue for Satella,
Okay.
and then
Who wants to argue for Goku? Anybody in the audience or the stream can argue for Goku.
Alright.
Okay.
Luke Young, who's been wanting to argue all damn day, says he'll argue for Goku.
Okay. Luke. Some things. One, you have to have a good mic. Two, you have to kind of be like comfortable talking, because a lot of people get up here and they get like stage fright and they start talking super slow. Also, you actually have to know something about Goku. Please don't come up here and be like, oh well, I kind of like the show. Like, you have to know a lot about Goku. Otherwise, there's no point in bringing you up here.
Also, Na'ai win. I need your Discord name.
I would laugh. There's a guy in here named Nah, I'd win.
That is the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Um,
All right.
Luke.
Darth Gator is Luke Young's, and Nah, I'd
Okay.
win is yours.
Na'ai,
Maybe
but
not.
you don't
Oh,
need
no.
to know about Goku if you're arguing for Satella. Like,
Yeah,
that,
you're just arguing your points. So he'll argue his points, and we'll see who wins.
but you do have to know.
Right.
But you do have to know about the character that you're debating.
yeah, you need to know about Satella. So if you know about Satella, give me your Discord name and I'll get you up here.
That's the guy who brought the argument up in the first place, right?
Yes, he's the one who paid $2 for this argument.
Okay, cool. So here you go. Oh, invite
Uh,
Darth Gator.
Darth
Come on up, Darth
Gator.
Gator. You've been invited.
Yeah, that's Luke Young. So
And right now you're muted, just so you know. There you go.
I'd win. I'd win.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
we can.
Okay.
Your mic
So
quality is actually better than I was expecting.
No, let's wait for the other guy, Darth.
No point in starting now.
Without a mic, that's pretty good. But
Uh,
I should say thank you. I've been wanting to debate here for quite a while.
Oh yeah, I saw you putting up the same one like 500 times, and when you're like, I'll be Goku, I'm like that'd be a good one for him, because I don't think we're gonna bring the we could, because yours isn't the worst one that's been brought up. And I'm pretty sure it's on the list with as many times as you've posted it.
Yeah. So I was arguing He-Man getting invaded by the doomed demonic corruption.
Oh, it looks like we're both here. Everyone's here now.
Oh, we could talk. Yeah, we could. Darth, we'll talk about that one next. All right.
Okay.
So we won't have to kick you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one's not actually a debate. He just wanted to know how it would kind of play out with the Masters of the Universe being corrupted and fighting Titan.
So, then if that's the case, this is not. I should make this clear now. I'll probably have to make it clear a couple more times. This is a debate stream. So there's so far there's been 2 people who have come up here who just wanted to ask me questions about stuff. Like if you're gonna come up here, please come up here with a debate topic. If you want to ask me questions, that's what the comment section of the videos are for.
And definitely make sure you know your position in the debate.
Yeah, this is a debate. Like, people are coming up here for a debate, not for a conversation. Now, if you want to stick around, I'm in the Discord all the time. If you guys want to stick around when the debate stream's not going on and just ask me questions and stuff while I'm hanging out in the fucking Discord, you could do that. But yeah, this is not with the stream with an audience. Is not the time to just be asking me personal, like, your questions that you want to know about videos I made. That's what the comment section's for. So anyway, sorry about that. Go ahead, continue. Start your debate. I guess whoever came up with the idea of the debate.
So
Get
Jacob,
started.
you are currently muted, and yeah, you're gonna need to come up here and explain your side.
God damn it.
Jacob on mute, man.
It's just one of
We
those
can't
fucking
keep doing
days,
this.
man. It's just one of those
We
fucking
can't
days.
keep doing this.
No.
If I pull you up here, you guys need to have a functioning mic. Ruga already said this, and now I'm repeating it.
Nah, I'd win. Come on, man.
All right, I'm just gonna let you guys know. If I let you up and your mic isn't working immediately, I'm booting you after 5 seconds, because we can't keep doing this. Like, y'all need to have this shit set up already. Okay, so I'm giving you 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you're getting kicked. Boop.
All right.
All right.
And Gator, since yours was more of a conversation that we can
Well,
have
no,
after the
well,
stream,
no, it's
I'm
cool.
moving
Look,
it back.
okay, no, it's fine. You said that you can support Goku, right?
I can.
Like, you know a decent amount about Goku?
I know a decent amount. I don't technically agree with how you scale him, but I do have my own personal
That's fine.
ins on it.
Okay, who has a good matchup for Goku in the chat, and we'll bring you guys up, and y'all could debate Darth.
That's actually pretty.
So who wants to? Who will really? I don't care who it is. You could say Ashura, Anthony. Now, if you're going to say a person, don't just say a person. Like, y'all have to be able to debate that person. I get that there's a lot of cool matchups, but don't bother saying someone if you can't support that debate. Okay, King Dave is saying that he can defend Kratos against Goku. Are you good with that, Darth Gator? Do you think Kratos would be able to beat? Do you think Goku would be able to beat Kratos?
Shaggy Santa says Goku versus Godzilla.
Oh man.
Gator.
Gator, did your mic break? Like, come on.
Gator. All right, Gator, you're about to be kicked in 5 seconds.
He lost internet access.
Jesus Christ! I tried to unmute, but it wasn't working.
Nice,
Sorry.
guys.
It's fine.
Yeah, it happens. Nah,
It happens.
I mean, if you want to bring up one of the Gator made a motion. You there again?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, are you good with Goku versus Kratos?
Yes,
And
I am.
And you're defending Goku. Okay. Yeah. Whoever's Dave, King Dave. What's your Discord? We'll bring you up, and you two can start the first official debate. It's taking fucking forever.
Well, King Dave, you're gonna have to pick that by the time you come up here. And what is your Discord username so that I can actually pull you up here?
Make sure you have a working mic, please.
King Dave is
Yes.
actually in the Discord as King Dave.
Oh, perfect. King
Good.
Dave 578.
Invite him up.
You've been invited to speak, King Dave. So
Hello?
right.
Yes.
you get to pick Norse
Two
or Greek.
working mics.
Okay, now so we can make this a little more interesting since this is taking a little longer to get started. Does anybody want to assist either of these two? Do we have anybody who wants to help defend Goku and be on Darth's team? And do we have anybody who wants to be on Kratos' team and help Dave? We can make this a 2v2. So we can get more people
Zero
up here to debate.
says, okay. You got Zero and Shaggy both saying they would go with Kratos. Goku. Anthony says Kratos. So we got 3 people for both sides technically right now.
Who was first?
Zero for Goku and Anthony for Kratos.
Okay. I think Anthony
So-
said Kratos earlier too. Yeah. Okay. Zero, Anthony, post y'all's names. If y'all are in the audience, we're gonna invite you up.
I think Zero is left. I already had his name from an earlier one he wanted to do.
have his name, yes.
All right, bring him up.
Zero is left.
Anthony
Oh,
is Gaben.
Anthony, dude, I'm sorry, man.
Gaben.
I'm sorry. Your mic was atrocious last time, and I'm not sure about that.
Good question. Is my mic good?
Yeah,
Your
you're
mic
fine.
sounds fine.
You're a little echoey, but
Fine.
it's not unbearable. Gaben's was unbearable. Like he only spoke twice, and like the rest of the debate, he just stayed silent because his mic was really bad.
It sounded like he was in a church.
Well, that was after he fixed it. Before it was even
Yeah.
worse than that. But yeah. So I'm sorry, Anthony. Unless you got another mic, or fix your mic issues, we got to go with somebody else. Who was the second person who wanted to defend?
Kratos?
Yeah,
that was
Kratos.
Billy Bob.
Okay, Billy Bob. What's your name? We're gonna bring you up here.
Yeah, I have Billy Bob's name. He gave it to me. Octopunch.
Okay.
There it is.
Invite him up.
Octopunch. Where are you at?
Billy Bob says it's Sandwich.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Wait,
Octopunch was someone else.
Isn't that the
I
guy
got
who was
that
just
wrong.
up here?
Yeah, Sandwich was just up here.
All right. Anybody else?
Okay. Who was the third guy who said Kratos? Sorry, Sandwich. You can come up later, but you were just up. We're trying to get more people an opportunity to come up. Who else wants to do Kratos in the chat? Anybody else? If no one else says it, then we'll just let Sandwich back up.
Flynn says he'll assist Kratos.
Who? Flynn?
Yep.
Okay. Bring Flynn up.
All right. Flynn is this guy.
And then since Flynn will already be up after this debate, we could do the whole Doom thing that he wanted to do.
All right, I gotta know. Mike, all right.
It could be better, but it's not terrible. It'll work.
Yeah, you don't sound
All
like there's
right.
a fan blowing behind you in a long hallway, so.
All right. So what are the teams
I
here?
can turn my fan off if you want me to.
No.
Okay.
Flynn, no.
So
All right, the teams are Darth Gator and King Dave versus Left and Flynn, I believe.
Oh, good. They're all paired.
Yeah, that should be it.
All right.
Like
Cool.
King
no,
Dave,
isn't-
you were Goku, right?
No, I'm Kratos. So
Okay,
that's
then
Flynn and I.
Then it's
I was
Flynn.
wrong.
Then
Flynn versus Left and Darth Gator.
okay, that's gonna be fun. All right. So guys, y'all, whoever wants to start, you guys go. Remember, Dave, Alden, shut the fuck up. Do not. I don't care how much you know about either side. You're not allowed to assist either side. You can't make this unbalanced. It's a 2v2.
Oh, I just had to read
Alright,
the chats
alright.
for him.
Quick
Yeah.
question.
I
How are we taking Goku's feats? Since, like, it's definitely universal, since the universes are separated by space and time. Well, they're not separated by time. So it's just the universe he's shaking, correct?
That's gonna be up to you guys to debate that.
left.
So how do you want to debate
I need
it?
to know which version of Kratos we're talking about too.
Norse.
and
That's what I
also
wanted
which
to do.
version of Goku?
Norse. Okay.
I feel like Norse and Super Goku would be a pretty fair matchup. Thoughts?
Yeah, I was just wondering if we were
Yeah, sure.
counting non-canon versions like Xeno or Capital Corp.
Yeah, nah, because that's when it gets to like way crazy stuff. And I feel
Yeah.
like at that point it would just be Goku pretty obviously.
So, what arguments would you have that Kratos could beat Goku?
Well, I was thinking you could set up Goku first, so I can kind of know where to do Kratos from there. But I mean, I can set up Kratos first if you want.
Actually, I'll do it first. So,
Alright.
the way I scale Super Goku is pretty much every single Dragon Ball Super character upscales off of the universe busting feat from the Beerus fight.
Mm-hmm.
And
That shook
in
the
that,
universe?
what?
Like, each punch shook the universe in the fight.
Well, it was
And
stated
later
that
it
if
was
the-
stated that...
it was stated that the fight, if it was going on, would destroy the entire universe, which includes the Kai realm, the afterlife, the demon realm. Is that all of it? I forget. But all of those spaces are infinite in size, as it is the Dragon Ball universe. So, considering all of those factors, that could be considered a low multiversal feat. And considering how strong that Goku gets over the course of Dragon Ball Super, I would say you could get Goku deeply into multiversal, considering all his power ups and Ultra Instinct and all the other factors.
Alright. I do agree with that. I could kind of like talk about how Greek and Norse kind of scale together because there's also some multiversal Greek stuff that would make this more accurate. But I'm going to focus more so
Yeah.
on the Norse portion, since whether or not Greek and Norse actually scale at all together is very questionable, considering the statements concerning Kratos losing all his power and whatnot. So essentially, for Norse Kratos, everything just comes down to Yggdrasil and how Yggdrasil scales. And Yggdrasil contains all realms, with these realms being stated to be their own separate space times, like infinite separate space times, all kind of like one universe, which means altogether the realms would be pretty much like a Dragon Ball universe. But the main thing is that the Yggdrasil then scales above that, being in a stated to be in a higher dimensional plane from the realms,
So,
meaning
like
it just
fifth
faintly,
dimensional?
yeah, that would essentially get it to 5D because all the realms would make up a 4D space, low multiversal equal to 4D. So since Yggdrasil would transcend that, it would be a fifth dimensional construct. And Yggdrasil does scale to characters because we have characters like Needhog who could chew Yggdrasil's roots, and Kratos kills Needhog. There's also Thor who splintered the world tree, and this isn't just this isn't just myth scaling, because it actually is recently been stated in the DLC that Thor does actually splinter Yggdrasil when he hits Jormungandr with the hit that takes him back in time. Do you have anything to add, Flynn? That was kind of it for me.
Honestly, you got most of the points. I was honestly hoping it was the Greek one, to be honest.
I
But
mean,
let me get a power up when he gets his Blades of Chaos back.
say that one more time.
Doesn't he get power increase when he gets his Blades of Chaos back?
I mean,
Somewhat, yes, but it's still not 100% like how exactly he would scale to Greek, which doesn't really matter because Norse feats are kind of better than Greek feats.
Because I know they both have their own like universal being that he is strong enough to fight against. So
All right. Do we have any
Okay,
counters? Oh, sorry.
how fast is
so
Kratos?
I was talking about how I personally scale Goku, but there are higher ends that one could use to get him look to the same level as Norse Kratos. For example, it's stated multiple times that the afterlife or the Kai realm is more, it is on a higher dimension than the regular universe. So that could be counted as 5D, and I would assume that the other realms would possibly scale to that. And considering that the multiverse contains multiple different versions of the Kai realm and the afterlife, you could possibly get the multiverse in Dragon Ball to 6 dimensional.
Well, I definitely do like that because it gives Goku a bit of a challenge. Although I do agree with you, this is definitely more of a higher end since it's mostly from very niche statements, I would argue.
Yeah,
And
I wouldn't
as
argue that.
blatant-
I wouldn't argue that Goku scales to 60. Only Zeno, maybe, if he was the actual one who created the Dragon Ball cosmology, but that's debatable. But I would scale. I would think around 5D would be a good spot for Goku.
I agree with that. And then that allows us to not just stop at AP. Left, I heard you mention speed.
Yeah. How
So
fast is Kratos?
So to immediately just disprove some of the anti feats, a lot of people are like, "Oh, he's slower than arrows and catapults and stuff," but that is just blatantly not true. There are several moments where Kratos just dodges light. Like if you just say Helios's light is just normal light, then it's
yeah,
still reacting to and dodging light, which again arguably scales to Norse Kratos. But even
Light
then,
speed.
Helios's light also lights up an entire infinite realm, meaning this could be infinite speed. But
aren't
specifically,
there other creatures
Well,
that
I could make
use
an
light
argument for
attacks
Goku.
in Norse stuff?
let me just continue with Kratos real quick. We kind of got
Yeah, sure.
caught up in a moment where everyone was speaking. But that was kind of Greek stuff. So I would like to say for some Norse stuff, we of course have the Valkyries who can physically travel between the realms, which would, considering that Yggdrasil's stated multiple times to be infinite, that would be at least an infinite speed feat. And considering that the realms are separate space times, it could potentially be even immeasurable speed. Although I think that's definitely more wank. At the very least, Kratos would be like septillions of times faster than light based off some calcs in the with the relating to the Sisters of Fate and their strings, but it's more likely that he would scale to around infinite, potentially immeasurable if you want to wank, but that's really getting on the high ends.
Goku
Yeah.
has technically moved through stop time, like with hits. He just
But
like
the thing is, the thing is with Dragon Ball, if you have more ki
more
and more
key.
overall power, or I mean more ki, but if you are simply stronger than your opponent, then you can overpower their hats. For example,
Mm.
no, that's not an example. I'm sorry.
But that is true. But
I'm,
like back
I'm.
in base, oh sorry. But like
No,
back in like,
continue.
oh sure.
What were we saying?
Oh, I was
can I
gonna make an
continue?
argument. Yeah, you can continue.
Guys, y'all got to
Okay.
be a little more
Well, like-
aggressive with these conversations. Like it's an argument.
Sorry, I don't want to
You can
interrupt
debate.
anyone.
You can interrupt to debate.
I'm trying
Okay,
not to be
so
rude.
back in early Dragon Ball Z, Goku could like dodge lasers, which automatically puts him on light speed. So where would we currently rate Goku in Dragon Ball Super? If he just has more ki? Since obviously the characters are going faster and faster, and Jiren was told like his punches could cross time itself.
Okay, well, the only way that you could possibly get Goku to infinite speed within reason using that stronger than your opponent argument is the fact that he shook the world of void. Now, considering that the world of void is infinite nothingness, you would have to fill that infinite nothingness with your ki in order to shake it. So you could argue that Goku has infinite speed off of that, but I don't think you could get him to immeasurable.
Yeah,
Alright,
like
I need to add something.
It seems like a kind.
So, oh, sorry, but
No, you go ahead, Flynn.
King
I
Dave,
kind of forgot you were gonna argue.
yeah, I know. I'm not talking much. Anyways, it's not necessarily a weakness to magic, but I know that magic cannot defend very well against magic. So I'm curious how many different magic abilities Kratos has access to that could help fight against Goku.
Hmm.
I'm not sure of all the different things. I know he could use the axe with its freezing abilities.
Yeah, there's the axe, Blades of Chaos. They both have elemental magics related to them.
Yeah.
Doesn't Kratos have this realm shift thing in Ragnarok where he can stop time?
Yes, but
I
I
haven't
mean,
played that one, so I don't know.
yes, he does. But if we're talking about that for speed, that would still only be infinite speed, because infinite speed is either moving across an infinite distance or moving while time is stopped.
Well, you could argue that because it's magic, it's not really supposed to affect him.
Yeah,
Because
you got a
because
point there.
magic is, inherently just defying the laws of physics.
You could. I think I'm kind of confused. What are you getting at here?
Well, I am getting at the fact that as I scale Goku and as many people scale Goku, Kratos would probably win even in the Norse games. But if you use higher ends, it's a stalemate.
I could kind of see it going a stalemate, but I mean, you also have to consider a lot of
Yeah.
Kratos attacks, which include things like fate
Yeah.
manipulation.
How long can they fight for? Like, one's gonna run out eventually?
I don't know about Goku on that one, but I know Kratos could at least fight for very long periods of time. In
I was
Ragnarok,
gonna say,
or in
doesn't he
Nasuverse,
fight for days?
he does fight for days. Now you could argue that we see in 2018 Kratos physically gets tired after like one very short fight with Balder. But the issue with that is at the end of the game he then fights with Balder for a longer time and doesn't get tired by the end of it. Not to mention it seems like that is more so a mental tiredness than a physical tiredness. As
Also,
seen by yes.
oh, sorry, didn't in Kratos in his Egyptian comics, didn't he like go for entire millennia without sleeping?
I don't think it was a
I didn't read the
millennia.
comics.
I don't think it was a millennia, but
But
it was
even
a very long
even a
period
couple
of
of
time.
years or a couple of months would be more than enough to outlast Goku.
Yes. People are saying move on, so honestly, I think
Yeah,
we
please.
say.
Honestly, I just came here for Helldivers versus 40k. I can
Okay.
come back later for that.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Uh,
Okay, guys, if you're not interested in the topic, don't fucking come up and talk about it. Like it's
Oh
super.
no, I did have. No, I did have stuff about Goku. It's just that I came here mainly for Helldivers and 40K.
So I just want to do a quick yell out because the guy who did pay for it, who couldn't actually be in here because his mic was messed up, wanted to point out with his original or her original, I don't know what they are, a fight that when it was like that Stellar whatever versus Goku, she just wanted to know our opinion on if she could win due to the fact that they've got reset reality ability every time they die to a point before they died, and if she could beat Goku through a war of attrition. So I figured I would at least say that, considering they were the one who paid for the original topic and they couldn't fight here themselves. So, do you have an opinion on it, Rouga? Do you think infinite respawns beats the powerhouse of Goku?
I don't agree with anything either side said.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm talking about with this is not I'd win. They're not here.
Yeah, no, this is for the guy who actually paid for the Satella versus Goku debate.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It
What
didn't end up happening.
What did he say?
he gave us some of the abilities, but like the main one was that Satella can keep resetting anytime she dies. So basically, if Goku beats her, she resets and just goes and fights Goku again. And
How many
he's
times would that take?
wondering
Infinite, apparently.
if Satella would be able to win in a war of attrition scenario in that case.
I don't even. Well, it wouldn't. I mean, is it a win if you're just resetting Goku?
Dude, that would just be a stalemate.
Resetting Goku until you finally beat Goku. So I guess it's a win after 1,000 losses.
It might be the
situation.
it might be the
beat
Dormammu
Infinites?
situation.
Like, is this
Yeah.
like Earth?
Does
And
she
also,
have
Goku
a,
won't remember.
does she
It
have
is
a way?
the Dormammu situation. It is it's quite
Dormammu, I've come to negotiate. Slash.
Does she have any possible way of
losses.
actually fighting Goku?
Earlier she said, or Na said that she has some shadow magic, manifest 2,000 shadow hands at once and use them as defense and attack. It's like a shadow realms brings up it brings people into a place where it deprives them of their senses.
Well, I feel like you wouldn't really need infinite resets if you can just put someone in a dimension where they lose their mind.
I mean, honestly, look, if the resets,
Yeah.
the resets is a bad argument because Goku wouldn't kill her anyway. I mean, Goku doesn't just go around murdering people who he's significantly stronger than. He would probably just knock her out or just hit her one time, and then she wouldn't reset, and then the fight would be over, and he would win. Unless we're actually saying that he has to kill her in order to win, which there's no reason for that. So
yeah, because Goku won't even kill Frieza.
Yeah, like if that's his specific if that's his argument, that's not a good one because according to him, she actually has to die in order for it to work. But anyway, let's get a new debate started. So
All right.
I'm gonna move you guys out to audience.
Didn't you want to keep Flynn for the blanks versus Doom?
Yeah, sure, why not? Sure, we can touch on that.
Oh.
So, what were you? What's your point, Flynn? What's your deal?
So, it might depend on whether they get actually. I know that obviously they're not gonna win against the greater gods in the Doom universe, but I'm just wondering that, like the blanks, depending on whether they can actually completely nullify the actual corruption, because it's debatable on that. I know the corruption's not like the warp, but they might be able to nullify or completely negate that corruption. Well, it's hard to explain there. Since they don't have a soul, pretty much, can they be corrupted?
Yeah. All you need is a body, mind, or soul to be corrupted by the Doom corruption.
Okay.
One of the three. Yeah. And the warp corruption doesn't work in any way like the Doom corruption. So being immune to one corruption does not make you immune to another corruption. Also, the idea that you kind of admitted that they can't defeat the gods of the universe means they can't stop the demons invading, because the only way to actually do that is to make a deal with Davith. Otherwise, there are an infinite number of demons that will continuously flood in through a near infinite number of portals until that universe is taken over. So they can't win. You kind of threw the match when you said that they can't fight against the gods.
I know,
So
Hey, they might be extremely powerful, and they have that really cool gun that they can shoot their extreme psychic blink ability at people. But yeah, if you can't hurt even if you I don't even think they can take on the Titans, man. Like they're strong, just not that strong. They're basic humans.
all right, let's see. Okay,
I'll tell you what, though, if you bring in that guy that wanted to do the Helldivers thing against Warhammer 40k, I'll gladly do it against him.
Hell
Treat it like a schoolyard argument, though, man. Punchy.
We're gonna see. Okay, Flynn, I'm gonna move you back to the audience. If the right thing comes up,
Alright,
we
fair
can
enough.
move you back. But let's.
I got him, Rouga.
Okay.
Never mind.
All right. So next debate. Anybody have a good
Alright.
debate topic?
Well, Alden and S3BBY, I have no clue how to pronounce that, wanted to do Tyranids versus Zergs. So, I mean, if you're going to give approval for that, I can pull him up.
Yeah, if they want to come up, sure, they can do that.
Alden, what was his username?
I think it was the same as his.
But guys,
thing.
it's so you
Robot
can have
next to Alucard.
And this is gonna be kind of strange and something that really can't be controlled. But you can't have a debate with 4 people where everyone's passive. That's not a debate. like, because then you end up having 4 dudes who are all stopping and 5 seconds straight of no one talking because everyone's waiting for everyone.
Reminded me of 4 Canadians just sitting there. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, is this like you need some kind of aggressive person in there to have the fucking
Even the Canadian in the group thought that was slow and painful.
Yeah, I was like, guys, it's a debate. Could y'all debate? It's like, Jesus. Okay.
You just made his day. It's the mech dude sitting next to Alucard in the chat, by the way, Dan. He's the same name in the Discord.
Why don't you just invite him up?
Do I have that permission?
Yeah, you're a mod.
Trip wants to debate for the Tyranids. So
we already have S3.
We have one for the Tyranids.
You have one for the Tyranids?
We have one person for the Tyranids. I don't know who else knows the Zergs.
Okay, who else knows? Okay, if someone else knows the Zergs, we can make it a 2v2.
I was the one who brought the Zerg up against him because he goes, I want to do Tyranid versus anyone. So I'm like, Zerg?
Oh, so
mark.
you?
He goes, fuck yeah.
So Alden, do you know the Zergs?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's why I
Alden's doing
decided
the
to.
Zergs.
Oh, okay. So are you the only one for Zergs?
Probably
There
because
he
most people
is.
say the Tyranids would win.
All right. Who else
I want
knows?
S3.
Who else knows the Zergs? Who could support? Unless Alden wants to do a 2v1.
I can do 2v1.
All right, Trip. Let Trip up.
I'll invite Trip up. S3 mic check.
Hello, I'm here. Is that good?
Ah, he's a foreigner. Kick him. Get him out of here.
Hey, I live in Canada. I moved. I immigrated out of there. That place sucked.
Are you in America?
Okay, I'm here.
Oh god, it's Trip. I don't want to fight Trip. I'm leaving now. Well, I think it's only fair to let you go ahead and go first, S3.
Oh,
Why
so
did I move Rook to the audience?
So, you moved me to the audience?
No, he was being a smartass.
Oh, so much to Cook says he wants to join Zerg if you want a teammate, Alden.
All right, Cook. If you give us your Discord name.
What's your name in the Discord?
Hopefully you have a mic.
I guess this does get us through a few more people. So
Yeah.
His name is Wade Stanley.
Yeah, see,
Wade
normally
Stanley.
when you bring up 4 people, the benefit of that is that people have more to
it gets a
say.
little punchier. It
Yeah,
gets a little faster.
But I was like, you just had like a bunch of fucking like, I was like, what is
You
happening?
guys literally just sat there and scaled.
Yeah, and they were doing kind of what my and I don't think that this is the crowd for the scaling and stuff that they were doing because
no.
the people who come to my videos are not scalers in that way. I think dimensionality is just made up bullshit. They were like spending a long part of that conversation talking about dimensionality.
Well, he might be a fifth
they didn't bring up the fact
being,
Goku can pretty much destroy the Earth 100 times over bare minimum.
Pimp
at the end
Demons
of the-
just did the Norwegian crowns again. Ugh, a Forerunner. I bet he's a builder. Disgusting.
I don't know what any of that is. I'm gonna smile and nod. Ugh.
Smile and nod.
I know the four.
You gotten Wade Stanley in yet?
Does he mean engineers like the tentacle floating ball guys? Big stuff?
Wade Stanley, you've been sent an invite to speak. If you're on a phone, it should appear at the top of your screen.
Here.
There you go.
Unmute yourself.
All right.
Let's hear you.
All right.
Yeah,
You're a bit quiet, but
So
Should be
make sure
fine.
to turn them up.
Mute the stream in the background because I heard you say "all right" with an echo.
All right, I'll take care of that.
That's better. All right.
Can I start real quick? First of all, we have to establish like power levels because I can imagine like in the different StarCraft games, the Zerg are at different power levels, and also the Tyranids too. Like we could be against a Splinter Leviathan with 1 to 3 ships, or you could be against the Behemoth.
I think it's a
Stampede
matter
with
of
100,000.
adaptation.
Wait, what
So
was that?
I-
Wayne?
If you know the Tyranids do have an adaptation.
Yeah, both
thing.
Tyranids and the Zerg have massive adaptation
Yeah,
abilities.
that's both
Yeah.
their shticks.
But let's let S3 get his premise down, and he was the one
But,
who
like,
came up with it, and then we'll argue with whatever
I
they come
don't
up
know
with. Okay.
about Zerg, so like I want to know which part of the Zerg are we going with, and
I would say we would go after
Queen
Queen of Blades. I would say we go after Queen of Blades takes over. We no longer have the Overlords, but we have the Queen of Blades in charge of everyone.
So is that like maximum power or what?
It's
Like,
I will say that I'm
StarCraft.
gonna be a little slow because I'm doing something else right now as well.
Well then you shouldn't be in here.
Yeah, man, this is
I'm sorry, man.
sparring. You
This
can't
is not-
spar if you can't focus.
Yeah. So come back when you're not busy. I don't know why people seem to think that this is just something they can do while they're like pissing or like cooking dinner. Or,
Don't
like,
worry, I'm washing my dishes. I'm
it's
good.
not like okay. So it's back to a 2v1. If somebody else wants to come and join, they can. But y'all just go with y'all's debate.
Okay, so Queen of
I
Blades
didn't even-
taking. Oh, what was that, Dan?
Well, I was just gonna say I didn't even notice Wade left because I was trying to hear him on the stream, and I was actually coming back to tell you to turn him up.
Yeah, no, he was trying to like wash his dirty underwear or something at the same time.
No, he just said he was busy doing other stuff, so he's not going to talk a whole lot. And I was like, well, then you shouldn't be up here.
Yeah.
So
all right, so S3, I would say, see now the Queen of Blades took over 2 different times. If we go with the end of StarCraft 2, with where her power level is, then they're not quite because they're so adaptable. Like you know what Wade was saying earlier, because they were so adaptable. They weren't at their apex, but they had absorbed a lot of the ancient bloodlines of the Zerg to make themselves even more powerful. But if we go with the first time she took over, they're not quite at that power level. Honestly, you said either a splinter fleet or a full hive fleet.
A splinter fleet of Leviathan has between 1 to 3 ships. Meanwhile, something like the Behemoth Crusher Stampede that attacked Prague has like a few 100,000 minimal like low ball. And a single ship can take a Imperium planet. So
Oh yeah. Well, yes and
it's a
no.
pretty big scale in difficulty.
They failed horribly at taking the Blood Angel homeworld, but so just due to some shitty water that they sprinkled around the place. So
It's like I can go maximum power of like Behemoth level numbers with Leviathan level adaptation.
go ahead.
Do
Whatever.
something more reasonable.
The only thing that sucks is that you really can't go maximum level with either one of these ones because the Xeno Naga, which are the people who created the Zerg and basically fell to them, we don't know how powerful they were with the Zerg because technically the Zerg and the Tyranid are the same creatures in a different mythos because the first StarCraft game was supposed to be a Warhammer 40k game.
Like the same concept applies to the Nids. We have no idea how many high fleets
Exactly.
are out there. So I'm gonna say.
So we're just gonna do the strongest creatures versus strongest creatures then, right?
Yeah, I'll take the Behemoth Crusher Stampede. I'll give it. Well, the Crusher Stampede didn't have a lot of the modern Tyranid creatures, but I'll just give them then because we don't know which ones they did have access to. So all Tyranid bioforms, Crusher Stampede numbers.
Now, what does it take to take out just one of your ultimate life forms? What's the basic kind of firepower that the Imperium had to bring up to bear against one to drop it?
A single ship. I don't really know.
One ship versus your ultimate life form. So are we forgetting that the Queen of Blades, out of her chrysalis form, took on an entire bombardment from an armada of Protoss, aka the Eldari, and shrugged it off like it didn't exist in the first game?
Well, the Tyranids also have an equivalent to her in the Swarm Lord. Like,
I think your closest one would be the Neurothrope, honestly.
No, more like the Neuro Tyrant. The Neurothropes.
I'm talking about the
Neuro
famous
Tyrant's
one
what we
that
did.
took out the Eldari homeworld ship itself.
Oh, that's the Doom of Malantai. Like, that's just extremely strong. It's basically a god, but it also, from what we can tell, imploded after like 10 seconds of existing.
It literally ate souls and got supercharged.
I honestly think that is your closest equivalent that you guys have to the
No,
Blades.
See, there is a thing.
Way too high. Way
The
too
Tyranids
strong.
can adapt to weird things. Though I will, again, slap my side of the face when I think it's due. I think all points to the Zerg being a little bit better at fine-tuning it. I believe there was a larva-looking guy whose entire shtick is that he specifically oversees basically editing the genetic sequences. He's very proud of that and all that.
Oh yeah, hold on. That's one strength the Tyranids 100% have over the Zerg. The Tyranids, you can't take down their leadership. Like, they don't. If their leadership goes down, they don't start attacking each other or lose coordination.
They do
just
become more feral when you take out their
temporarily more
yeah,
feral.
but they also don't start attacking themselves. They don't vie for power. They just charge the nearest enemy.
We'll see. Oh, go ahead. What was that?
Yeah,
No
so
fraction
well, like, let's first of all compare general numbers, okay? Like, let's get a baseline power flow.
Let's say they have the same amount of biomass to use. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah. We'll just put them on even terms for what we can,
Yeah,
and we'll smack each other.
Stampede against a single Zerg planet. Like, it doesn't matter if the Zerg 1-to-1 are strong too much. So yeah, same biomass.
Okay.
Just a quick thing here. S3, you are cutting out a bit. If you can adjust that.
Hold on. Oh, I just moved my computer closer. Is that better?
You're not cutting out right now, but I can hear like something else when you're like fabric wrinkling almost.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I've literally just got this straight up cloak on of.
And I do know with you guys, one of your guys' greatest aspects is the fact that even your spaceships are capable of eating warship-sized things and digesting them inside of each other.
Estimate puts them at around 20 kilometers long per ship.
So 20 kilometers. I take it that's smaller than a moon?
Yeah, smaller than a moon, pretty sure.
Because the Zerg's Class 10 flyer, that is the biggest ship that they have in their spacefaring arsenal, which you can't really use in the game, but it is part of their shit, is moon-sized. So unless they're swallowing moons like Pac-Man here, I don't think they have a chance in space warfare either.
Yeah, but also the ships can launch drop pods like artillery shells. They can just send gene stealers into the ship and ravage it from the inside out.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get very far with the acid-spitting Zerg, with just their basic ranged units on the ground. Hell, the Zerglings would swarm your gene stealers, man. And you can't convert the Zerg to your way of thinking through gene stealers like you do in the Hive cities.
Okay, but here's the thing. Gene stealers have two uses. One is the obvious gene stealer cults, but the other is shock troops. Like, for their size, they have some of the fastest and strongest Tyranid bioforms. They crawl into vents, they rip Terminators apart, they're fast, they get everywhere, like, they're used in boarding actions by the Nids constantly. So you'll have to contest with that inside of your bioship, inside of your ships.
Oh, I mean, inside of all the ships, I mean, they can either just make it a giant ass ball, and they can just use it to basically, like you guys, just spawn groups of enemies. Because I mean, we are basically talking the same thing. It's just the Zerg's got the bigger spaceship. That's why I wanted to bring that up.
I actually remember Zergs have a particular weakness that there were new units that aren't connected to their hive mind.
That stopped being a problem shortly after the Queen of Blades took over for the second time. They strengthened the bonds by eating the ancient Zerg, the ones that were created by the.
I was talking about defensive measures that they needed things that weren't connected to get around. as in a weapon that I don't. The humans had that basically would kill Zergs via the connection with.
Oh, you mean
Hive.
the big zapping freaking guns that they created in StarCraft 2?
Yes.
The giant pillars that they would zap them with?
Yes, the
Yeah, no, I mean it's pretty good, and they're able to even incapacitate people like Kerrigan for a bit. But I mean,
Okay, but can I talk
go
for a
ahead.
second? We're getting nowhere with the low tier units. Like both
Yeah.
sides just have too much of them. Let's just
it's
get
fodder
straight
versus fodder at
to
that
the
point.
unit.
So if we're going to
Biotitans, Swarmlords, Psychers, all that. Let's get up to the big boys first, because that's what'll actually matter. The small units are just going to be endless tide against endless tide.
So again, we have the biggest spaceship.
Yeah,
and there's more than just one of them, but we've got the I just said it, the Leviathan-sized spaceships, which are moon-sized. When it comes to ground troops, the largest ground troops, I believe, are the crap. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab them real quick because I just had it in my head and it's gone.
yeah. Is it the Ultralisk?
Ultralisk, yeah.
Yeah. Well, how tall is it?
I don't have that particular thing off the top of my head.
Like,
Zerg.
the closest comparison is the Tyranid Biotitan, which minimum 15 meters high, but if the hive mind needs to, it can make them like bigger, like 20, 25-ish.
It's got them. It's the size of building about 20, over 20 feet. They don't give me a freaking number. They just said over a number. So
Yeah,
and it's at 20 meters long. And
minimum.
okay, here's a better one. It's their wiki. 20 meters long, 5 meters tall.
So a Tyranid Biotitan at 15 meters tall minimum is a bigger siege engine than the Ultralisk. Like, what about
Gotcha.
weapons, though?
The what?
What about weapons?
weapons that are on these things, because
Like,
believe it or not,
weight-wise, we're about the same, because the Biotitan's bigger, but it's also really slender for its size.
Oh,
yeah, it's
apparently someone
basically a
forgot the
lightning
Norn
Titan.
Queens. Is Norn Queens your guys' stuff?
Yeah,
the Norn
Norn
Queens, a general. Oh, let's see, Norn Queens.
Well,
Basically, they are the center of the hive, the Tyranid hive. Usually the most protected damn thing.
Trying to take one out's near impossible, and if you do, there's the Hydra effect where they'll out a psychic scream on death, or nearby hive fleet push to that area.
They're not exactly that type of general or thing.
Yeah,
that
they're
would go on
more
the
like
battlefield, if that's what you're
living
thinking.
factories that design new units for the situation. They don't micromanage the battlefield. That's what Tyranid warriors and Hive Tyrants are for.
That's the Swarm Lords. That's more of the Swarm Lords' job when they want to get them out.
No, that's not like Hive Tyrants and Tyranid warriors in general. The Swarm Lords are, we're losing this. We need to win. Send in the big boys.
Isn't the Swarm Lord basically? This is going to be a more of a layman's term for it, but ain't they basically the Swarm Lords, the Wi-Fi antenna for all the other troops? Once one of them gets taken out, that's when they go into disarray fastest.
That's any synaptic unit in general. Also, it's the Swarm Lord. There's only a single one, not the Swarm Lords. Like, but stuff like
I thought
Tyranid warriors, Zoanthropes, Hive Tyrants, those are all synaptic creatures that basically serve as generals.
Because I know that the Tyranids don't attack each other when their boss, when their synaptic general's taken out, but they do go more animalistic. In fact, there was
on the individual how they'll act, but as a general, like artillery is going to stop being artillery and it's going to charge. Stuff that's charging will charge faster. They're not going to flank. They're just going to run straight at.
Because
like that's the general rule of thumb if you take down all the leaders.
Because I'm pretty sure. Let me make sure I'm right on this one. I'm pretty sure that after okay, yeah, so every ground unit, and this might become an advantage, it might be a disadvantage, I don't know. I'll let you guys debate it with me a little bit. Every ground unit that the Zerg can is capable of burrowing through rock, earth, like going underground to a point where they're undetectable by even by almost anything except for things that have very specific stealth detection technology.
Have you heard of the Morlock? Like this just sounds like free food. Like it's going to be filter feed.
The Tyranids have many burrowing units as well.
Okay, I wanted to know because like this is how they stealth.
Some like also mini. Think of some of even as mini Arrakis worms. Not quite that big, but they got things.
Like a Morlock is like about the size of an Ultralisk, burrows underground, has a detachable morphos swallowing infantry. Like the average stuff they can put underground is bigger than the Zerglings.
Okay. Well, yeah, Zerglings are freaking, the smallest unit. They're used as swarm shock fodder. They're like your guys' they're the same thing as those guys in Space Marine 2 that you fight. Yeah, the Gots, yeah.
We also got gargoyles, which are flying variants, which
Oh
are
god, the fucking gargoyles.
I mean, we've got two different flying units, but we're not really getting anywhere in the argument for the most part, guys. So let's start knocking down.
I was trying to say.
Skip to the generals, skip to the high tier units. With the swarm units, it's just infinite flyers versus infinite flyers, infinite burrows versus infinite burrows. Like,
well, wait, I want to talk about the other tactics Tyranids are fond of using. Remember how they like to use the shadow and the warp to be anti demon stuff?
They use the shadow and the warp as a way more. They can't be seen or detected. They shut down psychic communications. Yeah, but it's not so they can stop demon stuff. They don't even really know about them.
I mean, there's actually a fleet that's doing more of that, so they actually can fine tune abilities.
High Fleet Kronos does it, but the Shadow in the Warp, like, base, it does more than just disable communication. Like, any creature with a soul now, within the presence of the Shadow in the Warp, has an overwhelming sense of dread. 24/7.
But as Rouga likes to say quite often in a lot of his videos, that's in their own universe, and that same kind of technology and soul related to your magical powers, i.e., psychic abilities, does not exist inside the StarCraft
also works in our favor, because that means you've got no counter for the Zoan.
I mean, your guys' psychic ability is attached to warp-based, soul-based abilities. The psychic abilities within StarCraft are not based around the same thing. Their psychic abilities come from their innate ability. It doesn't come from their souls linked to some magical place in a different plane of existence.
So neither of our psychic units can affect each other.
So if Tyranids start eating them, they might. Yeah, they'll probably start learning about each other with their own.
Now the messed up thing is that you guys become a massive beacon because you have gene stealers, and a lot of your gene stealers, especially the females in the group, are massively psychically gifted. Am I right?
That's more the cult, but most cults do have psychic connections.
The Zerg are extremely attached to any kind of psychic emanations, and they like to capture those units, and that's how Kerrigan went from being a basic ghost to the Queen of Blades, to someone from a chick who likes to go invisible and shoot you in the face with a sniper rifle, to someone who has enough psychic might to literally withstand planet bombardment from the equivalent of your Eldari.
Yeah, that's insane. But as I said, can we skip to like Dormor versus Kerrigan, like generals versus generals?
All right, let's put someone up against Kerrigan, because honestly, I think Kerrigan is the one who probably beats anything you guys have, including your spaceships, just because of the power she has.
The Swarm Lord just straight up melee. Like, it's played down a lot in the books for the sake of plot, but like in melee, he is nigh unbeatable.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing is that Kerrigan doesn't just fight you melee. Like I said, she's an extremely powerful psychic with almost instantaneous regeneration in her Queen of Blades form. She's had body parts cut off of her and just looked at the guy who did it and goes, "Yeah, that's back. What are you gonna do about the next one?" And killed him.
I've had a discussion with this with someone before. The general thing I got was that Kerrigan 100 times stronger than the Swarm Lord, like psychic. but the Swarm Lord isn't useless. He can defend himself.
Oh no, I'm not saying that it's not going to be a fun fight. I mean, he's going to punch her around. She's going to hit him with some psychic. She's going to probably start trying to cut some limbs off. I believe that with her when she attacks with her psychic abilities, she kind of
Has one
it's not
advantage.
negation. It's more of she disturbs like the molecular field in a way that won't allow you to regenerate as easily. So if he's got
Actually, the Swarm
regeneration,
Lord
that...
has one
someone
BS
just
power that's
mentioned
going
the
to be annoying
non-emissary.
for character.
Okay, hold on,
Oh.
guys. Pause for a second. Someone mentioned the non-emissary. Like, what would Kerrigan do if like 3-4 of those on a planet and was sent to assassinate her? Like, I
If
feel
what?
like that would be.
Okay, so she was actually so in StarCraft 2, one of the most badass Dark Templar that have ever existed tried to assassinate her. And he was the one I was talking about who is as best he could do was literally cut off one of her skeletal wings that she didn't give a shit about. And she regenerated instantly. So how good are these Norn emissaries?
But you know the Swarm Lord? Make him a bit dumber, make him like 1.5 times stronger, and then make it so when they spawn, they're given one goal and they do anything possible to do that. Like, they ignore anything but their one goal. Like, they see Kerrigan,
can they be seen?
Kill her, they're going to charge her.
Can they be seen? Are they?
Yes, they are
They're
bloody
not your invisible Tyranids, are they? Because
there are those. The lictors are actually pretty good.
Because even this Protoss, this Dark Templar, was invisible the entire time that he struck at her, to begin with, until she's like, I know you're there, right? Like,
yeah, the non-emissaries, they don't bother with any of that. They just go on and they outrun and outgun for a single opponent until it's dead.
Anthony, there's been I'm looking over at chat also. I'm arguing like with everyone. There's also been a few there's been ridiculously dumb things that have fought Primarchs, and it just depends on the writer's situation and what they want. So
yeah, I'm averaging the strength of the Tyranids a bit, because like the Swarm Lord, I can either say he lost to a Dante, so he's about the same strength as like a beefed up Space Marine, but also he's...
Oh, if that's the case, then you guys have lost it, because the Space Marines in StarCraft are meant to be one-to-one models, pretty much.
Like, I'm not counting fringe cases where the Orc gave a character a power buff for plot armor. I'm counting like actual
Okay.
strength.
Okay. Well, you said a buffed up Space Marine, and like Kerrigan, she turns a Space Marine army into a fucking Bloody Mary. So
yeah, no, I'm talking about a single fringe case in Devastation where Dante somehow managed to beat the Swarm.
Well, I mean, Dante's got that plot armor thick on him too. So
yeah, exactly, plot armor.
So.
I'm ignoring that, but we've seen the non-emissaries in one. A single one killed like 12 what was it? 12 dreadnoughts, nearly destroyed the gene seed of a Space Marine chapter protected part. A second one tried to kill Lord Solar while fighting off like 4 custodians, and it was just ignoring the custodians. Custodians barely handle it while it was ignored.
Okay.
I can't remember what the other one was doing, but for 3 of them, each of them caused like immense irreparable damage to a group.
Of course.
So
here's
for an equivalent. Hold on, Trip. For an equivalent to that, the Ultra Trip. I'll give it to you in one second. The Ultralisk did plow through multiple of the tanks that the basically they're Lehman Russ tanks. That's what they were modeled off of. Multiple Lehman Russ tanks, multiple of the same dreadnoughts, and about 100 to 200 Space Marines that were guarding the Capitol, where the guy who fucked over Kerrigan was stationed, and it was one Ultralisk. So I mean, equivalent power. Let Trip go. Let Trip go real quick, because we keep interrupting him.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Trip.
Okay, well, there's actually one advantage the Swarm Lord has. He's just gonna keep coming back.
That is true. Kerrigan will probably come back also. I'm pretty sure after she took over the final of the Xenonaga Zerg, she has weird shit with her stuff too.
So they're both just
I
gonna
wasn't aware
go
of
into the
that.
battle.
But
Kill
the
each
the
other.
big difference is that the Zerg tend to branch out very quickly, whereas you guys are coming in very quickly. The thing is we don't know the max numbers of either of these races because they're both made to be the same race. Honestly, I think the high end of the power scale now that Kerrigan has got the the Xenonaga abilities inside of her, along with all of the ancient Zerg. I think she is probably she's the only thing stopping the Zerg from wiping out all life. It's already been stated that if she didn't exist at this point, the Zerg would there wouldn't be anything in existence.
I feel like base bioforms, the Tyranids win overall, but like commanders and super units, the Zerg are starting to pull ahead. Like,
I honestly think this would fall into Ruga's category of endless war. I don't think the Kerrigan can
another
take.
category.
I don't think the Kerrigan can take out your your fucking
Swarm Lord or like
no,
Form
not
Lord
the Swarm Lord. I think the Swarm Lord can get killed by Kerrigan. I don't
And
think.
I also think the Swarm Lord could kill Kerrigan if he got into melee, but like they're both just gonna respawn. Like same non-emissaries will drop in, kill Kerrigan, they'll then kill themselves because their job's complete or whatever, and then Kerrigan will just gonna be endless.
Well, and the thing is like the only unit that you guys have that's not even a unit is your guys' hive mind. The scary intelligence that fucking which one of those psychers was?
Warp itself. That's basically what it is. It's
No.
a collective mind so powerful that it. No, that's it. It's just
But
existing
the thing
around.
is if you wipe out enough of your guys' troops, the collective intelligence starts to go down eventually. Whereas Kerrigan is the collective intelligence, and it's hard to take her out.
Like the collective intelligence of NIDS only goes down if you take out specific units. Like as long as the Norn Queen and like one Hive Tyrant are alive, perfect. Like well, maybe not perfect, but like good cohesion maintained. So I feel like this is a case of who has the better assassins, and even then they'll just respawn the generals after the assassins kill.
Oh
It's
yeah,
just-
and Kerrigan's really good at she's also like, and I get that the Zerg constantly switch their tactics. She's also a really good tactician because of her time as a ghost. Honestly, yeah, the Zerg adapt very quick. Like
Well,
I can't really give you like exactly how quick they adapt due to the fact that most of their stuff is based on the game. I know there's a lot of books out there probably too, but it's based off of what's in the games. But it's like, okay, we need faster Zerglings. It's done. You know, we need to make it so our chitin is a little bit stronger. It's done. You know, it's just.
Hold on. I've got two Hail Mary plays here. Either High Fleet Gorgon Tactics, which I doubt will work for very long, but interesting, and High Fleet Chronos spam Psychers, like spam nothing but Zoanthropes, Neuro Gorgon Assault.
Honestly, I think that the Zerg, you spamming Psychers, I think would make it so the Zerg would be trying to capture more of your units and corrupt them into Zerg forms because they would be making even more powerful Psychers through their.
That's gonna be an issue for the Zerg because it took the Tyranid Hive Mind like several generations to make the Neurophrope. Like the Zoanthropes actually really unstable. They explode randomly.
Oh, I know. You guys, you've also got those really weird ball sack creatures that go around and just absorb genetic data off the freaking battlefields. I can't remember what they're called either.
That's typically after a battle. Those.
Oh, they've been seen on them a couple times, but they're usually not on the front lines. But no, honestly, I think it would fall into endless war.
I do have one Hail Mary.
A Hail Mary, okay.
Or they start fusing.
Oh, they start fusing. That could be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be truly scary if you ask me, because
I don't think Kerrigan would allow it to happen. She's fought too long and too hard to maintain her power grip, including being turned human again, just to allow herself to be turned back into the Queen of Blades and say, "No, fuck you, this is mine."
Same for the Nids. Like they have a single-minded goal.
And Kerrigan would try to kill the hive mind leader, whatever being out in deep space is in charge of it. She would try to kill that.
I think the hive mind would do the same to her.
Exactly. That's where it becomes a huge. I don't think they could fuse until one leader's dead.
or one subsumes the other or controls the other or whatever.
Fair
how you wanna
enough.
Describe it. Yeah,
Yeah,
something like that.
Can I throw my Hail
Interesting
Mary
fact
play
sheet
in
Yeah,
here?
for
throw
now.
your Hail Mary in.
High fleet Gorgon tactics, like gas the planet, but like not with like biological things. Like Tyranid gas attacks are like mini nids, like tiny, eat away at metal and flesh. Like
I know what your gassing is, and I don't think it would affect them too much either.
yeah, this is a Hail Mary play. Like it's because it isn't like a disease and it's straight up mini nids in the eating you. So I'm not sure how Zerg would adapt to it, but if they can, like there goes the Hail Mary play. And unless there's something I'm forgetting, Endless War.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I think we can end this at an endless war. Like it would.
Yeah, like each
It's
one
like,
will make
it's like
a
they both
power
have a
play,
planet.
like-
They send it at each other. It's just endless war. If we're doing it from their own universes, both colliding because we don't know their max numbers, we don't know the max intelligence. Endless war.
Yeah, like
So
Kerrigan and the Swarm are going to go up against each other. Say the Swarm Lord slices Kerrigan in two, surely Swarm. Kerrigan warp
just
like
regenerates back
blast
together.
Swarm Lord. He respawns like the one
Doesn't
thing.
it take a few minutes to respawn a Swarm Lord though? The amount of biomass is how much.
Okay, one question. One quick question.
Yeah.
What if they start developing literally their psychic type of measures? Like they keep eating some of their units and start
But then
learning
they'll
more.
both just nullify each other's psychic powers, and it'll just go into endless. Like any power move one side can make, the other side can just respawn the general, like adapt to it. It's just like an endless war on a planet. The only thing I have is that because the Nids literally eat the atmosphere, maybe they could choke out the Zerg eventually.
Zerg set up space stations literally on
Yeah,
meteors
so
with no atmosphere.
endless war. Yeah,
So,
I think we can end it here safely.
Yeah, pretty
of
much.
Endless war.
So it's a good fight. It's not a stomp in either direction, but it would be an entertaining fight to watch. I just, the Tyranids get so much love and hate when it comes to 40k and other universes. I was like, man, the Zerg are basically the Tyranids. It's just
They've basically been influencing each other for a while. The
Oh, yeah.
Tyranids used to look like dinosaurs, and then the Zerg came, and then the Tyranids started looking more Zerg-like. It's kind of an interesting deal when you think of it.
That's right. No,
Thanks for the
it
topic,
depends
though.
on the model, because like if you look at old Tyranid warrior models, were more bipedal. Where modern ones are like hunt.
But thanks for the topic though, S3. That was
Yeah,
actually
this was
kind of fun.
really fun, even if it did become endless war.
I mean, getting it to someplace instead of just bashing our heads off each other and being like, it's because of this, it's better than.
Yeah, like
circular
whenever we
argument.
reached a stalemate, we were just like, okay, stalemate, move on.
Yep.
They're basically based off each other, so it kind of makes sense they fight.
Remember,
It's
StarCraft
another
1
match
was
with the
supposed to be.
exception of
Yeah,
StarCraft
Stargate.
1 was supposed to be a freaking Warhammer 40k game. So
And
that's
Right.
Warhammer 40k eventually started making them look more like Zerg.
yep. So
Like,
thanks for
with the
coming over and
exception
helping out
of
S3.
more, like,
Trip.
generals and non-emissary, it's a mirror match. And even then, the stuff that isn't a direct match. I'm gonna leave the
You
stage
broke up
now.
at the end of that one.
All right.
We're good.
Hello? Alright. Hey, cool. Y'all finished? Awesome.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Ruger got a nice snap in. Nah, he was tapping over in chat. I saw him.
No, I was talking to people. No, well, I mean, no, it's just like it doesn't. I don't know either of those universes, so it really doesn't matter what you guys say. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, so it just sort of like I just let it drift to the back of my mind and don't really pay attention because it just sounds like fucking Chinese to me.
I know a way to explain it to you.
No, I'm
Big
good.
bugs
I'm good.
versus
I'm
bugs.
good. Don't need it. I'm good. Thank you.
I
I'm
meant
glad
cons-
you.
I meant conceptually
Nope.
hilarity.
I'm good. Really. I don't need to know anything. I like.
Do I send Trip back to the audience now?
Yeah. Thank you, Trip. But yeah, you're going back to the audience. If there's another debate, obviously you might be able to come back up again. Who knows? So, what's the next debate? Anything else came up? Any other good stuff? Good stuff.
Well, I mean, you said you were over in chat. Did you see anything that you wanted immediately?
No, he said I was over in chat. I replied to like 2 messages.
Oh.
Yeah. But no, we'll see. I know that Yakub, Yakub, I don't know. He kept posting the same thing over and over. He wanted to do some stuff.
Luke Young has been doing that same thing. They seem to just have it on their clipboard and just keep pressing Control V every couple minutes.
What's Luke? Where's Luke Young?
His is Doom Demons Invade He-Man Universe, how they would take the corruption, that kind of shit.
I'm not doing that one.
Yeah, I know. That's the one we told him would be a conversation for like after the stream.
Hysteria and Morlock has got a good one right now.
Well, no, I'm not. I mean, I guess people who come to the stream get rewarded more than people that don't. But the reason why I'm not talking about it is because I'm making a video about it next week.
Also got World of Darkness versus Doom Invasion for $5, and Commander Shepard versus Master Chief for $2.
Ooh.
You guys would need to know your guys' side that you're going to be arguing on when you come in. Make sure you know that.
World of Darkness versus Doom.
I like Commander Shepard.
You already do that in a video?
What's World of Darkness? No.
Darkness. What's his face?
World of Darkness is a tabletop game. I did The Darkness. It's a comic book. World of Darkness, I believe, is a tabletop. That's with the werewolves and vampires and shit, right? Am I wrong?
I don't know. We'll wait for.
Oh, I have a rudimentary knowledge of the setting in general. Yes, you are right.
Okay. Yeah, it's like the fucking
if it's
vampire.
Rudimentary knowledge,
it's like it's like Vampire the Masquerade and shit. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, versus Doom.
Shaggy, don't tell me what to do.
I mean, I don't know how powerful the World of Darkness is, but I mean, he paid $5, so he comes.
The person who suggested it also said that they only have a rudimentary understanding of the setting.
Oh, World of Darkness? Oh, well, then no.
Yeah.
There's no. Well, no.
So if he only has a rudimentary understanding, then it's not deep enough for proper debate.
No.
Mr. Mike Hawk paid another $2. He wants to say if he does the Commander Shepard versus Master Chief, he wants to be on the Shepard side.
Fuck. Okay, because I was gonna be on Shepard's side. Okay, so
Dan can do the debate as
one of you two who like Halo can do.
I can argue for Master Chief.
Okay. So yes, we can do a Commander Shepard versus Master Chief. If we get
let me turn my phone off so I'm not playing games while you do this.
If we can do a 2v2, I can actually join Mike on the Commander Shepard side.
I'll probably
I can do a 2v1.
2v1.
I'll probably. If Dan really needs me, I can tap in, but I'll probably sit this one out because I just did one.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't actually.
Alpha Wolf says that he can chime in for Master Chief. Sure.
Okay. Sure.
I have no issue with it. Just make sure that when you come up here, your mic is working, and that it's decent quality. Mike, that goes for you too.
Yeah. All right. So help everybody come up. Whoever.
Alpha Wolf, I'm going to need your Discord name. Mike, you too. Discord name, in the chat, please.
Oh, you don't want to say Mike's full name? Why not?
Because I don't need to talk about Mike Cock.
Aw. That's small, huh?
This shit has already been.
Not what my girlfriend said, but.
This shit has for sure already been demonetized, so.
Oh, 100%. I mean, was there any swearing in the first 7 seconds?
There was not swearing in the first 7 seconds.
But it doesn't matter because Nigatron came up, and he's just his name. I mean, and then when I was saying his name, I wasn't saying Tron. I was just calling him Nigga because that's his name. And it was just like, yep, this is immediately fucking.
I'm in the audio. You don't have to donate $2 every time. We can see you.
Alden,
Alden,
if you ever tell anyone that they don't have to donate, I will boot you. You will never come back.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear you.
All right, first off, it's not small, you fuck.
Wait, what?
No, he was talking about mine.
Yeah, he was talking about it.
Oh, okay. I just want to be sure.
Okay.
Also, Rouga.
Yeah, what's up?
Were you the one who moved Victimtron earlier, like from the stage?
Yeah, it was just getting crowded, and he wasn't saying anything.
Okay.
So I just moved him
Because he
down.
messaged me like 6 different times.
Why'd you kick me?
In general, and in like the YouTube chat, and in this chat here, he just kept adding me.
I didn't kick him. I just moved him. He can jump back in. But we had at the time we had like 6 people in here, and he was muted, not saying anything. So I just cleared up some fucking space. It's fine.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Also, I'm sorry. No, I also kicked him because he changed his name to something that
Victimtron.
was just as no. He changed it again. It was like fuck something, then Victimtron.
Oh yeah, it was fuck Goku.
And it was like, are you not getting the idea that I am trying to not get demonetized? But he changed, like, it's he's not being particularly helpful with that. But whatever, it is what it is. Okay,
All
so
right, Doug Pumper, Edward, mic checks. Edward, I'm pretty sure you're good. Doug Pumper, mic check.
all right, so yeah,
Hi, I'm here. How do I sound?
sound fine.
All right, you sound good.
Sweet.
All right, so that is then you get Edward and Ruga versus me and Doug.
Yep.
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 All right, this is gonna be fun.
Okay, so
Oh shit.
go ahead. Well, well, I guess Ed, it was your thing. So
Edward's thing, and he paid for it. He
Yep.
paid $6.
start the debate.
All right. If I'm gonna be honest, the one thing I've noticed about Master Chief is that he has no defense against anything revolving around what's it called? Telekinesis. Since we've seen that, yeah, because we've seen the Didact be able to pick him up with these. So I'm assuming that if we were going with Commander Shepard, I would assume Commander Shepard with biotics will be able to handle Master Chief without much of an issue because he can clearly deal with Master Chief because he has no defense against biotics. So it would be your defense for that.
Counterpoint, Technomancy, which is what you're using as Commander Shepard's telepathy, is going to be far less powerful than Forerunner tech, which is what the Didact was using.
Wait.
So
You're saying no. First off, it's not telepathy, it's telekinesis, but it's also not technomancy. The telekinesis, well, I'm not really sure 100% what he's talking about when he says telekinesis, because Master Chief doesn't have telekinesis. But what Master Chief does have is the ability.
He's talking about how the Didact picked up Master Chief.
No, but he's saying that as in he would be that Master Chief wouldn't have a defense for the stuff that Master Chief does. Master Chief does not have telekinesis. What Master Chief does is he can affect space and gravity. So he essentially can make Master Chief just float through the air, weightless if he wants, just completely helpless. He can trap him in stasis. He can do a lot of stuff that he's right about the part where he says that Master Chief doesn't really have a defense for it. It's not technomancy. He's actually controlling like fundamental forces of the universe, like space.
The Dark Matter, from
yeah.
Element Zero.
Yeah.
Those controls that he exerts are never for more than 10 seconds?
Doesn't have to be anymore. Well, it increases depending on how many levels you put in the thing, but it doesn't matter how long it is because his weapons are strong enough to put down Master Chief once he's helpless. Master Chief has several ways of making. Shepard has several ways of making Master Chief completely helpless.
And to add into that point as well, like in the game, it's usually for gameplay measures as to why it's like so limited. But when we go to the story and canon, it could go as far as as it can go. Like take Miranda for example. Like we don't ever see her do a barrier in the collector ship, but she doesn't do it like in combat, but she does in the collector ship. So I'm assuming that every biotic can do something that normally we wouldn't see in combat. That's why I'm like, well, if he can technically just lift them up with his biotics, why wouldn't he?
So as a counter to that, if they aren't seen ever doing it in combat in their own canon, it clearly implies that it takes either too much effort or it takes too much setup, in which case it wouldn't be practical to use in combat. Hence why you only ever see it done outside of combat or in cutscenes. So yes, it's a possibility, but it's not something that they can just actively do. The other thing is, we see people in Mass Effect able to move through like the gravity being slowed down. We see people able to ignore the stasis. So what's to say
do not. When do
yes,
we?
do.
When?
Enemies who can 100% resist your stasis.
What game are you talking about? No, they cannot. They cannot. Yeah, that is not. There is not resisting. You have certain biotic users who have certain abilities, but that is not. No one resists the biotics unless you have power over biotics. That's not something you could. You can't out-strengthen a fucking time stasis. You can't out-strengthen having gravity stripped from your being. That's not something that can happen.
So and to then add into that point in Mass Effect 1, even with biotics and the opponent being like shielded, where you're still able to lift them up without a problem. So where's the counter to that?
So the two things I can see. Yeah, the two things I can see for Master Chief that he has, one's a bit more abstract and probably not even relevant. But one thing is, doesn't biotics have like a travel time and isn't it visible whenever the ability is used?
Depends.
Like doesn't
depends on the throw is a projectile and it does have a speed, but stasis is not a projectile, and the I fucking forgetting the name of it. The black hole that sucks people into it doesn't have one.
Singularity.
Singularity. Thank you. Singularity doesn't have one. The one that steals your gravity and makes you float, that doesn't have a projectile. Most of them do not. In fact, if Master Chief used something like a bubble shield or something like that, it would be completely like it wouldn't be useful at all. He'd be able to he can technically he should be able to hit you even underneath your shields, because in the Mass Effect universe you have biotic shields, but you could still hurt somebody. You can go through normal energy shields with biotic abilities.
Yeah, like biotic charge can literally just ram into him.
Yeah, and then you
that's for a follow-up for a Nova.
Yeah, it completely ignores any kind of basic shielding. So really, all he's going to have for defense is his armor. And no, he wouldn't have his armor either. Because in Mass Effect, the biotic abilities also ignore armor. You have to have biotic shielding to defend against biotic abilities.
I wasn't really thinking so much that
you're
tank
falling into
anything.
your own trap there, because like you've said this 1,000 times in your videos and 1,000 more times in your debates. Just because in one universe Mass Effect biotics go through Mass Effect energy shields doesn't mean that they would necessarily go through Halo shields.
Yes, but you would have to. Yes, but I only
Halo shield though. To be fair, shields
Yeah,
is still
the
shield.
Halo
It doesn't
shields
matter.
are based off of re-engineered Forerunner technology, which is definitely superior to what Mass Effect has. And Forerunners were to a point where they could literally manipulate matter and energy across the galaxy.
Okay, but you would have to give an example of those shields negating fucking space and time being manipulated on the other side of them. You would still have to give evidence for that.
I mean,
correct me if I'm wrong.
That's the second point that I didn't get to bring up, was that the Librarian did give him a odd defense against the Didact's abilities to just disintegrate and manipulate people with his abilities. But I did bring that up as something that could be thrown out, because I don't know how relatable the Didact's mind abilities are to Mass Effect's biotics.
They're not mental abilities.
But I gotta ask, you guys are saying that the Halo shields are supposed to be stronger than the ones in Mass Effect, but didn't the shielding technology for the UNSC came from a Jackal shield, wrist shield? So
That's
how
where
would that
started,
be?
But they eventually started getting their hands on Forerunner technology themselves, and incorporating more Covenant technology as the war progressed. It started that, but it got better as time went on.
And to build on that, starting in the first game, you actually had a shield and a health bar, which is because the shield technology that you had at that point wasn't nearly as advanced as it has become. And throughout the stories of the games, you actually see shield technology jumps leaps and bounds as soon as the Arbiter joins with Master Chief, and as soon as you start getting Covenant technology to build in with UNSC technology, because all of that stuff is so far advanced because of the golden age of humanity, the Covenant, and the Forerunners, because the I forget what the name of the era is, but anyway, the era where before all their technology ended up collapsing and falling to the level it's at now was so advanced that Mass Effect probably wouldn't have even stood a chance. So the fact that they are now using Forerunner shielding again means that they are getting back to that point. And Forerunner shielding, as we stated, has a lot of hidden abilities. It can resist Forerunner guns, which are literally set to incinerate any living matter it comes into contact with. And it's supposed to incinerate any type of energy shield as well. But you can see Master Chief's shield resisting that Forerunner tech. So there is nothing to say specifically that Master Chief wouldn't be held down by the stasis, but there's nothing specifically stating that he would be, because we've seen him get hit with a gravity hammer and still keep coming. And a gravity hammer has gravity altering effects.
Yes,
if you hit someone properly, he dies.
Yes, but you have to hit them with it. This is the thing. You're equating two different things that aren't the same. Okay. Oh, it either does or it doesn't.
And to add into that, the warp is it burns through armor as well. So are we just gonna ignore that just because Master Chief has Mjolnir? No, this is an effect that the warp has. And not only that, like there are weapons within, you know, the universe of Mass Effect that can pierce through armor in innate, like just by itself without needing the ammo, like the piercing ammo color. It would most likely be Black Widow, Executioner, and the N7 Crusader. There is weapons within the Mass Effect universe that can pierce the Mjolnir.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. See, the thing that I see for Master Chief though work in his favor, and it's not so much the technology or his durability, it's how much faster and more intense he tends to fight in comparison to what you see with the Mass Effect universe. Master Chief tends to be flying through enemies in their ranks at incredible speeds, reacting to numerous things coming his way, and responding precise and coordinated, like as Spartans do. And what the chance that I see for Master Chief is that I don't know if Master Shepard could effectively react to Master Chief's insane explosive reactions or abilities. And even some of his abilities, they don't fully. I think there are some biotic abilities which could full on stun lock Master Chief, but not all of them just straight hold him in place. If Master Chief can still move and fight, and he's at the very least spend in the air, he can still shoot back and fend back. And there are different, and his shielding and whatnot will not protect him from the biotics, but the projectiles and things used to kill him will be capable of being stopped with shields.
Oh yeah, there's actually an ability in Biotics that it's called Stasis that would hold them in place, and even Krogans have trouble getting out of it, and they're like the toughest fucking beings in Mass.
Yeah, it's also you say that Master Chief can like just mow down a bunch of dudes, but you also have to look at the power levels of the series as a whole. In Halo, Spartans are top of the food chain in terms of on a battlefield. I mean, obviously there's the didactic stuff, but when you're talking about a battlefield, Spartans are like up there. They're the elites of the elite. Your average soldier isn't that strong. It's basically a game about Master Chief mowing through a superhuman, mowing through a bunch of non-superhumans. In Mass Effect, the average
not even humans.
Yeah, but I know it's just a power. It's just a basic power level. Like, yeah, you have some of the Covenant who are like the elites and stuff, or not, are they called elites? The fucking dudes who look like Arbiter. Yeah, those guys.
They're the Thing Haley.
Yeah, they're stronger. They can do some stuff. I'm not saying that there aren't powerful people, but a lot of the dudes that Master Chief is fighting against are just regular dudes. In Mass Effect, there are a lot of biotics, and he's fighting against Krogan, and he's fighting against Turians. He's fighting against other alien species that are significantly stronger than regular humans. The technology is also arguably not certain things, like the AI technology in Halo is definitely better, but
hackings are more in our we have better hacking, hands down.
I would say
actually. Oh yeah, Cortana is a rogue.
or
an AI. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
but we have Cortana. We have better hacking.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
also don't think
you look funny. Okay.
Well, to be fair, you don't necessarily have better hacking, because the hacking in Mass Effect is actually capable of hacking into anything, even things that don't have a wireless connection. It is a hacking that is superior to that of normal science fiction hacking. And the defense that they have against, like, you have things like the Geth, who could basically do the exact same thing that Cortana can do. I don't really. I mean, maybe you'd have to tell me exactly what Cortana can do that would prove that it's better than some of the insanely advanced AI. I mean, the main villain of the game are the Reapers, who are machine gods. So it's like you'd have to tell me exactly what you'd have to tell me exactly what Cortana could do that would make her a better AI.
And you have to deal with the Quarrens, and they're known for their hacking abilities.
Yeah.
No. We don't have to deal with the Quarrens or any of that. We have to deal with Commander Shepard.
No. It's not a universe. It's not a universe versus universe debate. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, Doug.
This just got a little fun.
I don't understand. Also, like his experience against biotic abilities. I guess that is an experience effect, but it doesn't really help him too much against Master Chief specifically because he doesn't use that, but also using the referring to the Turians and Krogans as being like really tough aliens to fight against. I wouldn't say that they themselves, like outside of biotics, would be that much different in comparison to brutes and elites, as well as hunters and all the different aliens in Halo. Because if you read the books, like even the grunts are an absolute nightmare. They will like show up in hordes like savage dogs. I have a book right here that I just read about, and they will.
Grunts are essentially Zerg Rush for Halo.
Yeah.
But basically, on your side, what you have, like that I don't have a complete counter to, other than maybe like Master Chief's grappling hook, which is a rather powerful tool that he does have, to get him like out of that stasis. But
I don't know about that, dude. Like I agree with you on the grappling hook, but once you're in stasis, you can't do anything.
It's a time. It stops time. Like Cortana and Master Chief, once in stasis, don't even have the ability to think because time isn't moving for them.
They're just,
that's what
they're
stasis
basically
is.
just they're just basically there.
Cortana has been seen thinking in areas that time has technically stopped.
Stopped or no?
Cortana.
Stopped or time doesn't exist. Those are two different things.
Stopped.
Okay,
not
in frozen time. In frozen time. Okay.
Cortana can think in frozen time.
Okay,
but
I'll give you that.
Cortana is busted as fuck.
Okay, but I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But that doesn't really help the situation unless she can somehow get Master Chief out of stopped time. It's not going to matter.
So
like she would have to kickstart time.
Survivability. He has different overshields which he could help, which would help against projectiles, and armor lock, which helped him survive coming into orbit. I mean, to an extent, he had a piece of debris he was holding on to when that happened. But
yes.
If Cortana
he used the debris to take the brunt of re-entry. But my question is actually, the biotics are they a bioweapon or are they a cybernetic weapon?
From whatever
they're implants. They're implants. They're implants.
So they're cybernetic.
They're technology that nobody understands because it's technology that was created by the Reapers. Reaper. It is. I mean, it was. I mean, all the Mass Effect relays and all that stuff, biotics, all of that technology came from the Mass Effect relays. It was made using, I want to say, dark matter or something like that. But
no, it's Element Zero. Yeah, you're right on the money.
Somewhere, yeah. And so none of the species actually really know 100% how it works. But the Reapers
no, actually the Asari did know a little bit more about it because their
but no one
fully was filled with Element Zero.
Yeah, but no one fully understands it. That's what they're all that's the whole plot of the games is that the Reapers left the mass relays so that they control what technological path all of organic life goes down. And it's been stated multiple times throughout the trilogy that no one really understands how the mass relays work. And if the mass relays get shut down, no one can build new ones. And that's an ongoing theme. That's why people were so mad about there's a lot of reasons that people were mad about the Mass Effect 3 ending, but one of the reasons was that the fucking mass relays shut down at the end, and everyone's just going to be trapped where they are because they can't build new ones. Like, that was a big deal when the game ended. People were like, so everyone's just going to starve to death and die on Earth? But, so I can't 100% tell you whether or not it's biological. I know that they're implants that are put inside of soldiers, and it allows them to control fundamental forces of the universe in small. But I don't really think it matters whether it was biological or technological.
No,
the outcome's the same.
Yeah. It does matter here because, as I told you before, Cortana has been seen thinking in stopped time, and Cortana can interact with things if they are cybernetic, despite not being directly linked. We have seen her open doors into
the issue with that, they are implants, but the issue with that is that they're not something that can be hacked into. Like, what an implant is kind of like, an implant's just something that's put inside of your body. So there, like, for instance, when you're hacking, you could fuck with other characters who are hacking and using technology. When you're hacking in the game, you cannot hack biotics. There's nothing. That concept isn't even a thing that is ever spoken of or talked about, or it's not an issue. It's not a thing. So I can't really answer that question to you necessarily, but I don't know why she would be able to control biotic powers. I don't get how she'd be able to do that.
With what Cortana can
tech component to the biotic powers, she wouldn't be able to. Like, that's just case in point. my thing was, if they did have a tech component, she would likely be able to interact with them, and in
What's
that case, she
yeah.
could nullify.
define
But
define
You-
tech define
okay.
tech component, because fire
Okay,
is
hold up.
technology. So you would
Okay,
have to
hold up.
say what you mean by tech.
like
Alright.
a digital tech component, like the heads-up display on Commander Shepard's guns for when he scopes in.
So it has to be a computer.
It would have to be something that she would be able to interact with. Like Cortana can interact with a flip phone. It doesn't have to be a smart device, but it has to be a device.
So electronic would be accurate?
Yes.
Because that's how
Anything
I
No.
look at it.
Okay.
No,
okay,
because
now let
then
me-
she'd
let
be
me-
able to
let me-
shut. So you're saying she could shut down a lawnmower?
Yes.
No.
Well, she's been
Okay,
seeing,
but let
like,
me- let me-
literally, Master
No,
Chief
no, no,
has
no, no,
held
no,
out
no,
her
no, let
chip.
me
Okay.
let me say something. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but like
No, go ahead.
Yeah, you're fine.
I will admit that Cortana has like really good hacking abilities, but she cannot hack an implant. That's something you just can't do in in the universe of Mass Effect. Specifically, especially if it's just manipulating dark energy, not something that Cortana can do. She's an AI.
Well,
She has no
I've
idea what the hell that
Never
is.
even-
I already conceded that point. My
Oh,
thing
okay,
is, if the implant had a any sort of electronic component part of it, she can shut down the implant. Not necessarily interact with the effects the implant gives the person, but just shut it down so that they can't activate it. But from what you guys are saying, it sounds, and from what I can find on some quick researching of Mass Effect, it seems like it's a bio component. It's not a electronic component that
Well,
is
look,
being implanted.
we know we're not sure. They're just called bionic implants. I mean, we know that the Asari can do it naturally. It's biological for them, and then we know that all of the other humans can't. All the other races can't do it without some form of assistance, and that assistance is called the bionic implants. What consists of those bionic implants? We're not aware. They don't go into detail about what this fictional technology is all about, because I don't think that the universe as a whole entirely understands it. I do know that Reapers are a combination of biological and technological combination.
Yes.
So
and
it's
Cortana wreak havoc on the Reapers.
yeah. So well, I don't know about that. The Reaper War, that's a different conversation. But I mean,
Conversation entirely. That's Halo versus Mass Effect.
That's
not
a totally
Halo.
different. Yeah, that's a totally different conversation. But yeah, as of right now, I'm gonna say
Commander,
there is not enough information on the biotic implants for you to say that Cortana can control them until we find out what the biotic implants truly are.
Okay, and I'll concede that point. Master Chief's, or so if Commander Shepard were to put Master Chief into stasis, like I said, and like my research has turned up, depending on which game, the stasis lasts differently, and that's based on the combat in the game. But it does take a lot of power to use stasis. So if Commander Shepard were to get Master Chief into stasis, he would not be able to hold that indefinitely.
He doesn't have to hold it indefinitely. 10 seconds is plenty of time for him to kill a target.
Not only that, Commander Shepard does have ammo abilities. So if he needs to take down Master Chief's shield, he can use a disruptor ammo. Boom, shield's gone.
Do you need line of sight? Not too sure about that one, Edward, but I'll come back to that. Do you need line of sight to activate the biotic abilities?
Certain abilities, some yes, some no. Some work behind cover.
For example, biotic charge Sorry, go ahead.
I was just wanting to know how stasis itself, does that need a line of sight, and can you miss?
Specifically, is that line of sight?
I don't remember specifically. I know you don't need a line of sight for throw. You don't need a line of sight for biotic charge, because you'll actually phase through shit to hit people.
Actually, you don't then. Because it's immediate once it happens.
You don't need one for the gravity one, which I'm slipping. I'm trying to think of if you need one for stasis. I would assume not, because the ones that I can remember, you don't need a line of sight to use. So I'm assuming that you probably don't need a line of sight to use that one either.
The only one I could think of that does need a line of sight would have to be the biotic charge, but that's only because you're going into them.
I thought the biotic charge you actually can go through their barrier and hit them. You phase through it almost. Am I misremembering that?
I think you are because I just played it recently. You
Okay.
just ram into him. Yeah.
Okay, because I thought I could have swore like I'm thinking of that one level in Mass Effect 2 where you have to get Jack and Jack's locked up, and I remember I was fighting the big ass fucking robot dude. You got to fight in that little area where the bridge is, and from the bridge,
Yeah.
I'm almost positive I biotic charged down from the bridge down into him, going through the railing.
Oh, you can do yeah, that is a thing you can do. Yes.
But he went through the railing, like the railing was
Yeah,
in
he
the
went
way,
through-
and
yeah,
the railing did not
yeah.
break. You just go straight through it. So I don't think that you have to. I think you can just do it no matter where you are.
But that's only if you lock onto him.
Oh,
I
so you
a
have
thing
to.
add.
This is a 2v2 debate. It's
Oh,
not,
okay.
yeah,
I was just gonna clarify because I was playing Mass Effect earlier.
Up here.
I know which ones like ignore cover and which ones don't.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So it's the biotic charge doesn't, because you're going like you run at somebody, it will stop you if you run at them. Like cover will stop you.
Okay.
And then the only other one that is blocked by cover is I'm trying to remember what its name is. It's the one where you like send out a pulse and it like launches them up really high.
Is that the gravity one? That's the gravity one, right?
No, there's
Singularity
pull,
or shockwave.
is the gravity one.
Oh,
And then there's this one
shockwave?
that's
It's
called,
not
like,
shockwave.
Shockwave, yeah.
It's shockwave?
Shockwave can go through. Yes, I forgot about that. God damn it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then all the other ones go through. So all of the ones that are going to stop Master Chief and essentially make him helpless are going to go through any sort of cover.
Well, is it possible
Again,
for it
do
to...
you need to be able to see the target to do that? Like even I'm not.
Why
talking about,
wouldn't
like,
Why
or,
wouldn't
like,
he be able to see him? I don't understand.
Like cloaking tech.
Well, the
Cloaking
thing is,
tech.
Master Chief
No.
runs around at such insane speeds when he fights. Like
Well,
every
that
part.
too, but, like, cloaking tech.
Cloaking tech exists
yes.
in Mass
Shepard.
Effect. Cloaking tech
Yes,
exists
that
in
is a
Mass
thing,
Effect.
yes.
Yeah, it exists in Mass Effect. You could still attack people who are cloaked.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the thing that I see for Master Chief's favor is insane speed, in that he can, as soon as he notices Master Shepard moving for any kind of attack or threat, especially with the assistance of Cortana analyzing him, he could move in at least faster than Master Shepard is used to any enemy moving.
Not at all.
Who else moves at that speed?
Well, for one, their bullets fire at near light speed. All of their guns fire at near light speed.
Yeah, because they have mini mass relays.
Yeah, in the show, there was actually multiple animated movies where characters are shown dodging.
Even if the bullet. So sorry, I'm sorry. Continue.
No, I was saying people in there's been a couple of animated movies, and in all of them, characters are shown dodging them after they're fired. There's also the fact that Master Chief is actually not human. He is a cyborg. He is enhanced, and he is stated to be faster and stronger and more durable than a normal human being.
He's not a cyborg.
He's capable of headbutting and like actually harming a Krogan. Krogans are very durable.
Shepard. You said Master Chief again.
Oh yeah, dude. I was like, why are you siding with Master Chief?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been talking about Shepard this whole time. He's a cyborg.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know. That he's sorry. I was about to do it again. Commander Shepard is he is a cyborg. He can headbutt Krogans and actually harm them. He's faster, stronger, everything. And the animated movies, which I believe there's been more than one, show that they are capable of dodging the bullets that they fire after they are fired, and they go nearly light speed. Basically Shepard has everything that he needs to take out Master Chief. He could stun lock him in several different ways, in ways that he cannot defend against. He should be just as fast, or at least fast enough to react to Master Chief without too much issues. His gun actually will shoot at the strength level that it needs to get through its target. So this is something I haven't brought up a lot in videos or anything, but
kind of have.
I have? Okay. I don't remember if I actually brought it up. But the guns essentially will alter the strength of their bullet. They will sense how strong it needs to be to go through its target, and then it will alter its speed and power in order to get through that target. The only limiter that the guns have is the person holding the gun. So if the gun has to fire at such a power that it will like shatter your arms, then you won't be able to do it. However, Shepard's arms are stronger than Krogan arms, and he's capable of firing Krogan weapons, which no human is capable of doing, because
The Claymore,
it will shatter your arm. And that I believe that machine gun you get in 2, the really big one that has terrible aim, but it's awesome. It's like the best gun in the game. I love it. There's a one section.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, you get a chance. You get a choice in the second game to pick one of 3 guns, and you only get one of them, and all 3 of them are awesome. And I believe the shotgun is a Krogan gun. I think that's the Claymore you're talking about. And the machine gun that you can get I believe is also stated to be upgraded to the point that it cannot be fired by a human being. And he could fire all of these guns perfectly fine, which means he should. I mean, as long as his arms don't break from the force, it should provide enough force in order to get through Master Chief's armor and harm him. That doesn't even include the different ammo types that are specifically designed to get through different armors, which he can swap out mid-combat. So even if he couldn't get through, like I said, he has attacks that could just straight up ignore the shields and go right through them. But even if he didn't have that, he has specific bullets that are meant to get through energy shields, specific bullets that are meant to get through, that are shredder ammo that's meant to shred through armor, warp ammo that actually affects space, that rips through armors and stuff specifically to get into Master Chief and kill him. Like I said, basically, God damn it, Commander Shepard he just has a far larger variety of ways to kill Master Chief than Master Chief has of him. Physical superiority and a good AI is not enough.
I disagree with the far larger variety. Master Chief can fire any weapon, be it Covenant, Forerunner, Flood, or UNSC.
Sure, but they're just
from
guns.
His own universe.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
The same thing for I could say the same thing for Commander Shepard. He can use all the weapons in the Mass Effect universe,
but
and use any of the tech.
But him universe come down to having.
Wait. Let one person. No, you're good.
Dan.
Yeah, Dan and then Doug. Go ahead.
So all of the weapons in the Mass Effect universe come down to basically the same thing. They all have a mini mass relay in them, and they all get stronger to the point that they can destroy your opponent. Okay, Commander Shepard being the only person who can fire those particular makes is impressive, but it's not the same as in the Halo universe, where Master Chief can pick up a Forerunner gun, which does shoot faster than light because it is shooting light beams, and it shoots them with increased velocity, which I don't understand because the speed of light is supposed to be the speed limit of the universe.
Well, increased velocity doesn't mean that it's faster than light. It would have to say that it's faster than light. Like if
no, it's literally shooting a light beam with
with a gun versus projectile speed.
Yeah, but if you're saying if you're saying that it's a gun that shoots lasers at increased velocity, that just means that that could just mean that it's a faster velocity than guns that don't shoot lasers. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's faster than light.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I had something in the back of my throat.
Yeah, no, you're good, Alden. No, it is specifically stated in Forerunner technology that they shoot faster than light.
Okay, so it is specifically stated. Fair enough.
Yes, it is specifically stated because Forerunner technology is all about like literally incinerating things, and honestly, Forerunner shotguns are fucking awesome to play with. I love them.
Dude, yes. Oh my god, they're the best.
Like, just picking up a Forerunner shotgun, nothing feels better than running through just a group of elites with a Forerunner shotgun. But Forerunner shotguns also ignore all shields, all armor on a lot of those heavier enemies that are just ridiculous to deal with because, again, they're just insane. So these weapons that Master Chief has access to, and honestly, the UNSC shotgun's also fun, but the weapons that Master Chief has access to give him the same kind of abilities to kill someone as Shepard. Now, I do grant that because Shepard has those biotic abilities, he likely does win in the end, just because of those biotic abilities. But I wouldn't say it wouldn't be a much closer fight if Shepard didn't have those. And Doug, I'll let you finish this up because I gotta run for a minute.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. The other thing I want to mention is that Master Chief has access to equipment from both the Covenant and UNSC as well, and he also, which would be able to help because he has some things like the gravity lift, shields, and flares, which can be used to blind. I don't know what else there is, but how I can also see that helping is if Shepard were to use any biotic or stasis ability to stun Master Chief would have a reaction have a chance to perform an action in that moment, in which case Shepard would be disoriented in some way by the equipment deployed or the weapon used against him.
You
So
wouldn't have
it would
time.
be
You wouldn't have
quick
time.
draw,
You
essentially.
wouldn't. Like I said,
wait,
these
wait,
aren't.
wait, Rouga.
What?
Let me try this time. Let me try.
Alright, go ahead.
Yeah, like let's say he does do the flash, right? If Commander Shepard really needs assistance, he can just call a combat drone or a sentry tank just to keep Master Chief content until he does either an overload to fuck up his shields and his armor, mind you.
I mean,
And then he has nothing else to do.
Well,
or he can just go cloak and just go away.
I mean, Master Chief also has access to a Forerunner drone that he could use from Halo 4, as well as a Forerunner shield he could deploy. The whole thing that I think this comes down to is one decisive move, because they're both very quick, and Master Chief has shown to be able to have that speed and ability to perform like full actions really quickly.
Are we doing a Western showdown between these two now?
Well,
it's just how it would come down.
Well,
it's
no,
just how it would
but
logically come down.
Like I said, a lot of the biotic abilities, most of them, other than throw, are not projectiles. So
yeah,
there's no. What are you gonna? It's instant. That's not. You don't have time. Like, what are you gonna do? You're being locked.
Does Master Shepard have to move his hands or do something before it's in effect? Because last I checked, every biotic ability he makes a motion.
Yeah, it's a little fucking hand motion, but I mean, like, what is that? It's a hand motion that causes an instant effect. So
yeah,
what exactly?
Then that's what I'm saying. Since Master Chief has not only his own reaction time and the assistance of Cortana, we're doing this like an analyze two opponents who see each other, like who's gonna make the first move. The millisecond that Master Shepard moves, Chief's gonna move. He's not gonna just sit there and wait. Hey, what's he gonna do with this? No, he's moving. I'm moving. So he's gonna probably do something. I'm attacking or I'm deploying. Master Shepard would still have to be affected in some way after the first.
You're saying that with the assumption that Master Chief is significantly faster with a significantly better reaction time than Commander Shepard has, but Commander Shepard and characters in the universe who are less powerful than Commander Shepard are capable of dodging weapons that are going not the speed of light, but a percentage of the speed of light. He's fast as fuck, and the idea that Master Shepard is just so ungodly fast and amazing that literally no one can make a move against him without being immediately shot down like it's the Wild West has never actually happened in the series.
I do love this fusion of Commander Shepard and Master Chief.
You heard it too.
Master
God
Shepard.
damn it!
No, it's been you've been saying it. Edward said it a couple times. Master Shepard is the new Shepard.
Master Shepard. No, it's okay. I'm just gonna start saying Shepard and Chief. Just avoid the titles entirely. Yeah. No.
And to add for Ruka, like if Commander Shepard really needs a little bit of a boost, he can just use Adrenaline Rush.
He ain't
slow. Yeah, he ain't slow either.
Adrenaline Rush makes time move to a fraction of its speed, and then you could just kind of move freely around, and not frozen time, but very, very slow time.
It also increases his precognition as well, so there's that.
Yeah. Does that one have like a hand signal or anything, or does he just activate?
No, it's immediate. It's immediate.
Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah. So it just happens. I don't know if it's built into his suit or it's just a power he can activate.
I actually am reading the codex pages right now. I loaded on the Mass Effect so I could help you guys with like the lore and
You're
stuff.
not supposed to do that. It's a 2v2 debate. You're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to argue ourselves.
I don't know. I was already doing it before, so.
Okay. So
do you want it or not?
No, I don't want it. It's a 2v2 debate.
I want to hear it.
Okay, fine. Say what you want to say.
All right. So it's built into like the spine section of his suit. It's like injectors, and they just inject like adrenaline into him.
There you go.
And yeah.
So not even emotion. So not even emotion.
Okay, yeah.
So even after characters who are not as fast as him are capable of dodging bullets that are going a fraction of the speed of light, he can then go significantly faster than that by basically slowing down perception of the time and shit. The idea that Master Chief is just going to blitz the fuck out of him is not going to happen. He's fast as fuck. Master Chief is very fast.
Anthony Leon has said in chat, he goes, Spartans have Spartan time to compare with your
power that you just mentioned.
No, I'm not saying that Master Chief is faster. God damn it. I'm not saying that Shepard is faster. I'm saying that the idea that Chief is just going to immediately blitz him because he's so much faster is not true.
Well, I don't want you to get the idea that's what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say is that there's a fighting chance because with Master
Cheeks, what?
Nobody can get the names, dude. Ed called me Ruka a little while ago. Like, we're just getting all the names wrong. I don't know what's going on.
Just a fun game of tongue
Commander
twister.
Chief?
But Shepard's abilities to immobilize Chief in any ways he can, Master Chief wouldn't be able to just blitz and win the fight, but Master Chief would be able to have a response in that situation before it takes before his motion or the effect would take in place, either one is relevant.
Not a response that would matter.
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't matter on what Master Chief's response will be. It just the biotic is just immediate after that. There's nothing he can do.
Like if Shepard wanted to, he can look around a wall with one eye, peers, see where he is, then go right back across the wall, and then use a biotic ability and freeze him immediately without Master Chief even having a clear line of sight to him. Like, there's so many ways. Like I said, there's just so many ways. Like, his guns will get through Master Chief's shit faster than Master Chief's will get through Shepard's guns. He has better ways of stun locking him. He's arguably just as fast. I'm not gonna say he's faster. Again, I'm not really sure how fast Master Chief is. I know he has a fast reaction time. I've never seen him dodge light, and it seems like a lot of people argue that he's about the same speed as like a Space Marine. It was like they can run 60 miles an hour or something. So
Rouga, I can give you a reaction time if you want one real quick for Master Chief, just so you have a rough ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's in the nanosections. I'm sure it's fast as fuck. But it doesn't matter what his reaction time is if his physical body can't move that fast.
Well, he was able to backhand a tank round from a Scorpion tank.
That's not fast enough.
That was coming at him straight on.
Yeah.
So that was, and because Dan has been gone for a couple minutes, I figured I'd just step in and throw something in for Dan's sake.
Arguably, if that's as fast as feet, Shepard's faster.
Oh, that's without Cortana. Cortana increases him even further.
No, I'm sure it does, but we're talking about comparative to light, and then a tank shell. That is an unfathomable speed difference. That's not kind of close. That's not. They're not even comparable.
Okay, Anthony Leon says in the books he has dodged particle beams from the Monitor, which is also they're also filled with antimatter.
After it was fired.
Leon, this is you saying it. Was it after it was fired, or was he just dodging because it was pointed at him?
Because that matters. They fired because in Mass Effect.
When it was fired.
When it was fired or before.
No.
Like
Muzzle
when
moves.
or after that. This is the thing this is what's important, because when someone shoots something at you, you can be reacting to the person who's firing it and them pulling the trigger, or you could be reacting to it after it's fired. There have been times
says during as it was fired. So
as it was fired. So you can be reacting to the person who is firing it, because there is an animated Mass Effect movie where we see multiple characters dodging after the bullets are fired, flying towards them. This happens a couple of times across multiple animated. I believe it's more than one animated movie. I might have to double check on that one, but it's a couple of them. And yeah, so
could that be? Is that author's intent for them to be that fast, or just like an animation, just like they just quickly threw it on there? I don't want to be insulting with it.
No, I mean it's possible. It's possible. I mean, I guess I'm not gonna try to predict what the developers were trying to do, or not the developers, the fucking animators or whatever. Yeah, what they were trying to do at the time that they were trying to do it. We do know that the character is extremely fast. I mean, that's. I mean, there's a point. Okay, so you look at one universe and they show them dodging this stuff, and you look at another universe and they say, okay, he has this reaction speed. I don't see a reason jumping out at me that we would take one as factual and the other one as not. I mean, seeing it happen in front of your face. I mean, I guess you could make the argument that that's the case and that it wasn't. I mean, I make that argument for Helldivers all the time, that just because you could see the lasers flying at you and dodge out of it in gameplay doesn't mean that's actually them dodging it. Having said that, though, that's gameplay. This isn't gameplay. This is a movie. So I don't see why that would matter. Besides, when you see how fast he can move when he does things like biotic charge and shit, like Master Chief's not moving faster than biotic charge. No
Yeah,
way.
because technically everything freezes when like everything slows down and he's like immediately right towards you.
Yeah, it is super fast. He basically moves like relativistic to light. I'm not saying he's light speed, but yeah, I mean, I imagine since it's based on mass relay technology, he's basically turning himself into a mass relay projectile. I would have to probably read it more into the lore to see if that's actually what's happening, but it's definitely visually looks like that's what's happening. So, I mean, I just don't see Master Chief winning this. Like in any, like what would Master Chief's win con even be? Even if he could get a shot off at him, even if he could get a shot off and he hits him, he would still have to get through his armor and his biotic shielding and all that kind of stuff to actually hit Shepard. So he would need more than just one shot. He would need to hit him a lot. But Shepard doesn't really need to hit him a lot. Shepard just needs to hit him one time with a solid biotic attack, and it will rip apart his fucking body. And things like warp actually stop you from being able to heal and regenerate. So,
the only win condition is that if Master Chief somehow ended up with his hands on a Forerunner piece of technology, or just maybe a Spartan laser, and I mean I doubt the Spartan laser because it has a charge time, and at any moment that Shepard hits him with the biotic, that Chief just manages to pin him with that shot.
Like, not with a Spartan laser. Spartan laser has a several second charge time.
Yeah,
that wouldn't work.
I love that weapon, but goddamn, it's slow.
It's slow.
Yeah, it's too slow. But with the Forerunner tech that was mentioned before, that could do it, but I don't think that's reliable enough to give Chief like the more consistent win. But it's just a possibility. Like if he had that, and then Shepard goes to hit him with any of his abilities, and he just so happens to be out in the open for Chief to see that he's doing something. He could get hit, and then Chief gets stunned for a second. Ability wears off, and Shepard's just too injured or dead because of that.
And look, it's not like Shepard's a bitch and he'll get knocked out in one hit.
No.
I mean, the dude fought against a Thresher Maw on foot.
Well, we're talking a Forerunner gun, which with their pistols could create massive projectiles that would annihilate like whole battalions of Flood. Like, I'm not saying that Shepard's a bitch. I'm saying that Forerunner tech is just ridiculous.
A totally different situation. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just the thing. It's just that the gun is too situational for Chief to even rely on it, and for the weapons he does have, they don't get to like that crazy size. I just think that I just know that they're enough to injure and harm Shepard with a well-placed shot, under the circumstances that Master Chief sees his opponent about to make an action. Again, I see your point that Shepard wins more often than not, especially if it gets prolonged in any way. I don't see how Chief works around biotics in any capacity.
Yeah, like Master Chief has to do professional, whereas Commander Shepard just has to just try and that's it. He's playing easy mode, whereas Master Chief has to play on like the hardest difficulty.
We also haven't gone over like tactics and skill and things like this. I mean, it is directly stated throughout the lore of Halo that Master Chief is not actually the most skilled or talented of Spartans, but he's the most lucky. Whereas when you look at Master Chief, God damn it, when you look at Commander Shepard, he is like the peak, most badass, most amazing freaking soldier that to have ever existed or will ever exist.
Where he was nominated as a Spectre, yeah.
Yeah, nobody is better than he is. Krogans.
In the Mass setting, yeah.
Yeah, the best of Krogans are not as skilled and as good and as strong as he is. Like, he is the best of the best.
So, Rouga.
Well, I question if Krogans even come to the level of what Brutes have shown, but even then you can say that some of them can even be lethal against Master Chief. I hear your point with Master Chief not being the best tactician.
Oh, luck is his superpower.
That is another thing. If we bring up luck, it's just a superpower at that point. But I feel like that's too memey, in my opinion. But if that's something we deem relevant, then that would mean that Chief would have some chance to whip out something.
So Doug.
Yes.
Chief's whole thing was that when they made him as a Spartan, he was not a great tactician. He was a great fighter. I mean, as all Spartans are, but he didn't excel in any category until they started putting him in impossible situations. he was known as the man you send to do something impossible, not because he's the best, but because he has the highest chance of coming out of it alive.
Yeah,
And
Cortana.
it's not necessarily a meme. It's literally that is how he is.
It's canonical.
He just overcomes.
Yeah, but Cortana has said that he is not, like, he's not particularly skilled in any category as compared to other Spartans, not like compared to your average.
Yeah, because like
Compared to other
Cat was the best sniper. Freaking what's his name? The guy with the skull on his face was actually one of the best like stealth tactician types. Chief was just a jack of all trades, but he was also like it was categorized that because of like his luck is actually a statistical like surety. Like he is like you flip a coin 100 times, he gets it 100 times right.
Yeah,
I did just read that in the book.
Yeah, and it doesn't and it doesn't matter what you do in the games. Shepard is best at everything. Like he is the best at literally anything that he does. Even if you don't,
he's extremely unlucky.
Even well, yeah.
He did die to re-entry, whereas Master Chief did not.
He didn't die to re-entry.
Right.
He didn't die to
He did
re-entry.
too.
No, he didn't.
He had to be resurrected by Cerberus.
It wasn't to re-entry. It was suffocation.
I'm almost certain being charred to a corpse didn't
No,
help with it.
he suffocated. No, he suffocated in space.
Yeah, that was like literally the thing that you see in Mass Effect 2. He's like trying to breathe, and there
was a hole in his suit, and he was suffocating while floating through space. He suffocated to death. And then I don't even know if he landed on a planet. Oh, do we even know if his body landed on a planet? I thought they just found him drifting in space.
We do, but do you want me to say it?
Sure, I guess.
So he actually floats around in orbit. Like when you see him at the end of like the intro of Mass Effect 2, he's like starting to get some fire on him, but he's in orbit the entire time, and then like Liara gets his corpse and all that, and then that gets off to the game.
Yeah, okay. But it's also important to note that he was a dude when that happened. And in Mass Effect 2, he's rebuilt as a cyborg and is actually stated to be better in pretty much every way. So even if you did want to use that, it's you would have to be using a weaker version of the character in order to.
No, I figured that we were using the best version of the characters, which in that case, like, yeah, Master Chief is Jack of all trades, master of none when compared to the other Spartans in his class. Compared to the new Spartan generation that's been kind of paraded around and that like the games have tried to explore, Master Chief outclasses them all in every category because they aren't properly genetically engineered Spartans anymore. They're normal people who are given Mjolnir armor and called a Spartan.
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna say that he was shitty for that, but that's taking a big fish and throwing him into like not a small pond, you know? That's like
the point that I was going to make is that Master Chief, even though he's a jack of all trades when compared to the other Spartans and isn't as good a marksman as Cat, he's still a master marksman in his own right.
Sure.
Like, he's still a master stealth operator. He's still a master tactician. He just doesn't do it as well as other Spartans who were specifically bred for that purpose.
But Shepard is the best of the best in every category. Literally every single one.
No, I do have to ask one thing, and then I'll shut up for good. What about... I know, okay, Master Chief, you're just Master Chief, but Commander Shepard, you're either a Vanguard, you're either a Biotic, you're either a Sniper, you're either... You choose a class.
That is a good point. So we've been arguing this entire time. We've been debating this entire time based on the idea that we're using a composited version of Shepard because Shepard doesn't have a canonical version. Having said that, like I said, as you play through the game, Shepard is still shown to be amazing at basically everything. Like, even if you play, I don't know, what's a Vanguard, right? Who's a Biotic who uses shotguns and pistols. If you go and play Garrus's side quest and you beat Garrus, the best sniper in the game, in a sniping contest, the only way that you could possibly lose is if you willingly choose to lose. Like, he's still shown hacking into things in the story mode. He's still shown doing all of these different things, even if you didn't pick that particular class to do that.
Yeah, Commander Shepard in the universe of Mass Effect is the everyman. He can literally do anything if he puts his mind to it.
Yeah,
except dancing.
Yeah, so there's
what's the height?
Go ahead.
What's the height of these skills being shown in Mass Effect compared to Halo? I guess I want to know. I can't really just pull I can't just say and pull out my ass what they can do because I don't know. But you would have a point if Shepard was that peak soldier in the Halo setting. But how far does his skills go in comparison to the Spartans?
I mean, I guess it would have to depend on the category that you're talking about.
Yeah, can you give it specific?
Yeah, like
would Shepard match Cat in terms of marksmanship? Like, would he be
how good of a How good of a marksman is she?
Cat was Alden, help me out here.
I can give you a joke.
Yeah,
with her gun from probably 5 miles away, she could shoot the dick off a hummingbird.
Okay, but what has she actually done?
So her feats are along that line. Like, she was
several miles away at pinpoint accuracy.
She would snipe pilots out of Covenant flagships from ground. Like, she was that good.
Holy fuck. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's insane.
She pulled that off once with a sniper rifle. It was so the ship, or it wasn't a flagship, sorry. It was a landing ship. It was coming down and she sniped the pilot straight through the head with whilst lying on the ground.
So in this is where it's going to get kind of difficult, because in Mass Effect it's not a particularly cinematic game when it comes to action sequences. So it's mostly in dialogue, and in dialogue you have characters like Garrus, who are basically just hailed as being an amazing sniper who basically never misses. And that's about it. Like I can't give you a specific feat of, okay, here's this thing where he shot. We know that they can shoot. They're really fucking good shots, and like I said, characters like Garrus are stated to straight up like never miss. And he's even better when compared to someone like Legion, who is a AI made up of 3,900 different AIs that are all hyper calculated and are technically perfect at accuracy and calculations. And Garrus is considered the best sniper, not Legion. So I mean, he's better than an AI that should be perfect. So I don't, like I said, I don't know if I can give you like a specific thing that he does that shows like this is how good it is. I can just say he's better than that AI, and Commander Shepard is better than him and that AI. So that's really like, I can't tell you like he shot a bullet through fan blades while they were spinning and bounced it off a wall, and it doesn't really go into all that. It's not, like I said, it's not a cinematic game.
Oh, I know. It's very.
It's dialogue heavy.
Like,
yeah, it's dialogue heavy. But like I said, Garrus is talked about to be someone who has never missed, basically. So he's a good sniper.
So
he's a really good sniper.
Basically, like, we're putting elite of elite Spartans here against Shepard, and he seems to come out to like their level I'm assuming.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm assuming that in the Halo universe, like, if we just plucked Shepard in whatever form you want to take him, and just dropped him beside Master Chief and said, "All right, compete in every metric imaginable," Shepard might pull ahead by a few points, but not by much.
He should. Well, no. If Master Chief does not excel beyond any other Spartan in any particular category, and Shepard is the best of the best in every single category, he should beat him as long as their stats are the same, which I'm not arguing that their stats are the same. But if their stats are the same, Shepard should come on top in all.
Yeah, and Shepard has like leadership role too as well, so he has.
In leadership, I don't think there's even a debate. I think in leadership, it's clear Shepard.
No. In leadership, I can't give that to any Spartan, because no Spartan is really meant to be a leader.
This isn't really a part of it though, because it's a 1v1 fight, so it's not necessarily a factor.
Does Cortana count as someone? Does Cortana count as a person in that?
Tactics might be a part of it. Like if Shepard has better tactics, then it's possible that even if even if Chief would have come on top normally, that Shepard would still overcome simply because he's just better at tactics.
So that's actually a very important question. Does Cortana count as equipment or as a party member?
Well, he would have if Cortana is a part of his suit, then he would have her. I mean, if it's a part of his normal equipment, we're not going to take it away.
Okay,
And
so
she doesn't count as other AI he's had before. But we continue.
no. Well, the thing is, Cortana is the most advanced AI that the UNSC ever made.
Wait,
So
hold up. Wouldn't Edie count though? You know Edie?
She becomes a party member.
She's never been in his suit and like talked to him and helped him with hacking and stuff. She'd just be like a conversationalist. She doesn't like control his shit like in the same way that Cortana does. And then by the time did she showed up in 2 or 3? I think she showed up in 3.
She showed up in 2. Then she's a party member in 3. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I'm saying where she was a party member.
She got a body
in 3 she gets a physical body, and then you can't even really say that she's equipment at that point. She's just a totally separate party member. So no, I don't think Edie would change anything at all. I don't, even if we did give it to him. I mean, maybe Cortana could take her over, and then she would like say scathing things in Shepard's ear. But that's it. Like, she couldn't affect him in any positive or negative way in combat.
Wait, you said Shepard's a cyborg by the time that we see him.
He was yeah, but it's not shit that you can control. It's like little metal pieces that are bolted together. He's bolted together. They're implants that strengthen. He has like harder metal.
He's put together with a metal frame.
Yes, but that metal frame makes him stronger and more durable than a normal person.
But like, I could replace my entire body with a titanium skeleton. I'd technically be stronger and more durable.
Yeah, kind of. Basically, yeah. His skin is like harder than normal skin because it's like fused with metal, like a metal chainmail almost shit. Like he's got all of these different parts in him that make him physical.
It's not cybernetic. It's just enhancement.
He's Frankenstein. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, how much of can we say Shepard? Like Shepard is, of course, like the best in everything, but he's also has different classes where he specializes in different things. Is he still the best in everything at that point, or is
the story doesn't change depending on your class? So
that's true. But the weapon, but the equipment and stuff you specialize though. Well, hang on. When you're saying like the story, they just mention flat every category, like just not in the field he is in or anything like that.
Well, like I said, if
there is one weakness. To be fair, there is one.
Yeah, go for it.
It's his dancing. That's it. He's just really bad at dancing.
It's an ongoing joke in the series. He's a terrible dancer. No matter what.
He's amazing at dancing.
He's a horrible dancer. No, but like I said, the example that I gave is beating Garrus at a sniping competition, even if you pick a class that can't use a sniper, like is actually incapable of using one, and that's kind of the way it works across the entire game. It doesn't matter what you do there. If he needs to have a skill in order to overcome with a button click, he can do it. Basically, it doesn't really matter.
So basically, what it seems like it boils down to is like Shepard would probably match Spartans in terms of skill. I'm not going to compete with that. And this going back to that stasis argument from earlier, if Shepard went down the biotic route, he probably just straight up wins.
Yeah.
Unless you have something that allows Master Chief to counter that, which I don't remember if he ever does. That's why I was so hell bent to believe that Biotics can just beat Master Chief no matter what.
He would just have to have something that can negate things like time control and space control and opening up black holes and shit. Like he would have to be able to counter.
Opening up black holes he can counter because there are Forerunner guns that are shooting mini black holes, and
that's not a counter. That's not a counter. That's creating it.
There's a piece of equipment specifically in Halo 3, and I wouldn't doubt it'd be more found in the lore, that is used as it's just a ball, and it's like an EMP that disrupts technology and destroys shields and stuff like that. I could see that being effective against maybe
I don't think so if we're talking about biotics, because biotics is a barrier, not a shield, not shielding technology.
It's not shielding. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, technically, a bubble barrier is also a barrier, not a shield.
Well, the thing is, what I
yeah.
Yeah, but he has ways of getting through it. Like for instance, if he used the biotic charge attack, because you could walk through a bubble shield.
With bubble shield, you can literally just walk through it. But no, if you were to bionic charge at it, you actually do get bounced off.
Right, because you have to go over a certain speed. You have to go over a certain speed. You're right, but he would still.
That happen with brutes when they charge at a bubble shield, they just kind of bounce, and it's fucking hilarious.
But he would
Wait,
still.
really?
He would still be able. Yeah,
Yes.
that's funny. But he would still be able to open up a black hole inside of in the bubble shield. He would be able to use stasis inside of the bubble shield. He'd be able to use warp inside of the bubble shield because they happen at the location. So they're not projectiles. So he would still be able to affect him even with the bubble shield.
So the reason that I brought up the Forerunner gun that can create mini black holes is because Chief Shield is shown to withstand those black holes. That was my only point with that gun.
No, but that's my point. It's the black hole. That's what I'm saying. The black hole. Well, no. Vortex doesn't appear right on you, right? It appears above you. No, it appears wherever you're looking. So it could appear on him, or it could appear like above him. Basically, it's not a literal black hole. I'm calling it a black hole. It's essentially
it's
a space of yeah. It's a singularity. It's a little spherical area that has incredibly intense levels of gravity that just suck everything to it. You could throw it at a person's location and they will just like be fucked up in like with it being right there on top of them, or you could throw it somewhere near them and they'll fly to it. But it's just unless he can negate gravity, basically, he should be sucked up by it.
Do we know of any?
I don't think he has any tools to negate gravity. Alden, do you know of anything? Like
Well,
his
okay.
grappling hook can anchor him to the ground, but that would be it.
I mean, the only thing you could really probably use is if Cortana, like if Cortana could grab any of the light technology that she could use to anchor him, like when they made the light bridge. That would be the only way I could see them doing it.
Do we know of any like advanced or Forerunner technology used for disrupting enemies? Because any of that,
the disruptor.
The fact that the Forerunners can digitize you, that disrupts enemies pretty damn well.
Literally, all of your guns are straight up incineration or digitizing. Like literally, their small little pistol is called a disruptor, and that's because of the way it shoots. If it hits you, you incinerate. Like just case in point.
Does that actually have any disruptive abilities? Because if it does, that can be effective against biotics. Because Forerunner tech does do crazy things like directly attack the nervous system, reassemble it into like digital code and whatnot.
That is actually a good point. Would that be a way to like avoid stasis? Because like you drop Master Chief and you drop Shepard each with a sniper rifle. Because I know for a fact biotics have a range limit.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is if
you drop them outside of each other's range, Master Chief just shoots Commander Shepard with a sniper rifle from the Forerunner tree.
Why do you say that it has a range limit? If you can look at somebody, you can use it.
Yeah,
Well,
like
isn't there an
no,
in-game
biotic
range
charge
limit?
literally is endless. As long as they see you, you're done.
Bionic charge specifically.
No,
however,
no. If you look at
Stasis has a range limit because I played the games recently.
If you look at some if you look at someone from as far, I mean, to be fair, for your point, Dan, the levels in Mass Effect aren't usually massive. Like I said, the one in where you go and get Jack, that's probably the biggest one that I can remember. That when you go into that giant room area, but no, you can use it as long as you could see them. You can use it. It's not like you use stasis and it just says, oh, he's too far. You can't. That never happens in the game. You can use.
If we're gonna talk about like
as long as you're aimed at them. No, it's cool. As long as you're locked onto them, you can use it. There's no range to any of these.
Dan, you're getting a lot of help in chat from Anthony Leon, by the way.
Quantum translocator allows him to teleport from a point he previously was.
There are some weird
Yeah, that is
things
true.
going on Halo Infinite. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Halo Infinite does have some more advanced stuff. Well, the point that I want to bring up is if you can find anything that is used to stun. Holy crap! Yes, the Banish have a grenade that specifically is used to throw stun enemies, and it's not just some technological thing. It like holds people in place. and straight up makes them immobile to attack. And if that is reverse engineer technology from Forerunners by the Banished, which means the Banished didn't hesitate to just go all in on what they can do with that, like the Covenant would. So that would be a relevant thing. And if there's any other technology that Master Chief can use to stun in that regard, he can overcome Shepard's biotics because he can hit him with that. Because they have comparable reactions, they can both perform an action in the same movement. If Shepard is going to take the time to stun him and before killing him, Master Chief can hit him with something which fucks up his biotics, which might mess up the active effect since the effect is based off of the individual who uses biotics health.
Why would the stun harm him if he has a biotic barrier?
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, these are two different things, man. Biotics is like natural dark energy compared to whatever.
What a biotic barrier actually is a disruption in space. Like you're technically moving yourself into a different space, basically.
Well,
he's got Gojo's ability
of.
Not exactly.
Well, how
but
I understand,
it's way weaker.
Okay, so maybe how I understand biotics is the ability is used based off of like the energy produced by the individual who uses biotics. Maybe not after it's deployed, but their ability to use biotics in general is based off their physical health or well-being or stamina or something like that. So if he was able to stun him, he wouldn't be able to use his biotics during the stun effect afterwards.
Well, the biotic barrier is innate. You don't have to use an ability to have a biotic barrier. You just have a biotic barrier.
Okay. Well,
now if you want to increase the barrier, there are biotics who create massive shields that can shield like entire groups of people, and that's exhausting. But just having a biotic barrier around your person, that doesn't tire people out.
Yeah, because Jack almost knocked herself out using that, and she's considered the most powerful biotic in the game.
No,
I don't think she knocked her. No, she didn't knock herself out.
She didn't knock.
Almost like she started getting a nose.
No, she's also not. She's also not the strongest biotic in the game. Asaris are better than her. She's just the strongest known human biotic, or that Cerberus ever produced. That's her claim to fame.
Well, I thought in the second one, quite literally, you had to use her, even though you had another Asari in your group.
No, I think you can use
the shield mission.
You can use both.
You can use Samara.
Okay.
Yeah, you can use Samara. Samara. I don't believe that they've. I think that there was actually lines in the game that specifically state that Jack's abilities are almost to the level of an Asari. But
no, they're exact, like legit and exact. That's
are
why
they?
She is so, yeah, she's an exact. That's why she's so like good with biotics compared to.
Okay,
other
I thought she was stronger than humans, but a little under Asari.
Well, you're correct in that she's stronger than humans, but like yeah, she's similar to that of an Asari.
Okay.
Commando.
Well, Asari. Well, that's an Asari commando.
Yeah, because it's not unheard of for a human to be the same rank with the commando.
Then Samara would be stronger because Samara is a Justicar.
Ooh, yeah.
I
don't know about that.
They're above Asari commandos. I mean, you took out in Mass Effect 1, you take out an entire squad of Asari commandos when you're fighting Matriarch Benezia. She has the whole squad come after you, and you take them all out like easy. So Samara is definitely on a level higher than Asari commando.
Ooh, maybe I'll take your word for that.
Justicars are all more powerful than the commandos.
I have a question.
What's up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you guys talked about like the heavy weapons at all?
Yeah, we have.
A little bit. We touched on it. Why?
Oh, because I just was wondering what your guys' thoughts on the nuke gun were.
What do you mean new gun?
The new gun?
The nuke gun.
No, nuke.
Oh,
fuck! I forgot about that. Yeah, Master Chief has a fucking nuke gun.
Lightning gun. It's got some like fucking Doom shit.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Holy shit! Why did I not think of that?
How are you the Halo expert? Not remember a nuke gun?
No, there's a nuke gun in Mass
Effect. Really powerful stuff.
Mass Effect has a nuke gun.
Yeah, it has the Black Star, which is a black hole gun that shoots like.
Yeah.
It like implodes on people and traps them in its vortex.
Yeah, they have
a
gun.
They have a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, there's the Cane, which shoots a massive nuke. There's an ice gun. There's a lightning arc reactor thing that kills people instantly.
Yeah.
Bunch of cool shit.
Yep.
So
So
Give it
does
to Shepard then?
I mean, I thought we were already giving it. I thought we were already giving it to Shep. I love how he's like nuke gun, and he's like, I forgot Halo had a nuke gun. He's like, he doesn't. What are you talking?
I meant Mass Effect. It was like
that's Mass Effect gun. It's like, oh yeah, I was totally full of shit when I said that. I remembered that.
We don't have a nuke gun. We have massive fucking laser weapons and just like Halo has a lot of really cool shit. And like I
there's a laser too.
concede this. I concede this to Shepard, but really only on the basis of biotics are fucking broken.
I do have to say one thing because we have conceded to Shepard, and everything. I was doing a lot of research on Commander Shepard's max speed, and apparently, according to a Krogan in game, it's 52.74 kph, which is about 32 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's running. But that's not that. When we were talking about dodging stuff, we were talking about the reaction times and ability to move out of shit. Those are two different things. But
Well, when it came to like what's his name saying he could speed blitz him, like if they were having a race, according to the thing with a torn Achilles tendon,
I was not.
Master Chief was going 60.
I was never arguing that Master Chief. Oh, God damn it! I was never arguing that Commander Shepard was equivalent to Master Chief in physicals. I wasn't saying that. I was saying that he had a far larger variety of abilities that would be more useful and is more devastating to Master Chief than Master Chief's abilities and guns would be devastating to fucking Shepard. But just out of curiosity, who says that? What do you know what character says that he runs that fast? Because I don't remember.
There's a direct line in there. It's a song about Commander Shepard that says that he fights like a Krogan and runs like a leopard. And they're talking about his speed and everything.
That's metaphorical.
Yeah, that's metaphorical, my guy. That's just a song.
You can't take that seriously.
When they're saying his speed, you said his speed's comparable to a Krogan, so also
no,
slightly faster.
He should be faster. Well, with okay, so here's the thing. With Adrenaline Rush, there's no way that he's only 30-something miles per hour. Because with literally everyone else is frozen, you can run at top speeds going forward. And also with something like Barrier Charge, time literally almost freezes, and you dash across it basically instantly across any amount of space that you want.
It would be really funny to watch Shepard use a charge thinking he can reach Master Chief, only for Master Chief to deploy a bubble shield and just watch Shepard bounce off.
To the bubble. It would depend how powerful that bubble shield is. I mean, if you're talking about Master Chief traveling at speeds that are near light, the amount of force that he's going to hit you with, I don't know. I don't know if bubble shields can defend against literally any amount of force, no matter what.
Well, bubble shields in Halo, depending on which Halo you're playing, because in Halo 2 and 3, bubble shields are virtually invincible. The only way to destroy them is quite literally to blow them up with rocket launchers.
That's actually not a lot. That would probably be enough.
You have to be on the inside of them to take them out.
It's a bit more nuanced than that. It's a deployable device that sits, and there's a bubble that sits around it. That shield is indestructible, but that device is destructible. But you have to first walk slowly through the shield to access it. And the thing is that we can give these shields quite a bit of durability because, again, they are reverse engineered Forerunner tech, which in their prime and absolute was stupid. And the Covenant, which first the Covenant re-engineered it, and then the UNSC re-engineered it. I don't know if the bubble shield the UNSC has is comparable to Covenant's bubble shield, but I wouldn't hesitate to say the durability is basically, just completely invulnerable. You would have to
I just have a question about that. So theoretically, you could destroy an invincible bubble shield by slowly rolling a bowling ball at it and then having the bowling ball smash a device.
Theoretically,
I mean, it would probably have to hit harder than that, but
I was gonna say, dude, that's kind of like I think it could take a few hits.
Yeah, no. If
you bowl it at running speed,
the bubble shield will just kind of be on its side now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The whole thing was designed around gameplay. The idea is that it's completely vulnerable in the middle, but the outside, it completely negates long-range conflict completely for the person who deploys it, and it turns into a dance to see who can get in and out of it, destroy the shield, or stay or to kill someone within it, like within the game. Which it's a dance. One thing Shepard can't do. So bubble shield.
Hey, man, that's a low fucking blow, my guy.
I wonder if would Shepard be able to hack into a bubble shield and turn it off?
No.
No, I don't think so.
In the Halo universe, can't hack into bubble shields. They're literally their own standalone thing that operates completely on
They're almost a self-contained bubble.
It's basically a source of energy. More so
it's
than
a self-contained source of energy that is just impenetrable from the outside. It's not even technically tech in the sense of it. It's more like you press a button and something that we don't fully understand happens, and hey, look, bubble shield.
Yeah, like we gotta really emphasize
that is gameplay. That is not lore. The actual stats for the brute chieftain and his invulnerable shields, quote unquote, they aren't actually invulnerable. They're just extremely powerful when compared to other shields used. So for gameplay purposes, they made them invulnerable to give you more of a boss fight.
Okay. Well,
Nice.
I mean that's fair. I didn't think that even I wasn't even thinking of like the shields that the brute chieftain used. Just the bubble shield could be invulnerable. But the thing that I want to just emphasize, like the Forerunner tech that gets reverse engineered by the UNSC is far superior than what the Mass Effect universe. I don't remember what the Alliance ends up reverse engineering from the Protheans. That's technology is like nerfed intentionally by the Reapers so that everything is in harvestable range.
Well, hold up. It's not necessarily nerfed by the Reapers. It's just the Reapers come in when they're at least at a certain point. If the Reapers left them alone, they could have advanced further than what the Reapers could have attended.
Fair, but that still denies them the ability to reach the level the Forerunners eventually do. And
no, yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, they could have been more advanced if the Reapers didn't come in.
So yeah. Last point before we end this. I did just want to say, like, I completely agree. Shepard outclasses in terms of like abilities, probably outclasses in terms of like tactics, definitely outclasses in leadership, but leadership doesn't matter in this scenario. But in terms of pure physicals, like even with enhanced Shepard, I'm pretty sure Chief takes that one. So
well, I mean, if you're putting them into a room with no armor, no shielding, no AI, and be like, you gotta just fist fight. It's like didn't Master Chief flip a tank?
Yes.
Yeah.
Master Chief
I was like,
and it's not even hard for him. That's the key part. He literally, like, if the tank is just flipped over, gets out and just flips the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Spartans have also caught Ghost like in mid at max speed before too.
Yeah.
They can the idea of Spartans' abilities is like they have like their measured stats in training that we know about, but like the whole idea is like when they're written in combat, they are way past what they expect because shit hits the fan, adrenaline's going, like just how the story.
So the measured abilities are done without like all that extra adrenaline, and then as soon as that adrenaline kicks in, their abilities break through what the scientists thought the limit was. So on that note, I'm pretty sure we should probably move on because like this is done at this point. We're just talking about Halo and Mass Effect.
Yeah,
can I at least like give out my final thoughts on this whole thing though?
No. Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay, like. I think me and Rouga can at least like say that we're not saying Master Chief is weak. Like he is impressive. Like he is probably one of the best soldiers in video game history.
I'm saying he's a fucking bitch.
Okay, well you know what? I'm gonna. But like when
I'm saying Rouga should fist fight Master Chief. Let's see who wins.
I just break the disc in half and throw it in the trash because he's a fucking
Battle
fiction.
Chicken says Shepard wins.
I
He's
win.
got his girlfriend.
I destroyed his entire universe. I broke the disc.
You guys know what's gonna happen if they fight? Fucking Master Chief's gonna lose. Shepard's gonna run over to the Covenant and fuck all of their females.
The Covenant.
That's true. I should do a survival challenge that talks about like what character can
Genghis Kong,
flip the most amount of women in a universe, like the fastest. He'd be up there. Master Chief
can
would
survive?
Be up there.
Who can survive Commander Shepard? Also, again, Rouga, you called him Master Chief.
God damn it.
And Master Shepard is the best new name.
God damn it.
No, it's
Master
Commander
Shepard.
Chief, guys.
It's the Dragon Ball fusion between Master Chief and Commander Shepard.
It'd be so broken though. Holy shit.
On that note, Alden, you said you had the next debate.
I've got several here. Seems like the most hyped one right now, the ones that are fighting the most in the chat, is between Shaggy and Asterion Murloc for Elder Scrolls versus Dragon Age. But we also have Crazy Nenon 14 who would like to argue with you, Rouga. He wants to take the side of Pokemon versus your Cult of the Lamb. And then
That's why. That's a rigged fucking fight.
Yeah, Pokemon has.
I'm just saying
like,
the ones that are the best argument, that are the most overdone here. Luke wants to do Dark Dimensions Darth Vader versus Cult of the Lamb. And Jenner he can't talk himself, but if we have people who would like to come up for him, Spawn versus Kratos.
I mean, if someone wants to.
Honestly, I like the Shaggy and Moloch one with Elder Scrolls versus Dragon Age. I think that would be.
I also think that would be pretty one-sided. I think Elder Scrolls would take that one really easily.
Elder Scrolls stomps.
I do agree with you on that one, Rouga, but I would kind of like to hear Asterion or not Shaggy arguing for Dragon Age would kind of interesting. He seems to be very absurdly confident on it.
Which account was Shaggy's?
Shaggy is Darkman67, and Asterion Moloch is Asterion Moloch.
Doug and Ed.
Wait, Dragon Age versus Lord of the Rings.
Doug and Ed, thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna be booting you guys right now. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Gotcha. If another thing shows up, you guys can you come up again. But
hey, real quick, Ruga, I have an idea for a debate later.
What's that?
I think you'd like this one.
What is it?
What about if we do the Mass Effect Council Alliance, so all the council races, versus the Galactic Empire from Star Wars?
Star Wars would probably win. I think Star Wars would win that. Mass Effect's not a particularly large universe, and as the technology's pretty good, but in terms of just their upper limits, they don't come anywhere. There are no planet busting ships. There are no even moon busting ships. Like, they just don't have anything. They can't even travel FTL without the use of the Mass Effect relays. If you destroy the Mass Effect relays, they can't travel light speed. So that would be. In terms of a galactic war, Mass Effect loses against most other fictional universes simply because they can't travel FTL without Mass Effect relays.
I'm still confused how Victim got back up here. He's not a mod. He
should
not have that ability.
He is a mod.
He shouldn't have the ability though, because he should have a stage mod shield if he can actually bring himself up.
I don't know. He's a mod. That's what I thought, because I thought you had to make him a stream wizard, but he's not a stream wizard. He's just a mod.
No, he doesn't have to be a stream wizard. No.
Hey, Rouga, if I may, can I do my I'm out of here kind of thing real quick? It's up to you.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So at the good graces of Rouga, he sometimes lets me do a shout out, guys. If you guys want to see my channel, it's Alden Floor Gaming. I've done a couple of homages to him, but usually I stay inside of the Elden Ring universe. So I hope everyone has a wonderful time, and maybe we'll have a winner against Rouga in a debate tonight. We've only had that once so far, so I look forward to looking at the rest of this tomorrow and seeing who beat him.
All right.
On that note, I will grab a link to Alden's channel for any of you who like FromSoft and Elden Ring content. You should definitely go check him out.
Groovy.
Not gonna lie, guys, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, no, it's great. He stands around and talks about how caked up all the females of Elden Ring are.
Holy shit, that's amazing. Where can I get over?
That's the whole channel. It just talks about how caked up Elden Ring characters.
Dan, send me the ring. The thing. Send me the link.
It's basically Elden Ring porn, to be honest with you. That's all it is.
Send it now.
That's not what it is, chat. But all right.
Damn it.
My idea was better.
Here is a link to you guys, chat. If you like FromSoft and Elden Ring content, like I said before, feel free to go check him out. He really does enjoy his Souls likes.
Which is funny because he's actually never debated anything like souls related in this debate.
He would be very good at it. It's just we don't usually bring them up.
He keeps talking
I
about
will-
science fiction shit, and he has a fantasy
I will
channel.
actually send him a message so that I get his list as well. But what did you want to start with there, Ruga? Did you have an opinion?
Didn't Jay, what's his fucking name? He had a weird name. Not Jay. Yakub. Didn't he have something?
Oh yeah, Jacob. Yakub, what was yours?
Goku versus
I think I have
Fate.
it written down.
It was Goku versus Fate. I can't do anything about that. Doom Hell versus Ultra Kill Hell, or Doom Guy versus Kratos.
We already did Doom Guy versus Kratos, didn't we?
Did
Last
we?
week?
Did we?
Pretty sure.
Was it like
I think we
5?
did.
Was it like 5 minutes?
Yes, because Doom Guy just straight up wins.
No, I think it was 5 minutes because the dude came up and didn't know anything about Kratos.
Oh.
Like he
But
came
Doom
up
Guy
and he's like,
just wins.
remember he came up and he was like, oh, you know, I just kind of I'm just like passively a fan. Like, why did you come up? That's what happened. So we didn't actually have a proper debate about it. Yeah, I mean, he's been asking for a while. We can let him come up. I don't know anything about Fate, so I can't argue for that one. But I can do Doom Hell versus Ultra Kill Hell, and I can do Doom Guy versus Kratos. I can do either of those two. And then after that, we'll move on to something that's not me related. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the people want. Or we can just have
Shaggy earlier also wanted to do Dragon Age versus Lord of the Rings, so I think Shaggy really just wants to
Ooh.
argue for Dragon Age.
yeah.
Dragon Age versus Lord of the Rings would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah. Put Dragon. Well, is he the same guy who did Dragon Age versus Elder Scrolls?
Yeah, he's the one who wanted to do Dragon Age versus Elder Scrolls. Him and Asterion.
And Asterion agreed to that.
To the Elder Scrolls one.
Yeah, okay. They could be next. Look, if you have a universe that you want to debate something against, you don't have to say like who you're debating against. You just be like, I want to debate Dragon Age against something, and then we can come up with something cool, and then we can just have a conversation. Like, it doesn't have to be like.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
You don't have to force the other side to pick a specific universe to argue against your side that you're. You know what I mean? Just do whatever.
No, you just need a universe that you know well enough to argue for.
Okay. All right. Let's get how do you pronounce your fucking name?
Jacob.
It's just Jacob. On my screen it just says J ... So I don't.
Well, yeah, he's in streamer mode, so
Yeah.
the names are truncated. You see that at the top.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
You with mine actually. I
So
should turn that off.
what do you want to debate? And I guess after that, what's your argument?
God damn it.
This keeps happening. All right, you gotta talk, man. You gotta talk.
Jacob, you got 5 seconds.
Hey, 5 seconds.
That's the rule.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Wait, I think he might just be AFK. Because he was talking
No.
to chat a minute ago, but he's not saying anything down there.
He muted himself. He's trying to fix it.
Okay, maybe we'll bring it back later. What was the other one?
Asterion and Shaggy wanted to do Elder Scrolls and Dragon Age.
Hey, I can talk for Elder Scrolls if you guys want.
All right.
Was already going to.
Let him on. Well, we can have a 2v2 if someone else will support. Let those guys out. Look, I'm sorry, Jay. Get your shit fixed. Well, actually, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Get your shit fixed before you come up here. That's like I've said that a couple times. I don't think I'm gonna say it again.
That issue a couple times.
Make sure that your shit works before you come up here.
Mike Hawk, $2. I am Melania, Blade of Domination, and Uppies.
Haven't both of you motherfuckers been up here before?
They were up here last week.
Yeah, last week. Were y'all up here together, or was this separate?
No, not together.
Oh, y'all just met, fell in love, had you? Okay.
Yes.
I don't know. I just love Elder Scrolls lore because it's freaking insane.
Elder Scrolls lore is insane. Alpha Wolf also donated $5. Hey Ruga, how do you think Rambo would handle being hunted by Agent 007?
Agent 007? Oh, he fucking killed 007. Are you kidding me? It's not 007's it's not 007's wheelhouse. Like 007, he's good at espionage. Rambo is a master at hunting and killing people and tracking them down and getting away from them. That's his thing. You're
007 is to be like a
Rambo
master of
versus
assassination.
Yeah, they're totally different. Like it depends on where.
007.
I think you can argue that
007 is Bond.
Yeah, 007's Bond. Yeah, it's a master of espionage, not a master at the hunt. That's something a better combination with Rambo would be Predator, not 007.
Or 47. 47 would be an interesting one.
Agent 47 would be interesting, but then you get video game logic getting in there, because like in a video game, like he's a super soldier in a video game. Video game characters are generally just going to be more powerful than movie characters.
Also
just
the homing briefcases.
The humming briefcases.
And the thing with the homing briefcases.
Oh, the homing. Okay, I thought you said humming.
Yeah,
like,
the
the fuck is a
homing
humming?
briefcase.
What the fuck's a humming briefcase?
Yeah, it's like freaking missiles whenever he throws. It's freaking ridiculous.
Yeah, I will say this though. I think that even with 47 and Rambo, I think it depends on the environment that they're in. If they're in the woods, Rambo takes it. If they're in,
also it depends. Like if 47 knows that he's hunting Rambo. If you don't know who Rambo
no,
is,
whatever. You'd have to drop them both in on opposite sides of some sort of environment. And be like, you gotta find and kill each other. I will say this. In most environments, I think Rambo's gonna win, because the way that Agent 47 hunts is that he knocks people out, steals their clothes, and blends in with society, and blends in with other people. If there's no other people there to blend in or to pose as, his stealth abilities basically drop to 0.
Wait, hear me out.
Them by surprise usually, instead of killing them outright.
Yeah, like if they're if they're both in the woods and there's no people, and you have to use like Vietnam style tactics, he's not like guerrilla style tactic, like Vietnam stealth tactics. Agent 47 has never shown to have any of that. Like
It's still gonna be pretty close though, I'd say.
I don't think in the woods it will be. I don't. I think there's certain, like if you put him in a crowded city, I think then you have. I would even say that Agent 47 is likely to win. But if you put them in an
actually think I have a better one than this.
What?
Rambo versus Green Arrow, because they're both like used to like the jungle environment. Hell, Green Arrow's on an island.
This is also going so far off of the Dragon Age versus Elden Scrolls that we're going to do.
I don't really care. To answer your question about Rambo versus Green Arrow, I don't think it's fair, because Rambo, again, as a film character, and Green Arrow is a DC comic book superhero who fights against other superhuman characters that can like crush cars in their hands and shit. It's like, it's not really. You could find shit all across DC Comics where he is doing shit that no human being should be able to do.
Not to mention, he managed to bed Black Canary, and like that in and of itself, he wins.
To be fair, normally he gets his ass beat.
Well, Rambo almost lost his virginity in Rambo Part 3. But
almost. Rambo's still a perma virgin.
She died.
Didn't he fuck that Vietnamese bitch in the second one?
No, she died.
Oh.
She died before they did. They were going to. They were totally going to, but she died.
We gotta get characters who are terrible at getting women and see who can get the most in 3 days.
You can get the. We do the opposite. Then the one that I said. Okay, fine. All right, let's get started. So, Elder Scroll. Do you guys want partners? Is there anybody? Don't even bother saying that you're gonna do it if you don't have a good mic. If your mic isn't currently working and you've already tested it, and if you don't know anything about the universe. Is there anybody that wants to assist these two? We need someone for Elder Scrolls and someone for Dragon Age, and then we can get 2 more people up here.
Yeah, I can assist for Elder Scrolls if somebody does for Dragon Age.
Because you're
deep lore.
That's cool.
Because I'm cool, but yeah, if somebody else wants to do for Elder Scrolls, by all means.
I've played all of the Dragon Age game. Well, not all of them. I haven't played Phil Card. Obviously, I'm not fucking stupid. But
me neither, man. I'm not even arguing for that.
Oh, well, then you gotta get out, man. You don't know the lore. You gotta know about the non-binary characters of Dragon Age. If you don't,
just like Rouga needs to know about Titan Hulk to make a Hulk video.
Yeah, that's, I guess, technically, yeah, I suppose. I have to be consistent logically. Okay.
I'll call you out, hypocrite.
I don't see anybody here who is saying that they will help. So no, okay. I guess it's just you two.
To be fair, your chat has kind of declined a bit.
What are you talking about? There's 43 people in
because
here.
of my beautiful voice.
There's 43 people in here. Stop being so negative.
We had over 70.
It's fine. There's 3 people. It's 10 o'clock at night. It's fine. All right. Specifically, more Green Arrow becomes the one above all. Also, my fucking voice is like 8 seconds behind it too. All right.
You start, Darkman, because I don't know freaking anything about Dragon Age, so start pulling out your most powerful characters, and I'll see who I can match it against.
Well, wait. First off, before we do that, y'all have to talk about what is this? Just universe versus universe?
We're gonna start with that because we gotta, go from the top. To
I have a
bottom.
major question.
Yeah.
How big is the Elder Scrolls Is it a continent? How big is it?
The Elder Scrolls universe extends. It's technically one planet, which is surrounded by a dimensional thing that is technically infinite, but probably has bounds. And then beyond that, we have Aetherius, and beyond that, we have the Void, and beyond that, you're contained within a dream dreamt by the creature known as the Godhead.
Okay.
He is. He's regretting his life decisions right now.
Wait. Question.
Yeah.
What happens if you wake him up?
You can't. Well, technically, that happens during the Kelpa, in which Alduin eats the world in order to make another world. To be fair, the Demon Leaper King, also known as I can't remember his name. He's one of the Daedric Lords right now. Was hiding pieces and would bring them to the next world because some people.
No, I mean, you walk up to the Godhead with some smelling salts, and you're like, "Hey, bro, smell this."
Thing is,
what happens if he wakes up? Does everyone die?
Well, yes, and technically that does and doesn't happen because the new Kelpa is and isn't the new world.
Damn.
All I'm getting from this is fuck Alduin, he's a bitch.
Alduin is just doing his job.
He's a bitch.
I mean, yeah, he kind of is. He did make the Demon Leaper King into a Daedric Lord, which means he can no longer jump forever in happiness.
No, I mean, he's literally a bitch. He runs away to fucking Sovngarde. He's a bitch.
That's because he was trying to escape his duty of devouring the
because
world
he's a bitch.
Wait, so are y'all doing the debate or not?
I don't know.
Nah, I don't even know. I'm just waiting for them.
No,
I'm just calling Alduin a bitch.
So my main thing is,
You're not part of this.
But he's a bitch.
Dude, seriously, stop. I'm gonna revoke your mod if you keep it's a debate between two people. Go ahead.
So I was gonna do the land of Thetis, which is where everything happens in Dragon Age. That's the one continent that we know of. There might be other continents where other stuff happens, but we only know what happens on the continent of Thetis. So my main point that I was asking for was because I know Skyrim's only a small part of a big land. I've never played Morrowind or.
There are 5-ish continents. There give or take a few more. I can't remember exactly things. There's smaller stuff, bigger stuff, all that. To make things, I'm not gonna go 4th era. I'll do 3rd era or 2nd era. But basically I'll just pit the Empire up against you and see what you can throw at it.
Alright, so the greatest warriors in Thetis would have to be at the end of Inquisition, but before Trespasser, which was the DLC, where it significantly weakens the Inquisition, who is a major fighting force, is basically made up of the best warriors in Orlais, Ferelden. Majorly in Ferelden and Orlais, there are some Tevinter mages as well, but the Tevinter Imperium is not
What's the base
majorly
level
in
warrior?
Well, each warrior is not that. It's basically relatively comparable, the base warriors, with modern, not modern, but real world just soldiers, not ancient, but medieval knights and stuff. That's the baseline warrior, I would say.
What makes them so powerful then?
Well, no, I'm just saying it's just the vast size. That's the base. The powerful stuff is when you start getting into the Templars and the mages, and even
the Empire controls all of the continents in the I do not believe during the 3rd era, but during the 2nd era they controlled near the end of the 2nd era they controlled pretty much everything except for parts of Morrowind.
So the reason I have to do at the end of the Inquisition is because the Inquisition is kind of uniting most of the forces, because unless there's a blight, most of the kingdoms within Dragon Age would never work together. Because Ferelden hates Orlais, Tevinter Imperium doesn't like Orlais or Ferelden, so I have to say it would be most likely Inquisition versus the Empire. But the mages, well, yeah, everything. But the mages in, because the Inquisition has the backing of the Circle of Magi, which doesn't exist. But most of the mages that were in the Circle that are still alive after the events of the Fifth Flight would be a part of the Inquisition, if not. And then you have the Grey Wardens, who would also be a part of the Inquisition at that point, with the Inquisitor. And the Inquisition has Hawk, who Hawk is I would say Hawk is the most powerful of the protagonists within Dragon Age, in my opinion. I'm gonna be okay, so with that, do you want me to use like a cumulative version where I use mage, warrior, and rogue all rolled into one, or
use cumulative because the strongest guy I have in my books for the Empire is Tiber Septim, who eventually ascends to a god.
Okay, so if we're doing cumulative, then he would have access to blood magic, elemental magic, mind magic, magical barriers. He can create pillars of fire. He can control the blood within your veins. But any blood mage can do it. Any blood mage who is reasonably educated in blood magic can control the blood within your veins and make you do stuff, even if he doesn't control your mind. That's why blood magic is so dangerous. It was only ever really practiced in the Tevinter Imperium, so I'm just gonna throw Thetis against, because you say the Empire ruled the entirety of that continent, right?
They ruled everything. It was during the Second Era, I do believe, during the game Daggerfall. I do believe it was Daggerfall. That the final bastion against the Empire was felled due to the workings of Tiber Septim in awakening a ancient golem known as the Domidium, which was so horrific that it destroyed the final bastion in seconds.
All right. So, how many people are in the Empire at that point?
That is a bit of a hard question. Let me just give you a quick.
Just give me like a rough estimate, if you could. Not like an exact number. Like, isn't Skyrim and all that like provinces within the Empire?
Skyrim is a province. Yes, it is one of the sparsest populated, and I probably would put the population around 500,000.
All right, so that's kind of comparable to a kingdom within. How many provinces are within the Empire?
Let's see. At its peak, they had Morrowind, so that's one. It was relatively high populated. Then you had High Rock, which was like a metropolitan area filled with old ruins. That probably would have around 1 million, maybe 1.5 million spread throughout their lands. Then you had Cyrodiil, the capital of the Empire, which would have probably around 3 million, 4 million spread throughout their very much nice lands. I do believe they actually terraformed it from a jungle into very nice plains. Then you would have the home of the Red Guards. I cannot quite remember the name at this point. That is very deserty, so I would guess anywhere from two. Actually, no, they actually have probably around 500,000, maybe 1 million. It really depends. You could go lesser than that. Then you have Elsewhere. You can't really count that. It's filled with cat people. You also got the Argonians. You can't really count that either. It's filled with lizard people.
Right, so I have a question. Are the people of the Elder Scrolls, so like all the different races, are they resistant to corruption?
Let's see. The Dunmer, yes. Technically, they would be resistant due to they're both blessing and cursed by Azura, the Lady of Dusk and Dawn. Then the Bretons are resistant to magic, so they actually.
Well, it's not a it's kind of a match. So with the Darkspawn, if you get their blood inside of you, so if you have a cut or if you just eat, if blood even gets in your mouth.
Look, guys, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I feel like you guys are kind of dancing around this a lot. Didn't you say that there's gods that could destroy universes and shit?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it semi-realistic because if I evolve in any of the big stuff and that happens in the second era and beyond, you have people like freaking Tiber Septim who becomes Talos, the god of man.
Yeah,
the man who
it's
fills the
it's not.
missing slots.
Yeah, and Darkman's talking about the fucking uh
Darkspawn.
Yeah, he's talking about the Darkspawn. Doesn't even it's not even close. Like these two universes aren't even close, and I feel like Asterion is purposely holding himself back because he knows that it's not even close. And
nothing you're saying could really phase him because the Empire can just pull the new medium out.
Yeah, there's literally You're not. I could tell that Asterion is holding back and not like going for the killing blow, but he can go for the killing blow at literally any time he wants to. This is a bad matchup, a really bad matchup.
I do gotta say something though. The Nomadium, when it was activated, broke time so badly that it is still seen in some parts of the Somerset Isles still fighting, even though it's been over 1,000 years.
Yeah, no, a character broke time. Boom.
Yeah.
Jesus H. Christ.
Yeah, there's
Where
not.
the hell was all this shit in Skyrim?
It's not even. It's not even
it's
close.
In the background.
Yeah,
in the background.
It's not even close. And then you have characters like the dude from the Dragonborn, who becomes like a fucking universal character who could fight gods by the end of that game. There's it's not even close. It's super one-sided, and like half the goddamn chat left because they know it's not even close, and y'all are just dancing around. It's like it's super one-sided.
Maleg Ball.
No, but I was gonna say Maleg Ball alone could probably solo Dragon Age. Like the Daedric princes are super powerful, even in regards to like relatively strong in Skyrim, but super powerful in regards to Dragon Age.
It's not even talking about Chim and anti-Chim due to the whole Dagoth and Vivek thing.
Exactly. Like
Elder
Scrolls is a wash.
Yeah. This I need to do better, and I tried to, but I fucked up with this one because I thought maybe Darkman was gonna bring up something with Dragon Age that I wasn't aware of. Because in my mind, Dragon Age isn't that strong at all. So I should have just not even allowed y'all up here because I knew it was so one-sided. But
I was hoping for a good fight.
You're not gonna get one with that one. Yeah, I was. What?
I did not know any of that.
Yeah, no, I get it. I was hoping that Darkman was going to bring something to the table. It didn't. Yeah, these are just two totally different, totally broken universes.
The better fight would be Elder Scrolls versus Lord of the Rings. And if I'm using extended Lord of the Rings, which includes like Silmarillion, Lord of the Rings gives you at least a good fight. I'm not sure which would win, but I don't want to go into that right now.
It really depends. If the whole, Big G intervenes in Lord of the Rings.
Well, Eru Iluvatar would not intervene directly. But the thing is, there are many, many, many angels that act on his behalf that have his essence in them. So it really comes down to a fight between godlike entity versus godlike entity.
Gotcha. All right, so I'm sorry, guys, but I'm gonna move you all back down to the audience.
I'm gonna leave in grace.
I'll see myself out, man.
Okay, go for it. Yeah. Okay. So what's we got any other matchups?
All right, I have a few on my notebook here. I was asking chat, but like I didn't really start getting any until you stopped it.
Yeah, it's just it was just going on, and I'm like, Asterion could end this at any moment, and he's choosing not to.
I closed my notepad. While I pulled that back up, Luke Young said the Tarnish from Elden Ring versus Kai from Ninjago. Do we have anybody who'd be able to do the Tarnish from Elden Ring?
He's going with. Well, I mean, Alden just fucking left.
Yeah, I know.
The main Elden Ring dude left. Let me see. Let's see. We got Rouga versus the IRS. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna beat him. You're gonna see. I'm gonna be the first one ever to beat him.
Monsterverse Godzilla versus War of the Monsters Godzilla.
There is no Godzilla in War of the Monsters. He's just talking about the universe.
Monsterverse Godzilla versus War of the Monsters.
My bad. No, wait, Anthony Leon. Who was that? Was that Gaben?
I think so. Yeah.
Gaben didn't have a good mic. He can't come up here with a bad mic.
Sorry, Gaben.
Yeah, he's got to get a new mic. Pokemon versus whatever could be interesting.
All right, who wants to debate against Pokemon?
Yeah.
And pick a universe that would actually be able to stand against Pokemon.
I don't even know.
Because Crazy Nano has been waiting to come up here for a long time.
Has he been up here before?
Yeah, last.
Gaben, I fixed it. Did you get a new mic? Because that's how you fix it. It's not just go into a room where the sound is better. Your mic was ass.
Crazy.
It was really hard to understand anything you were saying. You had a bad, shitty mic.
Crazy mic check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can anyone? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it not?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Your mic's fine.
Okay.
Ruga, Jacob's mic does work again, so we can give him another shot.
Oh, it works.
I was working on that during the.
What was the debate
non-debate.
What was the debate he wanted to do?
I don't know. Jacob, remind us.
He
He
had
says
like
Ultra Kill versus Doom Hell.
He had like 3 different options. I remember.
Right, it was Ultra Kill Hell versus Doom Hell was the one that you wanted to do with him.
Oh, I didn't pick one. I was fine with either. I just remember I saw one that the one with Fate was the only one that I don't know anything
Hey,
about.
Nameless. SCP is not that good for this kind of stuff, just because there's so much stuff that's like interpreted differently from whoever writes about it. There's not really a direct canon, so.
An interesting SCP
pull
debate.
from the chat here.
Yeah, there's a guy talking about it in chat, so I just.
Yeah, no, we don't pull from that chat.
I know. I'm just saying.
No, it's a rule though. No, we ignore.
It's a rule.
You're
we
not
ignore
allowed.
it.
You're not allowed to. If you text in that, you could text. They could text in that chat all they want, but we don't. If you want to talk to them, you could type to them, but yeah, we don't.
But we don't read out.
That chat does not exist during this stream at all. If they want to, they have to type it in the actual stream chat.
If you took SCP-176 versus a Weeping Angel and just put them in front of each other, would they both like be an internal staring contest?
Is a Weeping Angel that thing from Doctor Who?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And we've seen Weeping Angels be put in a circle around each other and just be stuck forever. So yes, if you just put 176 and a Weeping Angel in front of each other, it would just be an eternal staring match. Neither one would ever move again.
All right. So who would be a good match for Pokemon? Does anybody have a good match for Pokemon?
Yeah. Anybody in the chat? Match for Pokemon. Big Cat wants to do Ultra Kill.
Ultra Kill versus Pokemon?
Apparently.
How powerful is Ultra Kill? Let's see.
Powerful?
It renews embodiment of God's wrath. Power World. I feel like that's not going to match up properly. I mean, I get they're based off each other, but I don't think Power World has gotten to the point where it has gods and shit.
The Doom Demons versus Pokemon.
Bakugan or Beyblade? Are those up to the same level as Pokemon?
Beyblade?
No, they are not. Bakugan is nowhere near the level of Pokemon, and Beyblade is weak as fuck.
What if we did JoJo stands or something?
I mean, I don't want to be boring and say Doom. but
just Doom. Everyone gets corrupted. Yay!
Doom a good fight. Pokemon would give Doom a really good fight.
No, you're not wrong though.
As a last case scenario, we'll do Doom. But let's see if anyone knows Yu-Gi-Oh. There's Yu-Gi-Oh monsters versus Pokemon monsters.
See,
Yu-Gi-Oh.
That doesn't really work either, because Yu-Gi-Oh's whole thing is like the monsters aren't really real, except in certain cases where they are. But ultimately, it boils down to it's not worth it. Yu-Gi-Oh does not stand up to the level Pokemon does. Like, the Egyptian gods are Egyptian gods, but Pokemon can wipe those out with Dialga's signature move. Like,
hey, all I'm saying is that Cult of the Lamb is still on the table. Just saying.
That wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be fair. Yeah, I mean, they might not be able to kill him necessarily. Don't know, because like existence erasure would probably work. So it's like I don't.
We have Gardevoirs who can just create a fucking black hole. We have people that we have Entei that when it barks, volcanoes erupt. Like, Pokemon is busted.
I have a theory that the humans in Pokemon are physically built different.
They definitely are, since they can take a fucking Volt Tackle and be fine. Ultra Kill might not be a bad idea. Should I just pull up the darkness?
How strong are wait, the dark? Oh, that's his name.
Yeah, that's his name.
I mean, how powerful is Ultra Kill? I'm trying to avoid doing that thing again where you pull people up and then it's like boring because one is clearly gonna beat the other one and fucking dominate. That's
I mean, they
that's
have
a good
gods.
Give me an example of power in Ultra Kill. Let's see if it can match up to Pokemon.
Are you asking me?
No, he's asking
No, I'm asking chat.
Oh, okay.
Hell is alive. That doesn't say much. That's not an example of a power feat in like Doom. Hell is alive. What's your point?
Any hell in fiction is alive.
Not necessarily true. Dante's Inferno Hell is alive though.
There's a lot of versions of Hell is alive. It's a pretty common thing, actually.
Yes, it is.
I
Ultra
don't...
Kill has 2 pretty strong Pokemon, but Pokemon probably stomps.
I could just to be funny, I could say I could do the Watcher. And we could do the
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
No, from the Sims.
The Watcher from The Sims.
Yeah, it's the it's who you play as.
The player?
It's who you play as in The Sims. Yeah.
We could do individual Pokemon versus individual characters instead of just a verse, or we could just do Doom versus Pokemon, because that sounds like it'd be really fucking interesting.
Yeah, we could just Doom versus Pokemon. I didn't want to do Doom again, but it does sound like the most interesting combination here. What was your other one?
I was gonna say, or we could remove some Pokemon.
No.
Nah, then you're just doing what Asterion was
doing.
You're just handicapping
Then you're just don't handicap. I don't think you have to handicap yourself. Someone said Destiny.
Oh, okay.
We could do a Destiny versus Doom. People have been wanting me to do that for a long time, but I don't know shit about
Destiny versus Doom. Doom stomps. I'm sorry, Destiny is.
There's a lot of people who love Destiny, who end both games, who say that Destiny.
No, they will fight me, but they lose.
well, I don't know. I'll let them come up and argue if they come up. Okay, so we'll do Doom versus Destiny.
Wait.
I'm sorry, Doom versus Pokemon. My bad. Sorry, crazy.
Just like.
Yeah,
I just totally disregarded his existence. Like we're moving on from you. No,
I'm not here, guys. Sorry, stream's over.
Let's
finally get onto the stage and we just ignore you.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
That's how it works.
With this fucking gay ass Pokemon. No, let's get 2 more people.
Damn.
Let's get somebody else who knows Doom, and somebody else who knows Pokemon, and let's get them up here. And we'll make it a 2v2. If anybody else,
all right, anybody who knows Pokemon, because I mean I can also step in for Pokemon if there's no other option.
I can step in for Doom if there's no other option.
Do you know Doom?
Thanks, Victimtron.
I don't know it too much, but I know enough.
Then don't step in for Doom.
That's why I said if there's no other
Do you
option.
know about Pokemon?
Now, if there's no other option, I'll just debate. I'll just do a 2v1. Okay, so let's see. There's 2 people who can do. Luke Young says he could do both. I question how knowledgeable he is on both of them.
Oh wait.
So do I.
Wait, Jakub, go into the damn Twitch chat. Or not Twitch chat, YouTube chat.
The Twitch chat.
There's a guy.
You're giving them power when you're supposed to ignore it.
Yeah, we're ignoring them. We've said it multiple times. Like we ignore.
sorry.
I don't even open it up. I don't even look at it. Like they could just keep typing to nothing.
I see the messages that like pop up when somebody types them, but I don't read them.
I don't. I can turn off my brain and be incapable of reading. It's how I've avoided the gay for so long.
Meanwhile, he actually sits here and reads chat while people are all debating.
I'm not reading those chats. I'm getting a general feel for what they want. Because I know my people. That's what it is.
All right. Big Cat says he can do Doom.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really the only one.
Okay.
Like,
Let Big Cat up. We'll
I'll pull
wait.
Big
No,
Cat
no,
up
no,
and
no.
I
Only
guess
if
I'll talk
only if we can get someone. Dan, you know Pokemon, like you know Pokemon.
I know Pokemon really well. Yes.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, we'll
As
2v
well as I do.
we'll 2v2 this bitch.
Crazy. I guarantee you, I'm close to where
All
you're at.
right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Maybe you're higher. I don't know.
Oh, it might be just my voice. Okay, so
You're fine.
before you know what, never. I would like to say that I can imagine it being like way more on the assault on like the Doom universe doing the fighting. You know, going to the Pokemon universe and beginning the fight.
Whoa, hold up. Let's get something straight before we even jump into it. I like the aggression though. Let's keep that for the debate. But what exactly
Every
are we?
Friday, we have an argument in school for English, like an argument thing. It's awesome.
Cool.
Nice.
It's good. Yeah.
Wish I had that.
Yeah. Okay. So we got Doom versus Pokemon. Is it just is it whole universe versus whole universe? Is it demons invading the Pokemon universe?
I want it to be way more of like Hell versus Pokemon because I feel like that'll be a lot more interesting.
I can feel that. You guys?
I disagree with the darkness. I think like well, the whole universe in Doom minus the Doom guy. Just avoiding Doom guy because he's the only one that like there's no real counter for in any scenario.
And actually, oh sorry, I was gonna say fun fact, but one of the lore creators actually said he's like described as an unstoppable force. Like if he wants you dead, he will want you dead.
He was specifically designed to be able to overcome literally any challenge, no matter what.
So we can do the Doom invasion, which is what you usually do with Doom anyway.
Yeah.
The Doom invasion in Pokemon.
Yeah, like the Pokemon's just another universe of the infinite universes that the demons invade and see what happens.
I'd feel like that's better.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So whoever wants to start, I guess Crazy, since you're the one who brought up the topic, you start.
All right.
Actually, I think one of the Doom people should start so that Pokemon can retaliate.
I feel like I
just pour
throw some demons at me or something.
I was gonna say they could just pour Archean energy on all the Pokemon, just like sulfuric acid. Because you describe it as like hotter than the sun, like if you like drop it, it will just melt to the surface. So
do you know Doom lore, Darkness?
I watch your videos.
That's Darkness.
That's not enough.
That's not.
Darkness, did you lie?
You don't know the.
I'm sorry.
You don't know the lore.
Yeah, I know that. Like, I would like to say with the Hell, like in Ultra Kill, it is like a super massive organism.
We're not.
Like,
Big Cat, I didn't pull you up to talk about
No,
Ultra Kill.
he's comparing. He's saying that it's like Ultra Kill and that Hell is alive. Look, Darkness. It's not that you can't come up here and debate. You can, but you gotta know what you're talking about. You can't just base it off of some stuff you heard.
I know that like I do know like Davis can like basically just create infinite universes just by existing.
Yeah, he could do a lot of stuff, but you need to know like the lore in order to participate in this debate. You can't just hear it because that's not
But before I go, can I just say you should definitely research on like Bionicle lore. It's really interesting.
I'm Darkness. I'm sending you back now. Thanks.
I'll see you, Dark. I'm sorry, man. Next time when it's something that you're good, that you can come back. So I guess this is gonna turn into a 2v1.
No, I'll sit this one out. You and Crazy can go.
You sure? Okay. Yeah, guys.
Unless Crazy needs help, in which case you can tag me.
I feel like I have to say this before every single debate starts. If you don't know the universe, don't come up. If your mic isn't working, don't come up. If you haven't tested your mic and saw that your mic is working, don't come up. There's a couple of different. It's in the description of the video, the rules of the debate. So please read those.
Actually, there is one person who is really eager, and since I did get his mic working before,
does he know Doom? Because he wanted to support the other side.
Yeah, no, he is really saying, like he wants to do Doom. He's been doing that.
All right.
Like he really wants to come up.
This is the guy I was talking about from the chat.
Jacob,
bring him
make
up.
sure your mic is working.
Bring him up, and we can touch dicks. Yay!
Oh, it works,
Jacob.
right?
Hey!
Yes.
I can hear you.
And it works.
Okay. All right. So,
but
now,
do you
Jake.
actually know Doom?
Yeah, I know Doom. I know Doom.
Wait, you sound like Dan, but less gay.
I swear to God. I will revoke your mod.
He's Canadian. It's a Canadian thing.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. So we got 2v2.
That's
I mean,
sweet.
this is a Canadian thing. Okay, so same as before, we'll start and just tell you guys. I mean, do you guys know the Doom? I feel like Dan knows a little bit. Crazy, do you know anything about the Doom universe?
I've watched enough of your videos that I
Yeah,
know a little.
I know a hefty amount.
Okay, so yeah, basically, I mean, if you've seen the videos, you get what's gonna happen. The Doom demons invade. They corrupt the entire universe. They the corruption's so powerful that it can even corrupt gods. Their blood is hotter than is what is actually possible to be hot within our given universe. Yeah, there's godlike beings that can destroy infinite multiverses, infinite timelines. Even a lot of the demons that are not gods, like the Icon of Sin, can still reality warp on a universal scale and completely destroy the entire universe pretty easily. It's strong. How will Pokemon survive?
So,
and on top of that,
do we start out with
wait,
like the
if I
hunters?
mention some stuff too?
Yeah, go ahead,
Let's start
Jacob.
with the fodder.
The thing,
go ahead, Jacob.
another thing about the corruption in Doom is like there's also some characters who initially show resistance to the corruption. Not Doom guy. Well, yes, Doom guy, but there are some who show resistance to corruption, but that resistance is eventually overcome later on because the corruption is just that strong. It's kind of like multi-layered almost.
Yeah, the corruption is said to be inevitable. The only person that is completely immune to it is Doom guy.
All right.
Yeah,
well, I
the
think
thing that's crazy about that is because like Doom guy is. Yeah, because Doom guy is literally like a constant in the universe. That's something that's pretty much beyond just normal physics.
He's a
and
primeval.
On top of that, yeah, and on top of that, something I remember being mentioned before is like, some people argue about, oh, what if this person doesn't have a soul? Well, we know that hell doesn't just corrupt souls, it corrupts whole dimensions. Like you can see this even when Earth is undergoing partial corruption. Even the landscape is corrupted. It's not just the people, but also the landscape itself.
Corrupts buildings, plants, animals. Actual physics will change, and the way that gravity and things work will actually change. Yeah, it corrupts everything.
Yeah, and it goes even deeper than that too, because. Oh, sorry, but
let them talk. Let them talk. They've been waiting a while. Go ahead.
I'll start with one in particular that I'm fairly certain would resist the corruption in its entirety. And then, Crazy, you can go all into what you want about the fodder, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So, literally the god / creator of the Pokemon universe, the one that you see in game and that you can catch as a trainer is just a shard of his true self. And of course, the Pokemon I'm talking about is Arceus. Now, Arceus is completely incorruptible, mind, body, and spirit. So he does have that same thing as Doom Guy, because, like I said, he is a being made of several different shards, and each of those shards, when they come together, form a complete divinity. And that divinity in Pokemon is said to have similar levels of power to what Davith has. So Arceus would be incorruptible. And yes, I know you said that it can even corrupt gods, but Arceus is literally the embodiment of virtue. So he would be incorruptible the same way Doom Guy is.
Well, they're not incorruptible because virtue is not a part of it.
Yeah. Devoth used to be virtuous, but then he got corrupted by.
They're not. Yeah, they're
kind of like himself almost.
They're not. Well, Davith didn't get corrupted. He became angry, and his angry birthed the corruption into existence. Yeah, but no. Yeah, virtue isn't relevant. Like I said before, the corruption is stated to be inevitable. The only reason why Doom Guy is incorruptible is because he was birthed into the multiverse for the sole purpose of wiping out the demons and stopping Davith's reign. The universe created him to do this because he was needed, or else the entire multiverse would just be completely wiped out. That's it. That's the reason why he's incorruptible. It's not because he's a primeval. Primevals are not incorruptible. Just Doom Guy is. He's the only one.
Yeah.
Virtue is not.
That too.
Let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
Virtue is not a factor at all. Divinity is not a factor. If you have to say, if you're saying that he's incorruptible body, mind, and soul, you would have to tell me exactly how he's incorruptible body, mind, and soul, and why that would correlate to specifically Davith and the corruption in Doom.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, the
Oh,
only reason
sorry.
Doom Guy is incorruptible in Doom is because he's incorruptible in body, mind, and spirit.
How so?
Now,
like what corruption? What's you gotta give me details.
No, I'm saying Doom Guy. Like Doom Guy is incorruptible in body, mind, and spirit. That's why he resists Davith's corruption.
Well, Doom Guy is stated. Well, no, he that's not why he does it. That he is stated to be incorruptible in body, mind, and spirit. But he is incorruptible because he needed to be, because it was the only way that you can overcome the demons. The universe brought him into existence for that sole purpose. That's why he's incorruptible. But the the other primevals are not immune to it, which is why they they actually say during Ancient Gods Part 2 that all of the gods are watching this fight very closely because they really want Doomguy to take out Davith, because the corruption is a threat that will continue to spread and go, and if not stopped. And Doomguy's the only one who could stop it because he's the only one that's not corruptible.
All right. So
yeah, on top of that, can I say something or?
Yeah, Jay, come on. You can jump in if you want to, but you have to know when to stop and when to start. You can't just go ahead.
All right. But what I wanted to say is like just like Rouga mentioned earlier about how Doomguy is basically designed to overcome anything. It's kind of like that because we also have some other beings in Doom, like the Night Sentinels, who are immune to being driven mad and corrupted by the wraiths. And the hell corruption is something that can overcome even that immunity. It's kind of like on a playground where it's like a kid says, oh, I have an anti-this shield, but then the other kid says, oh, I can bypass that shield. That's kind of like how it is in Doom. And the Doom guy, just like how Rouga said that he's supposed to overcome everything, he's kind of like the final, sort of resistance, the final corruption. It's like a corruption, being incorruptible on top of being incorruptible. It's kind of ridiculous, but that's just how
when
it
are
is.
When are the Sentinels ever stated to be corrupted by the wraiths?
In the Codex,
it's
that. Mentioned in the story of the Sentinels about how the wraiths are something that can drive lesser men mad, and the Doom guys the Night Sentinels are immune to that. And on top of that, there's also the whole thing about being the divinity machine, but I'm not sure
that's corruption. I'm not sure that's corruption. If the wraiths drive them mad. I mean, you could say that they have very strong minds, but it doesn't sound like it's this, just based on that description. It doesn't sound like it's the same as the corruption.
Well,
I guess so, but that also does show, a really good ability to drive people mad, even if it's not corruption. So you could also argue that it has a really strong ability to drive people mad. So you could argue that it would work on Arceus.
All right, no.
We're not even talking about the race, though. We're talking about the. Go ahead, Dan.
No. It's because Hell is able to overcome that immunity to that madness.
Jacob, don't make me say your name a fifth time, buddy. You let us chime in here. So what I was gonna say is, as much as the high tiers are interesting, Pokemon has a lot in terms of the low tiers, and honestly, I am kind of curious how they would fare against low tier demons on their own as well, because we do have Pokemon like Magcargo who are stated to burn hotter than the sun. So I'm not sure
that's not that hot.
Energy would burn him.
That's not that hot.
Yeah, Rouga can cover that.
That's not that hot at all.
Covered that earlier.
The sun. I forgot the exact thing, but the surface of the sun burns at 50 million degrees or some shit, and then if you go to the center of the sun, it gets considerably hotter. It's probably it's something like that. I don't remember what it is, but the point is that it doesn't come anywhere close. The hottest hot that exists within the universe is 2, 6, then 32 zeros after it, whatever the fuck that number is, and Argent energy burns hotter than what is possible in our universe. It literally breaks physics itself and becomes a heat that cannot exist. So the
It would
sun,
probably become a held item in Pokemon just to inflict a burn on your Pokemon.
yeah, the sun won't do shit. Like the sun isn't nothing. It's literally zero.
Crazy.
They actually at one point, I know this is Doom Guy, not the demons, but at one point they actually shot Doom Guy to test Doom Guy's armor because they were trying to see what they could break it. Earth couldn't break the armor, and they put it through a bunch of different tests to try and test its durability. And one of the tests they did was firing I think it was like 2 mega Kelvin laser or something at it, which is 300 times the heat of the sun, and it didn't do anything to Doom Guy's armor. So it's like these are heats that are way beyond sun. Like in
I
terms,
thought his armor could break, but his body can't. But anyway,
his armor's never been broken, as far as we're aware.
I'm gonna let the one who hasn't said anything yet actually talk about like fodder Pokemon. Crazy, go ahead.
Oh, so like, I know like the basic imps are like really strong, but they would probably get steamrolled. And I know this is gonna sound ambitious, but they would probably get steamrolled by a Weedle.
Or a Sunkern.
Maybe.
Or a Sunkern.
Maybe. I don't really see how that would matter. I mean, let's say you erase all imps that in existence from existence. Pokemon universe is still getting wiped out. Like, congratulations, you beat literally the weakest demon that there is. So I don't really.
Yeah, even Titans are already a huge threat.
Like there's a lot of shit. Yeah.
What's the only way to kill a Titan?
There isn't any way to kill a Titan permanently that we know of. You could stab it with a crucible and it will kill the Titan, but if you ever remove the crucible, the Titan will rise again because they cannot be killed. Like
Got it.
even the crucible that is capable of it negates regeneration, it negates resurrection, it negates all this different stuff. You're killed by a crucible, you cannot come back. The Titans don't give a fuck about any of that. They come back anyway.
Okay. So how big is a Titan?
Very, very large. They tower over skyscrapers. But it depends. It depends. Different Titans are different heights, but even the weakest of Titans can carry whole city-sized fortresses on their back.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, and a lot of these Titans, they're completely immune to conventional weaponry. And you have to realize that this is Doom, this is the future, so their conventional weaponry is going to be really strong.
Okay, but we're also throwing them in against Pokemon, where conventional weaponry means jack shit against Pokemon who can create black holes.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Dad.
Crazy, I think you had something you wanted to say.
Okay, so you said they're big enough. The Titans are big enough to carry whole skyscrapers on their back, right?
No, they're big enough to carry city-sized fortresses,
cities.
but it depends because there's different ones that are different sizes. So they're not all are equal. Most of them that we see on screen are about the size of are about as tall as skyscrapers, maybe a little bit taller. But we don't get like an actual legit. Maybe at some point the Hugo Martin has come out and said the exact size of them or something, but it seems like they range. Like there are some that can take on whole planets by themselves, and there's other ones that are used as slaves by lesser demons. Like they do range in size and power.
So chat's actually helping us out here. Anthony Leon says smaller Titans are 30 stories high via Doom the Dark Ages, 390 to 420 feet.
Okay. That's
they're pretty damn tall.
They're big. They're Titans. I mean, they're pretty fucking big.
It's like Godzilla size.
So, I mean, we have our own gargantuan creatures in the form of
I was just going to mention right now, actually, that I feel like those ones could be handled by Gigantamax Pokemon.
Gigantamax or Eternamax Eternatus. That would be a fun one.
Probably, yeah. That would be really cool.
One thing I'm wondering though is, like,
Jacob.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Go ahead, Jake.
Okay, go ahead.
One thing I'm wondering though is like when we were talking about these lower tier but not the highest tier Pokemon, like the Gigantamax, and even the Titans. I'm wondering how many we're going to consider like on each side. Like how many are going to be present?
That's actually that's kind of a fair
is
question.
fair.
Is Pokemon does Pokemon have it, like, it's just one planet of beings, or is it a solar system of beings? Is it multiverse of beings?
So as far as I'm concerned, from the lore, it's only the planet, but there is other planets with other Pokemon that we've never seen those planets, but we've seen Pokemon from those planets, like Deoxys and I think Clefairy.
So it could comfortably be said. It can comfortably be said that there are far less Pokemon in the Pokemon universe than there are demons.
No.
Maybe.
Let me jump in here for a sec, Crazy, because you're forgetting about the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon games where we learned that.
Oh yeah, you're right. I almost forgot about those.
Pokemon is an infinite multiverse that Arceus created that has unlimited wormholes, basically, if you know how to access them, that just lead to tons of new small planets with exclusively Pokemon or Ultra Beasts or like there are certain Pokemon who literally carve out a wormhole to themselves just to live in.
Okay,
so it is an infinite multiverse.
Here's the issue with that. We then have to define what exactly the win condition is, because if the win condition is to take over the Pokemon universe that we know of, that's going to be different than if it's now that they have to take over the infinite multiverse. Because if they have to take over the infinite multiverse, it's going to automatically become an eternal war unless somebody can actually stop the demons permanently.
I think the win condition. Well, that's what I was going to ask about Mew. Is Mew also a divinity? Because
no.
I know Arceus is the creator, but isn't Mew the progenitor of all Pokemon?
It is, but that's only for Earth Pokemon.
Okay, so thank you for that. The Doom corruption, correct me if I'm wrong, is completely unstoppable except by specifically Doom Guy, because that's what the developers threw at the wall and that's what stuck, right?
Basically, yeah. The entire concept of the game is something unstoppable being stopped by someone who could stop anything.
It's the entire concept of immovable object meets unstoppable force.
Yeah, except in this one they gave it a winner. Like, Doom Guy is so broken that he could stop the unstoppable force.
He's so broken he can stop the unstoppable force with a big ass gun.
Basically, yeah.
Isn't that what the BFG stands for?
Big fucking gun. Yeah, that's what it's called.
I don't think that's, like, I know that's the official name in the game, but I don't think that's the official title that the gun is given by the creators.
No, that is the official. Yes, that is the official name given by the creators of the gun. It's the BFG is the big fucking gun. The movie tried to change.
Wasn't that in the manual?
The movie tried to change it to the Bioforce gun, and people got pissed. They got so mad.
That's super lame.
It's supposed to be the big fucking gun.
That's the whole...
1 second, I'll be right back. I gotta get water.
Okay.
Well, I'll carry on while he's absent. But so going back to Arceus, I think Arceus would be able to stand up to Davith. And even if the corruption is unrelenting and will eventually corrupt, I think it boils down to, I think Arceus can take on Davith in a fight and win before he gets corrupted. Or she, or it, in that case. Honestly, I'm not sure. So basically, Arceus, like I said, is a bunch of scattered shards in the games, and that's why you can catch Arceus in the different games. But if Arceus were to ever use its full power, it is stated outright that it can just delete the entire multiverse and reset it.
Yeah, that's the same thing Davith can do.
Since he's in shards, though, doesn't that kind of put him at his disadvantage because Devoth is already whole?
No, Arceus.
Okay, well, no, he's still at very, very high power.
Well, even though he's at high power and can just create a new god out of nowhere, like you take him to his creation platform and he just gives you an egg of a god. Like, here's the god of time.
Someone in the chat said something funny. I think Arceus will lose. Davith is a warrior, and warriors are fighters. Arceus is weak to fighting types.
No. Normal.
He can swap his type very easy, and then again.
But
and then again.
But that is a good point. Even if he could switch his type, if he's weak to something, it means his power isn't limitless, which means he can't defeat.
So that's why I'm saying, like, if he were to call all of his shards back to himself, which he can do and has done in Pokemon lore before, Arceus can, like, fully recreate himself. It's just he doesn't do it because that makes for a very uninteresting story to the Pokemon writers, at least. And so if Arceus were to recall all of his shards to himself, he is essentially all types at the same time and no type at all times.
Okay.
He is everything and nothing, and
So
it would essentially just become Davith versus Davith.
Okay, so you're putting two universal gods, two infinite multiversal gods putting together. Davith has a way of killing conceptual beings and erasing them from existence to the point that they can't come back.
Yeah.
Does Arceus have the same thing that she can use to take out Davith? Because if she doesn't, or he doesn't, whatever his name is, whatever sex he is, then he will not be able to take out Davith, and Davith will be able to take out Arceus, and then it's inevitable that Doom would win.
Doesn't
I want to say that he does have existence erasure.
I think he does. Doesn't one
It's
of
not
the
just existence
creation trio?
it's not just existence erasure. It's
a conceptual erasure.
It would have to be a higher form than just regular existence erasure.
Doesn't one of the creation trio have a way to, like, completely erase a being if it's asleep?
Which one are you?
Pretty sure
referring to?
Giratina, the
Giratina.
nightmare. I'm fairly certain that Giratina can literally just eat the entire concept of someone if they are asleep, and then that person is just gone.
Davith doesn't sleep.
Pokemon have moves that put you to sleep 100% of the time.
But he can't. He doesn't. They don't sleep. They don't have the conceptual ability to sleep.
Oh, so Davith would have insomnia.
Doom guy doesn't sleep. Davith doesn't sleep. Demons don't sleep. He literally removed it from them. They can't sleep.
So Davith would have the insomnia ability.
They don't have the requirement. They don't need the requirement to sleep.
Okay, I have a question. Would the move Perish Song work on Davith?
What is it?
It essentially, when anyone who hears it is doomed to die.
Anyone who
hears it.
Oh, hears it.
If anyone hears it from any Pokemon that knows it and they hear it, they will just die in a couple turns. It just happens.
But that's the characters who can die. Doom, Davith can't die.
Nobody dies because they always faint.
Yeah, and that's another thing. They get knocked out. They don't die. Pokemon don't kill each other.
Yeah, and even in Doom, like, death manipulation is already something that lower tier summoners can already do.
Yeah, it's super casual for them.
Unknown Basic in chat. I think Arceus can erase the concept of time, space, and antimatter. The actual lore is that Arceus made every save file. If you delete that save file, it's technically Arceus deleting time and space. So based on that,
doesn't need time and space.
Based on that logic, Arceus can delete concepts.
Why?
But specifically the concepts of time, space, and antimatter, which he then gave that.
No, antimatter is not a concept. Antimatter is just it just means he can erase matter. That's all that means.
The thing.
Yeah, that's not a concept.
Even space and erasing. You can think of space-time as a thing.
Like, not everyone who destroys a space-time continuum in a universe necessarily has the ability to erase the concept of that thing even existing. Like, destroying time in a universe does not mean that the actual concept of time itself no longer exists. That just means that you destroyed that timeline.
Well, Arceus did create the concept of time. Am I wrong?
Arceus did create the concept of time.
Yes, I get that he created it, but
if he could create a concept, in theory, he should be able to also erase it.
A concept that he created. He didn't create Davith.
He didn't create Davith, but Davith didn't create him.
That's true, but Davith does have a crucible that is capable of killing anything, regardless. It breaks the rules. It's crucibles.
See, like, but by that logic, there are Pokemon who can break those rules too. Like,
and what you have to tell me. I'm not saying that that's not the case, but you have to tell me. You have to explain how.
So, well, I'm not going to use Palkia because I know
Palkia is an obvious one.
I know demons exist outside of time, so Palkia is not really important here because Roar of Time isn't going to do anything. But Giratina
can't freeze them in time.
Yeah, Dialga can't freeze them in time. But Giratina is the god of antimatter. That's where the whole antimatter thing came from. And Giratina's whole thing is that he can completely devour concepts and make them as though they never were. He has actually done that to some Pokemon in the past, and people just completely forgot that they existed. So
he did it to Team Galactus's boss too.
Yes, and just erased all of the memories of that person by eating them. So
yeah, it's like Chainsaw Man.
Yeah. So essentially, Giratina would be able to consume Davith. Well, if Giratina was able to consume Davith, he would be able to get rid of the conceptual being, or he would be able to like eat the crucible, and then crucibles are just gone. I don't know how that would work, but that'd be an interesting one.
That would be interesting. If she can eat Davith, but then you'd have to say whether or not she can actually harm Davith or eat him, because then you have to.
Arceus does the harming and the restraining, and then Giratina goes and eats him. But the thing is, Arceus also has all the abilities of Giratina, so Arceus would be able to do that if he were to pull all his shards of divinity back into himself, because that creation trio is part of his divinity.
How do you get around Davith's immunity to damage? Because if you have to eat him, you actually
and also another thing,
Perish Song.
And another thing is like also because I mentioned earlier how the Doomslayer is almost kind of like, well, he is a constant among all universes. He's basically fated to always exist and destroy the makers and achieve his goals. And you have to also realize that the Doomslayer didn't get that power to nowhere. He got that from Devoth. So
he actually
like
he actually didn't get it from Doth. Hugo Martin talked about this. Yeah, he said that people the reason why Doomguy looks like Davith is because they are both primevals, and they're not ready to reveal yet what that means and what their relation is. But he did say that before Davith even knew that Doomguy existed, Doomguy was a primeval and had the abilities that he has now. They weren't to that extent, but he was always a primeval, and he was always fated even before Davith even knew he existed. But yeah,
you have to look into that.
That is a funny one unknown. Here's a funny that could happen. Arceus just creates Doomguy / Slayer, because in theory,
he could in theory.
Davith accidentally created him.
I don't think he could, because I don't think Arceus can create a being that has powers that Arceus doesn't possess, and doesn't have the ability to do. Davith did not create Doomguy. Doomguy came out of
the Ultra Beast, but nobody knew that those things existed.
Oh, I get that no one knew they existed, but Arceus can't create something that's stronger than himself. And if him and Davith are equivalent in power, then he shouldn't be able to create something that can kill Davith either. Because you have to create something that has more power than you have. That doesn't.
Well, there is something that's actually stronger than Arceus in theory.
Is it possible that Ditto could just copy Davith? just stick a purple blob in front of Davith and watch it become a primeval.
Ditto.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. But the problem with that is that Ditto's stats don't change.
No, Ditto's stats match the stats of the Pokemon that you get.
Always?
Yeah, even in lore-wise, he's a perfect match.
Really?
He can copy people.
So if you
perfect copy.
So if you put a level 1 Ditto in front of a level 100 whatever, it will become a level 100 for that fight?
Technically, yes.
I don't remember that ever happening in the game.
If you brought like say a Mancubus right in front of a Ditto, the Ditto will like actually transform it into him bit for bit, every crevice, every wrinkle, and will mimic anything he does.
So are you
like,
saying that?
to a-
So are you saying that Arceus is not the strongest being in Pokemon? That technically Ditto could be equivalent power to Arceus?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
but
you would
what I
have
was- what I
to.
was
You,
saying
I think
before-
you would have to prove that one. I don't buy that at
Maybe,
all.
yeah, actually.
Also, couldn't
Ditto
Devoth just
probably a
one-shot the
short of
Ditto
Arceus'
before it
divinity.
transforms?
No, because Dittos have an innate transformation. You just stick it in front of something and it copies it.
He can erase it. I mean, he would be able to erase it, but you would
They're
have
also
to.
made
You
of
would.
jelly.
I think that's a big enough claim that I think you would have to give me something. You could you'd have to tell me like at what point does Ditto copy the powers of God?
Okay.
Like that's not.
Well, he doesn't do
Too
that.
sure, but Ditto can turn into Arceus in the game. So like
he can.
Isn't that a fragment of Arceus though?
Yeah, but I mean, Ditto can also turn into a Giratina, a Rayquaza, a fucking Palkia, a Dialga. Like
Sure,
these are all
but
gods.
Sure, but are we talking? Sure,
Can I-
but
can I
are
say
we talking? Wait, are we talking about gameplay or are we talking about lore?
In lore, Ditto can literally copy the
Ditto
gods.
can
Okay,
transfer
when does he? Okay,
anything.
so when does he do it?
Okay, I'm gonna use the
That's a
Detective
Pokedex entry,
Pikachu
so, like-
movie.
I don't think he can turn into the true form of Arceus.
He probably
I
couldn't.
don't know. You'd have to
now
stick
that I
the
think
true form of
about it.
Arceus in front of him, but the true form of Arceus is also again purely lore. Like we've never
Because
seen it.
by you saying this would mean that Ditto would literally be the strongest Pokemon and he can't lose essentially. Every fight with a Ditto would be a 50-50. Why wouldn't everyone just have a Ditto? Like
Well,
you could
no.
like in
So,
the manga
reason-
in the manga and all of the different stories across like when Ash was dealing with all his issues and all these different characters were dealing with their issues, why didn't they just stick a fucking Ditto in front of it? Dittos are abundant. You could stick
No, they aren't.
17 you could stick 17 fucking Dittos in front of whatever godlike beings causing problems with you, and now you've got 17 Mewtwo's. Now they could take out
All right.
Mewtwo and the problem solved.
So I do have an answer to that. Ditto is not as abundant as people seem to think. Ditto is actually a very rare Pokemon because he was a failed genetic experiment made using Mew's and Arceus's DNA because they were trying to make Mewtwo. Ditto was the result of the first few failed experiments. So there's only like what 30 maybe in total,
And
throughout
not
the
even
entire
breeding
planet.
works for them. Like they can breed, but they don't make more Dittos. They just make.
Well,
the
I mean,
Pokemon
look,
they're
you made a
breeding.
Pokemon that's more powerful than the Mewtwo that you were trying to make because it can literally
They
become
didn't know
Arceus.
that.
So it's technically I wouldn't even classify that as a failed experiment if that's the case. But again, I still think you would have to give me something that shows that this within lore this character can transform into a godlike being with equivalent power and ability to a god.
So the only
Especially
limit
within the split second
has-
of it just existing.
So the
right
only
there.
limit that Ditto has in the games is that whenever it transforms, its move pool is set to 5 PP of every move, which means you can only use every single move of the Pokemon you copied 5 times total. Which means you have a total of 20 moves. That's
If I'm
why
not mistaken,
from a gameplay perspective, it's a really good Pokemon to like be a clutch if somebody sends in something you're not expecting. And it was really good in the early generations where Dragon was the only thing to be good against Dragon. But Ditto, like in terms of its lore, its whole thing is that like it can copy anything, but eventually it runs out of energy. So essentially it would end up copying Davith, and I don't know if it would gain like the powers of a primeval that Davith has while it copies him, but if it can't beat Davith during its time frame, it would revert to a Ditto.
It also
And,
wouldn't.
yeah,
It also,
exhausted.
which it wouldn't be able to do because it's not going to get any of his items. Even if I say that this is something that can happen, which I'm still not sold on the fact that this is even possible. But even if I say that that is the case, he won't get any of his items. He's not going to get the Crucible. He's not going to get the armor. So you're basically just fighting
he's right,
weak.
though.
You're just going to fight a weaker version of Davith, a naked version of Davith.
It'd still be funny to see.
It would be
funny to see.
humorous. It would definitely be humorous, but I don't think it's the win con that you guys think it is.
No, the win con is instead, I don't know, put that Ditto in front of the perfect Arceus and watch 2 Arceuses try to figure out how to harm Davith.
I also
this is what I wanted to say.
I also just googled it out of curiosity, and they said that he actually does not copy the HP. of the person that he copies. So he would get
That's
one
true,
shot
does
immediately
not.
by whoever he transforms into.
Yeah, that's the one
Copies
step that
He would
everything else
still
but
he would
HP.
he would
That
have
is true.
god, even if this
You'd
was
have to do a
true.
no-hit.
He would have god level powers, but just be like little shitty regular dude durability.
But he'd
An
also
actual
have,
glass
he would
cannon.
also have god level defense. So if you can bypass his defense, you can one-shot him.
Which you
but you
can.
need to get past the defense.
Which Davith can do.
Davith can do.
Which Davith can do. And I mean, and if Ditto, any demon that Ditto runs into is going to kill them, because they're going to have the same powers as that demon, but that demon's going to be more durable than Ditto is. It's going to have more health. And also, unlike Ditto, the demons can literally stay alive as long as there's enough muscle to move the bones around. So like you can literally blow off all of the skin and muscle on their stomach and face and arms, and as long as there's something there to be able to move it. Demons drop dead when they literally can't function anymore. Like there's not enough muscle fibers. There's not enough muscle fibers to move the body parts. That's when they stop fighting. So
is that why Doom Guy always rips them in half?
That's why when you play the game and you like blow and you shoot them with the guns, you see chunks of them flying off. By the time you get to the point where you can actually like you actually kill them and drop them, there's like no flesh left on their body. Like you have to his guns have to be
see that with the Marauder.
Yeah, their guns have to be like massive explosive type guns that blow chunks off, because otherwise the team's gonna keep coming after you.
Okay, so before I get into what I was going to say, to answer your question from a while ago, I don't know if this is irrelevant or not, but there are Pokemon stronger than Arceus, or at least in theory. For example, Ultra Necrozma, which in theory could actually beat Arceus and absorb him. And then he would be the strongest Pokemon in the entire universe so far.
So you're saying that Arceus's power isn't limitless?
No, Arceus's power is technically limitless. The creation of Ultra Necrozma, which is why I mentioned the Ultra Beast and that nobody knew they fucking existed. When Arceus created the Ultra Beast, he created something so powerful that he sealed them away. Kind of the same way that, like in certain mythologies, when a certain creature is created that the gods are worried will overthrow them. Let's take Greek mythology here. When Kronos had his children, he would eat them to make sure that the prophecy would never come to pass, that he would be overthrown by his own kids. And eventually Zeus came back, overthrew Kronos, and now sits atop Olympus.
Yeah.
Ultra Necrozma is kind of in that same vein. Arceus knew as soon as it was created that it was a massive danger and a corruption to his own universe, so he essentially sealed it away in pocket wormholes, which is why it's an Ultra Beast. And now Ultra Necrozma, if it were to come back and absorb the perfect Arceus, would gain all of that divinity as well, and then would technically be stronger.
Well, then he would. Well, I mean, how would he be stronger if they both have limitless power?
I don't know.
He absorbs any and all light.
If that's the if that's the case, then
Devox can
Arceus
absorb too.
Then Arceus doesn't have. Then Arceus wouldn't have limitless power, or if Arceus does have limitless power and then he's defeated by someone else who has limitless power, that wouldn't increase his power any. They would just now both be limitless, and you'd be in the same situation. Now this beast has to fight Davith. The difference is that Davith has ways of defeating Arceus, and it doesn't seem like Arceus is the same way. Davith can stab him with the Crucible, that will kill him. Davith can also trap him in a life sphere. That will not kill him, but that will seal him and deal with the problem. He could do either of those two things, and that would be permanent ways of dealing with Arceus.
Arceus can get out of the life sphere.
How?
Well, life spheres can be. Oh no! Davith was trapped in a life sphere, right?
Yes, Davith was trapped in a life sphere. A life sphere is your entire conceptual existence put into a
even
ball.
your power source is just sealed.
Everything. Now Davith, Davith was
Wouldn't
able
work
to.
for Arceus. That wouldn't work for Arceus.
Why not?
Because Arceus in it of itself is a conceptual being already. So
I know.
Even if it's
So is Davith.
Existence,
So is Davith. It traps everything you are. It traps your concept, your memories, everything that you are exists within the sphere. This is why they're capable of using it against primevals.
It seals your power source. You can't use your power.
Seals everything.
How did Dabbith break out of it then?
Dabbith didn't
Yeah,
break
how
out
did
of.
Dabbith?
He didn't. Doom
He-
guy.
he had to
Doom
be
guy
let out.
opened. Doom guy opened it on purpose because he wanted to kill Dabbith.
Ah.
He let him out. Yeah.
And
Wait,
another
so you're
thing,
telling me that Arceus wouldn't even need to fucking fight Dabbith? He would just need to like go around not fighting Dabbith?
What do you mean?
Well, Dabbith is just trapped in a fucking
If we take it at the time that Dabbith is trapped in a life sphere, yeah. But if we're taking it where he's out, which is where this was, because we were doing the demons at their strongest, where Dabbith is free, then no, he would have to fucking deal with Dabbith. But yeah, if Dabbith is trapped in a life sphere, then you still have the issue of having to deal with all the demons, I suppose. But yeah, that would be like me saying that you'd have to fight
that would just be Eternal War territory.
Yeah, I mean, without dealing with Dabbith, you can't you would just have to fight limitless demons forever. And I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be Eternal War, because I think you would literally have Arceus.
He's not wrong.
You would literally have Arceus and maybe a couple of other god-like Pokemon that are still alive, but everybody else would be dead or demons.
Yeah.
It would be a victory with a couple of Pokemon that are still around.
Yeah, probably. I mean, there are like the primal Pokemon, which are literally embodiments of like the earth and the sea.
But they can infect the earth itself.
No, I'm aware that those guys would be corrupted. My point is like
That'd be fun,
they would be.
Oh, that would be insane. Imagine having a primal Kyogre just be on the demon side, and then the next universe or planet they go to, they just flood the planet.
It'd be really
cool. A corrupted primal Kyogre would probably be on the same power level as some of the fucking Titans, because they're that big. They're that strong.
True. They are
now,
really big.
This is something that I've always. Well, this is something that I've always wondered.
God.
This is something that I've always wondered, but I've never asked this question. Can the Pokeballs catch anything, or just Pokemon?
As far as I'm concerned, it's only Pokemon. They were specifically designed to catch Pokemon.
Nope. So that has been retconned. Pokemon or Pokeballs can technically catch anything according to anime.
Has anyone ever caught a person with them?
Oh, really? No, I don't think no human has ever done that. I've seen Pokeballs get thrown at humans. It didn't do anything to them.
So a Pokeball can be thrown at a human, but unless there is a certain energy signature that matches like when you throw the Pokeball, you can't catch it. So basically, you would have to specifically design a Pokeball to catch a human, and this being a kids show, that's never explored.
But somebody somewhere is gonna make a Pokeball to catch a demon and try and train it.
A fucking 100%.
There's no way that's not gonna happen.
Could
it
you
won't
imagine
work.
the world's strongest imp? It's gonna become the demon version of Pikachu. The imp.
Crazy. Imagine throwing a Master Ball at the icon of Sin.
Oh my lord, he's not getting out of there. There's no way.
Why wouldn't he get out of there?
Master Ball is 100% catch rate. Wait.
The Master Ball is like.
I know
it's
how
like
to
a
steal
glue.
Dabbith. I know how to steal Dabbith. Throw a Master Ball at him.
What about if the character? Well, would it be able to catch him if a character was capable of traveling between different universes?
Yes, because we have literally caught interdimensional gods that way.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, you could catch Palkia on a Master Ball. You could catch Dialga on a Master Ball. You could catch any.
I get that, but I think y'all like to conflate gameplay with the lore, because y'all talk about these gods if they're these all powerful things, but I mean, you can fucking beat a Dalgia with a Pikachu in that game. Like, there's clearly they're like y'all are inflating gameplay and lore.
No,
actually, when I think about it, though,
I'm not.
No,
I'm not, because I'm not conflating gameplay with lore. You guys are the ones who are saying that you can catch a Dalgia with a Master Ball, ergo it works. But I'm like, well, yeah, but I can also say that I could beat a Dalgia with a Pikachu. That I'm using gameplay inflating with lore, because I'm just reacting to what you guys are doing. It was the same way how you said that a Ditto can turn into an Arceus in game, and that's somehow evidence that he could do it. He could turn into it in no matter who you put him in front of. That's all Ditto does, is transform into things, but that doesn't prove that he could do it in lore.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Pokemon game mechanics are really unreliable.
Anything. But no, the Master Ball lore is specifically stated it can catch anything.
Has anyone ever in the entire history of Pokemon caught a god Pokemon?
Yes.
Actually, yeah.
Really?
Canonically, yes.
Volo did.
Who's Solo?
Volo, wait, did he catch? I think he caught a Giratina, didn't he, before it ran away?
Well, he released it, but yes.
He did release it, but Volo in the Legends Arceus, he specifically is trying to capture Arceus. He has a Master Ball. I'm pretty sure he catches Giratina to help him because Giratina also wants to overthrow Arceus.
So would a Pokeball be able to catch an Arceus in the Pokemon universe?
In the lore,
Arceus.
you would be able to catch a shard of Arceus with.
What about the entirety of Arceus?
Yeah, what about true form
No,
Arceus?
you could not do that actually.
The thing is, true form Arceus we've never seen, so we don't know. But in theory, the Master Ball would work because it is a guaranteed catch on any known Pokemon or any known or unknown Pokemon in the Pokemon world.
Dan, I have to say this. This is gonna this might actually ruin this argument for us, but the Master Ball actually has been escaped by a few Pokemon, and one of the examples I'm gonna pull from is from the Scarlet and Violet DLC against Terapagos when the kid he threw a Master Ball at Terapagos, and because it was at its strongest, it was able to escape it. I believe it was a Master Ball he threw.
No. He throws a I don't think it's a Master Ball. I mean, you might be right, but so going off of like just pure lore entries, a Master Ball is a guaranteed catch. There are certain exceptions, like when a Pokemon is, or like let's take Eternamax Eternatus. That is the largest Pokemon in the Pokemon universe, and
It can only
is
catch it
a
after
Pokemon
it was
at its
defeated.
most powerful. You need to knock it down out of its Eternamax form in order to even have a chance at catching it, even with a Master Ball. So there are certain times where a Pokemon would be able to escape of its own power if it is at the height of its powers. So I guess in that scenario, technically, full power Arceus would probably be able to escape a Master Ball.
Okay.
Which means I guess Davith would too.
So here's the final one. I think this is probably going to be the nail in the coffin. Davith is omniscient, and he can look into every timeline, all timelines at all times. He knows what's going to happen.
Yes,
it doesn't matter what decision
Arceus does the same thing.
Yeah, but the difference is that all of the things that you have had him, your characters do, are things that he can very easily react to. Whereas when Davith goes up against Arceus, he has ways of killing Arceus in an actual 1v1 fight. The ways that you're saying that Arceus can overcome Davith is using outside sources, things that he could see, predict, and actually overcome pretty easily. He can erase a Ditto from existence before that Ditto is coming to him and transform into him if he wants to. Says that's what Davith does. He erases shit. He creates shit and he erases shit.
Just creates a new one.
Arceus can just infinitely duplicate Pokemon. They disappear, he makes another. He can do that.
Fine, but then you just have a situation where they're both duplicating and erasing, and it's still not going to solve the problem for him.
They're just permanently erasing it.
They're just just casual. I mean, and Davith can do it passively. He doesn't even have to think about it. Universe, just by him existing, universes are created. Like, he doesn't actually have to put any mental power towards it. It just happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it boils down to is, like, if Davith is in a life sphere, it's Eternal War. If Davith's not in a life sphere, eventually Doom wins because of Davith.
Doom will win.
And
then we'll have
really just boils down to
Pokemon
can take on the highest tier that isn't Davith, which is the highest that any world has gone against Doom.
Yeah, probably. I mean, until they introduce the other gods, because right now Davith's the only one that we've seen. There's apparently people higher than him we haven't met yet, but yeah. I mean, yeah.
Like, as far as we know from Doom lore, this is as far as Pokemon would be able to go. They can go to, like, the highest tier below Davith.
See, that's why I was kind of bummed out when they announced Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm excited for it, and it looks badass. But
it does look badass. I've seen the trailers.
It looks fucking good. But
I heard a theory too about the mech.
What?
It might be kind of schizo, but someone on Reddit, they noticed how the Atlan mech also has, like, that sort of button, and they said, what if that button thingy on the chest, I don't know what it's called, like that light thing, what if that's also a thing that you can connect to use to use the Atlan to pilot an even bigger mech, like kind of like in Gurren Lagann.
Oh, like a mech inside of a mech.
Yeah, mech inside of a mech, like a Matryoshka doll.
Why
or
not just
whatever it's
make
called.
a bigger mech that you could pilot without having another mech? It's a funny idea
Yeah,
more than it's a
kind of-
cool one.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, the Night Sentinels are, they're trying to be like cool, I guess. I have no idea.
Look, if someone jumped into a mech and got into a fight with a bunch of Titans, and then at some point they're like, "Oh man, I can't deal with all these Titans. I need a bigger mech," and then that mech jumps into a larger mech, I would bust out laughing. There's no way to do that and not have that be hilarious. That would just be the dumbest shit
That'd
ever.
be actually so awesome, though.
It would
Even
be
if
funny,
it is
but
kind of dumb.
it would be awesome to pilot the bigger mech, but watching the cutscene, I'd just be laughing my fucking ass off.
I honestly don't even
it's
think
like
it would
looking
be...
at a. It's like
Also
looking
calling
at
back
a
to the-
Power Rangers scene.
Yeah, but Power Rangers don't
Also
even do
calling-
that.
Also, calling back to the Gurren Lagann stuff, like it's kind of like this one scene. I'm imagining like, what if against the Dreadnought, right? The Doom guy is in the mech, and then the Dreadnought destroys the mech, and then the Doom guy has to fight it on his own. Because Hugo Martin mentioned that he didn't need the mech to fight the champion Titan, so I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, so
like
this...
imagine just one shots the mech.
Here's the thing.
Doom guy doesn't even need a gun technically. He could go around punching demons.
He can. He was a soldier. He was a soldier, and he likes using guns. That's why he's using. But I will say this.
Guns are cool.
I think that a lot of statements that Hugo Martin has made in the past about the events prior to the Slayer Testaments are going to be retconned in this game. Not necessarily on purpose.
It would be cool though.
Sure, but I think they're gonna be changed because I think that he fights the champion in the trailer. If you watch the second trailer, the one that came out not that long ago, at the very end of the trailer, there's a scene where he jumps at a Titan, and we do not see this Titan's face, but he's not in a mech. It's the only Titan we see him fight in the trailer that he's not in a mech. I'm like, I bet you that's the fucking champion Titan. That's him. So, yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen. I think we are gonna fight that dude. I don't know if we're gonna get into a fist fight with him, because like I said, Hugo Martin actually said that he beat him without his armor, like before he got his Praetor armor, and he beat him in a fist fight. That's gonna be really difficult to do in gameplay. So I think that they're probably gonna change that in the game, and they're actually gonna have like a mechanic where you actually have to fight against them and use guns and shit like that. Because that would just be very like, what would you do gameplay wise? Like just run around, like get on a fucking jump pad, launch you up to his face, and then press the melee button real quick, blood punch him in the face.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like Doom the Dark Ages.
It doesn't sound fun either. So I feel like they're gonna change it just for fun reasons. There's
sounds like that one Sonic battle though.
I don't really
Perfect Chaos.
I personally don't actually like boss fights against bosses that are like giants. I think they're usually boring. Boss fights against people who are your size are almost always more engaging and fun. Like I think the Gladiator boss fight. Yeah. I think the Gladiator boss fight and the Cyber Demon boss fight from 2016 are way better than the Icon of Sin boss fight. I think they're
Giant
so
boss
much
fights are cool. They're cool spectacles though. Like I can imagine like a multi-phase boss fight where it's like someone's in a giant thing or they have a giant form, and then it's like in Asura's Wrath, right? Like the final boss, he's giant, but then you punch his giant form and you blow it up, and then you have to fight him at his like true form.
But
He's,
that's
like,
not a
normal size, basically.
that's not. But that fight is not a. It's not like the gameplay completely changes. It's like it becomes a puzzle game. It becomes like a shooter where you have to shoot certain parts of it as your character flies around. It's like not a twin stick. An on rails. It becomes an on rails shooter for that boss fight. Gameplay wise, it's less fun than when you're fighting the 1v1. It looks cool, which is why I think the best way to do a large boss, like a boss that's the size of a skyscraper or something, is to not have it be a boss fight, but to have it just be like a level. Like make the entire level the boss. Like you getting through the level is difficult, and then by the time you get through
of the Colossus.
Or alternatively,
something like that.
What if the giant boss fight portion of it is just like for a split second, and then I don't know how to explain it, but then maybe they punch them out of the giant form or something like. I don't know how to phrase it.
Yeah, but that's
they get punched out of the giant form.
But that's not improving. Yeah, but that's not improving the boss. That's not improving the size of the boss fight. That's just changing it from that big to a smaller one. So you're kind of proving the point.
What I'm saying is like, Yeah, I'm saying that the giant part of the boss fight's not really a boss fight. It's just basically like a
Yeah.
cinematic.
That's what I said. Like that's
set
the
piece.
that's really.
Yes,
I mean,
it's a set piece.
the only one that I could say that did giant boss fights well, and they weren't nearly as giant as okay, a better example, Dan, than what you were saying is like the Kronos boss fight from God of War 3. That like he is the level. Like you're walking on his arm, and then you jump up to his other arm, and then you go inside of
Shadow of the
him.
Colossus is exactly like that. Like every boss
It's a
has
little
its own level.
It's a little different. I get what you're saying, but it's a little different because you're like it's like a moving tower that you have to climb, but Shadow of Colossus also doesn't feel like you're fighting it. It feels like you're climbing.
No, Shadow of the Colossus is literally a puzzle platformer.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a.
Yeah.
I think Chrono.
It's just find the weak spot.
I think God of War 3 works better for what I'm talking about because the level actually still feels like you're in a fight, whereas it doesn't necessarily feel like you're in a fight in Shadow of the Colossus. It just feels like you're climbing shit.
I mean, the in Pokemon Sword and Shield, the fight against a Tyranids was probably one of the best.
Yeah, but that's a Pokemon game. Turn-based combat like that lends itself better to
Yeah,
large
I mean
creatures.
that's totally different because the combat doesn't change regardless of the size of the character. With action games, you actually have to change the way the combat works in order for
Yeah, especially since Doom Guy's gonna be moving slower.
That's true. And there's a run button. That's gonna be weird. There's never been a run button in Doom.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sprint button.
I am not happy about that, to be honest. I'll have
Maybe
to
it's
see.
more of a dash button.
No, they said it's a
Nope,
run. There is no dash. They're saying
Really?
it's a run button.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I
don't know if I'm gonna like that, but
we'll see.
I can't really tell.
Well,
until the game
they
comes out.
did say that they did say that they play tested it a lot, and they said that he actually runs super fast even without the sprint. The sprint just kind of gives him this extra little oomph, and I'm like, but why even give us that extra thing? Just make him have that oomph all the time, and let us have a fucking dash button. But I guess because of the slower combat, and you're fighting less enemies. I guess giving you the dash would have made the game too easy or something, and they probably did it for balancing reasons. I don't know. I gotta play the game. The game looks awesome. I'm gonna enjoy it, but I think
I just can't wait to use
play it
the
on the channel.
bone gun.
What's up?
Play it on the channel.
That is a game I will never play on the channel. There's certain games. There's certain games that I want to experience on my own without having to entertain an audience while I'm doing it. I just want to fucking play Doom: The Dark Ages. I don't want anybody telling me, "Oh, look at this." I don't want to have to look at the chat and be like, "Hey, what do you guys want?" I just want to be in the game.
I didn't say play it live.
You said play it on the chat. Oh, you mean record myself
Recording,
playing it
yeah.
and put? That's not. YouTube will not push
You have to
that
play up to the
video
camera.
at all. That shit will get 100 views after a month. YouTube only pushes certain videos that I make. They don't push literally any old bullshit I pump out.
Yeah, I know. But
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Like,
for a
what
video
you
like
can
that, you're
do-
gonna have to play up for the camera.
Look at my my horsecock video. Easily my best video, and they fucking didn't push it. They didn't push it in the algorithm. It would have taken my channel to the next level, but it didn't happen.
What you can do for it though is you could upload a thoughts when you finish it.
I could what?
Like you could
Highlights.
upload
Highlights too.
yeah, highlights or what you thought of the game.
I mean I could do all kinds of stuff, but like I said, it's just YouTube will not push it. YouTube only pushes the survival challenges. That's all. That's the only anytime I make anything outside of that, even the character analysis. When I make the character analysis, YouTube doesn't push it at all. I made a character and a lot of people were
Yeah, I
asking me
noticed that.
to bring back the character analysis videos, so I did. I made one on V from Cyberpunk, and I have a relatively large Cyberpunk base that watches my videos, and it got 2,000 views. I think to this day it's
Yeah,
got maybe 4,000 or something. It's very, very low. I made one in the
Yeah,
Illuminates, and it also didn't. And I have an even bigger Helldivers base, and even that video didn't do particularly well. They want Would You Survive challenges. That is what the algorithm pushes on my channel. So it just is what it is.
Yeah, I mean the algorithm used to push Tekken on your channel,
And I got it out of it. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm okay with doing the Would You Survive. I didn't like doing the Tekken ones. I haven't gotten to the point that I hate doing Would You Survive challenges. So
Okay.
I'm just if I ever get to the point that I absolutely despise doing it, then yeah, I'll fucking pivot again. But
You'll kill your channel again.
again for the third time. I will kill my channel, and yeah.
Can I make a survival suggestion?
I won't listen to it. I'll be honest with you.
All right, fair.
Okay.
75 times.
All right. Okay. So this debate, I guess, is over. So we'll move on.
Yes.
We'll move on to the next one.
What was
Thank
the
you.
result again?
Doom wins
Yeah.
because they
Doom wins,
always
but
win.
Pokemon makes it the highest that any world has ever made it.
Yeah.
Well,
Hold
to be
on,
fair, I haven't thrown a lot of gods at Doom. To be honest, to be fair though, a lot of gods.
Yeah, that is true.
What were you saying, Crazy?
I just wanted to notice, would like would destroying like each individual cell of a demon kill them? Like,
Yeah.
I know it wouldn't kill them permanently, but would
regular
it kill them?
A regular demon, yeah, they'll come back, but yeah, it'll kill them.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on what you classify as being killed. You know, they'll go to hell and their body will rebuild itself and they'll come back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I honestly kind of want to do the ultra kill thing, but it's kind of unbalanced with Doom. Even if I use like Goku, that would still be like super unbalanced.
Gotcha. Yeah. Also, I want to see. I want to see what other debates there. I don't want to make these streams just the same debate over and over again. I want to see what else other people's got. We'll see what's going on. Dragon Ball Androids versus Cyberpunk. That's the most one-sided shit I've seen on here.
That's even more rigged than me
so far. I think that might be
maybe ultra kill. Maybe ultra kill Hell versus like ultra kill Hell is honestly more like nuke level in my opinion.
Yeah. Not right now. We're gonna move on to new things. You guys had y'all's turn. I'm gonna move y'all down to the audience. Thanks for coming on.
All right. Thanks.
I'll excuse myself out. Hey, at least
he did not excuse himself out.
Nope. You just forced him.
I
out.
booted
That was rude.
I didn't know he was gonna be in the middle of a fucking sentence. I was saying goodbye, and then I was gonna leave, and then he decided to keep talking. I was like, oh my god, whatever. Is what it is.
The only people who don't get booted is me.
The only people. I mean, I could boot you. You'll come right back in.
You could, but I can also boot you technically.
I guess I can also come back in, but I can
don't
also.
know why I send you to the audience because that would just like. I just have to entertain stream myself.
I can control your powers though. I could take away your ability to boot me. See?
Yeah, I know.
I'm Davith and you're Arceus.
you really gonna take away my stream wizard powers though?
No, I'm not gonna do that. All right, let's see. Who's in the comments? All right, anybody else have another debate that they would like to do?
I want to debate Helldivers versus StarCraft with Rouga.
Who does?
Losers Club.
Losers Club? I'll be honest with you. I'm still to the point that I don't want to talk about Helldivers. I had like 4 Helldivers debates in the last like week, and I don't want to do it anymore.
James Earl Cash versus Negan, or Hero of Time Link versus Cult of the Lamb.
Wait, what? I mean, that would have to be like the weakest version of Zelda ever for it to be a fair fight. Because, like I said,
Hero of Time Link isn't even the weakest version, so that's a wash.
Cult of the Lamb has a lot of really awesome hacksy abilities, but in terms of just how strong they are, they're very weak. Like I said, the absolute strongest character can like be the size of a mountain, but like as far as like their physical, like they can't blow up they're gods technically, but they can't blow up worlds or universes or do any of that crazy shit. There's no like altering the fabric of reality. None of that shit is in there. They're relatively low tier. Yeah. So
the Newfoundland Legion. I want to debate Ruga's poor IRS decisions.
I have amazing IRS decisions. How much money have you given the IRS? How much have you allowed them to steal from you?
None, because he's a Canadian based on his username.
Well, he
and
still
we don't have the IRS.
Then he had to pay even more taxes to someone else.
The CRA.
They have way more taxes up there than we do. So I would say that I made awesome decisions. You know how many taxes I've paid this year? 0.
7 billion.
I haven't paid any taxes this year.
7 billion and 23.
I'm sure they'll give me a bill at some point. I'll have to deal with it in 28. All right.
2070.
Yeah. So, well, no.
2077.
They started giving me last year in 2023 they came after me for the shit I didn't pay in 2021. So that's a 2-year gap. So I can assume that if I don't pay this year, then they'll come at me in 2027. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe now that they're on me, they're just gonna keep coming every year. Like they'll be like on my ass the whole time. But good luck fucking finding me because I don't have an address. All right, let's see where we going. Who we got? Cash vs. Trevor, JoJo Jujutsu Kaisen. That would be good. Rouga vs. IRS. Okay, let's see. Short Bay has been liberated. Tested my mic, and there are no occurring issues with it. That's cool. What was your?
Oh, that's Gaben.
What did he want to debate?
I don't know.
He's
Gaben,
been waiting
what did
for a
you wanna
while.
do?
What did you want to debate, Gaben? Let them know about it.
We'll give you a chance, but if your mic quality's shit, we're sending you right back.
I gotta see what he wants to debate though. If he wants to debate,
Monsterverse Godzilla versus War of the Monsters.
I'll be honest. I don't want to debate that.
Sorry, Gaben, you're as well.
No, we could debate. We could debate something because he's been waiting a while. That people really hated that video, and there was like a lot of people commenting, and I commented, and I replied to so many comments. I've basically said everything that I want to say about it in those comments. So it's just I just didn't care enough about it to
Shaggy Santa says, "Nah, do this."
We'll move it back. We'll move it back later. But I'll do it at a different point. I'm just not right now. Let's see what else we got. Joel Miller versus Arthur Morgan. Arthur Morgan's fucking winning that one immediately.
Let's see.
Atom Smasher versus Space Marine. I like it, but I do think it's very one-sided. I think Atom Smasher takes that super easily.
Octopuncher's gone. Darkman has been up here before and is gone.
Well, it would depend on what Space Marine you use. If you use basic bitch average Space Marine, I think Atom Smasher wins. If you use one of like the helmetless god level ones, then obviously it'll probably go a different route.
Lost Soul, I think, had one a while back.
What? Anything good? What was it?
Conan the Barbarian versus Gauntlet. I don't know either of those universes very well.
I haven't played Gauntlet since I was a kid, so I probably knew it at one point.
I don't know if he was talking about the video game.
I
know the video game.
I assume he is talking.
I think he was talking about an isekai anime called Gauntlet.
Oh. No, I don't know that one. I thought he was talking about the fucking game. The game was cool.
Crazy Nano wanted to do Pokemon versus Cult of Lamb, but we did that. Dark-Sided Dimensions Darth Vader versus Cult of Lamb from Luke.
Conan versus Guts. I don't know either of those. Shaggy, who's Shaggy again? Which one was he?
Shaggy is Darkman 87.
All right, Darkman, you've been up twice. You've been up this week and last week. Let's get somebody else.
Darkman 67. There we go.
Yeah, Darkman's been up here twice, and he had a whole debate on it.
There was one from somebody who didn't have a mic and was looking for people, which was Spawn versus Kratos. But I don't know that there's anybody who'd want to do that.
Yeah, but
I don't know Spawn well enough to do that.
I know Spawn a bit. I wouldn't debate for him though. I think Kratos would win that one. I don't actually think Spawn's all that powerful. People think he's a lot more stronger than he is.
Well, that is the end of my list. So, chat, what do you guys want other than, the IRS?
The IRS. Would debate the IRS.
We're not.
Cis droid. So it's like not a trans droid. It's a cis droid.
No, it's the CIS.
I know. Dark Dimension Vader versus Lamb would be interesting. How strong is Dark Dimension Vader? James Earl Cash versus Negan. I know a lot of Manhunt, Jim, Jiu-Jitsu. I mean, I guess we could do Dark Dimension Vader versus the Lamb. I could try it out.
All right, who knows Dark Dimension Vader?
I mean, I'm assuming Luke Young is he wants to debate for Dark Dimension Vader. That's what I'm assuming.
Okay. Luke Young. What's your Discord?
Star Wars versus Lord of the Rings. Do JoJo in fair. He manipulates time by Theoden the Fourth. Cool. Jacket from Hotline Miami versus John Wick.
That's a wash.
Is automatons versus Terminators or just no? I already said I don't really feel like talking about Helldivers anymore. We talked about Helldivers. That was the first debate we had today. We had two debates last week, and we had another debate the week before that, and it was all Helldivers. So I was like,
you were up here earlier.
Let's chill from Helldivers for a bit. Side Shot versus Omen, Darth Gator. Oh
Luke
yeah, Darth
Young is Darth Gator. He was up here earlier.
Okay, I mean, I guess if we can't find nobody else, it looks like all the people are just people who've already been up here.
Sonic 3 Shadow versus.
It's got to be somebody
Omni-Man?
like I see a lot of people being like Astra versus Kratos is big on death battle. I mean, I get that, but do you want to debate that? Like that's the whole point. We're trying to find don't say something if you're not going to defend somebody or if you don't feel passionately about it, because then we're just two people talking about shit we don't care about. You know?
Gaben says Sonic 3 Shadow versus Omni-Man.
I mean, I don't want to support either of those. I haven't even seen Sonic 3, and I don't really care about Omni-Man. If somebody else wants to do that, they could. I don't have any issues with it though. If somebody wants to support Omni-Man, and then y'all can have a debate. Yeah, that's another thing. It doesn't have to be me. Like if somebody says something and you're like, ooh, that's a good one, I want to fucking do that. Then yeah, it could be two other people come up here. It doesn't have to be me.
Or if somebody says a universe and you think, oh, that'd be an interesting one, let me throw this universe against it. As long as it's universes you guys know well enough. Yeah.
I honestly don't care what we debate about. It doesn't even have to be versus debates. I truly don't care. Someone someone asked me the other day if they can debate philosophy into the chat, and I said I don't care. You can debate anything. I really don't care.
Fuck yeah, I'll debate philosophy or mythologies with people.
Yeah, doesn't matter to me. Doesn't have to always be versus matches. I personally do not care. This is just like a debate chat, just for people to come up and argue and have fun and whatever. I'm not limiting it to specific things. Shadow power was about to blow up the planets. And also way earlier I said you could use Arrow versus Green Arrow to fight Rambo. Arrow versus Green Arrow becomes God. So we would have to use the version before he becomes God. Outside of that, I don't know. I haven't seen the show. But I would assume Rambo, because Rambo's awesome. And he beats most things.
Because Rambo wins all the time, even when Rambo loses.
Rambo
never loses.
Look, Rambo, in terms of just basic bitch soldiers who don't have insane superpowers or ridiculousness, I haven't seen anyone who has convinced me that they're better than Rambo. Rambo is the fucking gold star standard for just like basic bitch dudes who aren't super soldiers. Like in terms of non-super soldiers, he's about as peak as it gets, in my mind. I was just comparing him to fucking Hitman 47 and saying that he would Hitman 47 is a super soldier. He is fucking an advanced, thingamabobber, genetically enhanced. That's the word I was fucking looking for. All right, let's see. Death penalty, good or bad? Good. I think we need to kill more people. We need to kill way more people. I'm tired of paying for them to like room and board and 3 meals a day when they're like life sentences shouldn't exist. I think if you get a life sentence, it should be immediate kill. And I don't think that we should go through this whole process of putting them in jail for 7 years and then eventually scheduling them and all that. If you get death penalty, you should fucking take them right outside and just fucking kill by gunfire.
Okay, and what about the massive rate of false convictions
What about
in the U.S.?
What about it?
People falsely accused and given the death penalty. You want them just executed on the spot?
Do those people eventually get executed anyway after 7 years?
In some cases, in other cases, their verdict can actually be overturned.
What are the cases? If you're telling me that we have, 10,000 people incarcerated for life sentences that are never going to get out, and every year we have 5 innocent people who are killed because of false convictions.
It's more than 5. It's more like 5%.
5%? Okay, let's say
5% of 10,000 is what, 500?
Well, it wouldn't be 5% of it wouldn't be 5%. Well, because not everyone who's in life sentences would be falsely convicted, but yeah, whatever. False convictions are going to happen either way. But the point is that you don't make laws that are good for the smallest, for the minority. You make laws that are the best for the majority. People need to stop fucking doing that. And is it best for?
I'm not saying make a law that's good for the smallest minority.
That's what it is. That is what
Make
you're
a
saying.
system-
You're saying make a law. You're saying make a law that's good for the 5%, as opposed to make a law that's good for everybody else, which is
No, I'm
let's
saying
not
find a way
support.
to stop falsely accusing people, or at least give them a chance to prove
Yeah,
themselves.
you should. I think you should. Yeah, I don't think people should be falsely accused of things, but I think that overall, when you put somebody in prison for life, and these aren't people that these are people who are put in prison for life. So when you're put in prison for life, you know that there's no chance you could possibly get out, and you're saying that 5% of those people. I actually think that's a little high. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I also think that a lot of times that that 5% aren't actually innocent of the crime, and they get out because there was a mistake made somewhere along the line in their actual conviction, which is also happens quite a bit. When you really look at it, even if it is 5%, the likelihood that those people were actually in it is probably lower. It's probably around 3% or 2%. And I don't think that we should continue doing things the way that we're doing them now, which is really, really bad, just because we might save 2%.
Of racial profiling and
What about what massive
false accusations based on race?
An accusation is not a conviction.
No, an accusation is not a conviction, but there's a lot of people who end up getting extremely overtired public defenders because they can't afford a lawyer.
Yeah, that sucks.
And they end up losing in their court case, and they do go to prison.
Yeah, that sucks.
With no chance of coming out sometimes.
Yeah, that sucks.
Not all the time, but sometimes.
That sucks. Stop committing crimes.
They didn't commit the crime. That's
yes, they
not
do.
Great.
The vast majority of people in prison committed crimes. There's a very, very small percentage. I actually think you're exaggerating when you say 5%. There's a very small percentage of people who did not commit the crimes.
I mean, I can look up the actual statistic for the U.S. false incarceration rate.
Go for it. I don't know how much you can actually go by any of those statistics, because the whole idea of false incarceration is, like, how do you know they were falsely incarcerated? Like, unless they got out. You know what I mean? So all that would be a statistic of is the people who went to jail and then eventually the conviction got overturned. That's not the same thing as a false conviction. You can get overturned for any number of reasons. So I don't think there can be a statistic of false convictions.
1 in 20 criminal cases result in a wrongful conviction.
Yeah, I don't think you
4
can.
to 6% of incarcerated.
I don't think you can measure false convictions, because all you're measuring is people whose convictions were overturned. You can't, because you would have to prove that they was falsely convicted. Overturned doesn't mean convicted.
Right. It is 5%.
Again, you would have to.
At least according to the statistics, like in your from your government, according to your statistics.
Sure.
It is 5%.
My government has a lot of stupid statistics. Again, you would have to say what is
your
a
government's just outright stupid.
I don't disagree with that. What is a false conviction? That's the thing that you have to talk about. Like if a false conviction is just someone's sentence getting overturned, then it's not a false conviction.
No, it's not when your sentence is overturned. That's a different thing. That's,
how do they measure it?
That's the rate of overturned sentences.
How do they measure it? How do they know that the conviction was false?
I mean, you can't know for sure, I guess.
Okay, that's how many because the only way that you can measure it is by taking convictions that were overturned. You'd be like, oh well, that something happened along the line, and this evidence is no longer valid or whatever, and then they get out.
You have to take cases where somebody was accused and then later DNA evidence exonerated them.
I will never say that you should make a law that helps as small a percentage as 5% and harm everybody else. And 5% isn't even 5% of the country. It's 5% of people who go to prison. So the people
Aren't
who
you one of those people who's gone to prison?
I've been arrested. I've never gone to prison.
Okay.
If you go through, well, I was actually never arrested because they never the government doesn't know what my fingerprints look like. Let's say that.
You were never processed.
I was never processed.
You were booked, but you were never processed.
I don't think I was booked either. I was put in a cop car and driven there, and then they kind of just let them go.
Booked.
I guess. Anyway, the point is, what was I saying? Sorry, I started reading the fucking chat while you were talking. Everyone's giving Doomslayer versus Kratos, Sans versus Career God, everyone's like anything else, but who should die and who shouldn't. No, but
The thing is, like, the chat rate actually went up when we started talking about this. And gained people.
Mike likes it. Mike enjoys it. Anyway,
I'm enjoying it. Like, this is an actual debate.
Yeah. Well, it's about something that's more important. But yeah, no. I don't think that anyone should ever pass a law at any point, no matter what, based on the smallest percentage. Like, I don't know what percent of Americans actually go to prison. I imagine it's a pretty small percentage. So that 5% is not 5% of Americans. It's 5%.
I'd have to look that up. That'd be hard.
It's 5% of a much, much smaller percentage. So you're talking about of the actual percentage of the whole country's population. You're talking about a percentage of a percentage. And you're saying that all of us should pay way more taxes and support this broken conviction system that should not even exist, or at least certainly shouldn't exist in the capacity that it does now, because a percentage of people might get fucked in the long run. I don't care. Like, I don't think that we should all be suffering for this stupidity. And like, it sucks. It sucks that bad shit happens. But
0.7% of the United States is currently in a federal or state prison.
Okay, so now 5% of that, and that's the number of people who are wrongly convicted according to your statistics. Yeah, I don't think we should keep propping up this stupid system for that small a percentage of people.
That would be like 0.000 something percent.
Yeah, you're not going to convince me that we should keep going the way it is because of those people. I'm sorry. I'm sure it sucks. Even the people who are wrongly convicted, it's terrible. But also, how many of those wrongly convicted people are wrongly convicted about things that give them a fucking life sentence? I assume that would also be a much smaller.
I don't know. That
would
probably
be
like 3% of the wrongly convicted
that
people.
would also be a smaller percentage. So again, honestly, you are probably talking about like absolute max. You're probably talking about like a couple hundred people, and it's like, yeah, that's not worth it.
I mean, I'll admit to that because that's probably like 0.7% of your population, 5% of that, and then like 3% of that 5%.
I take them out to the barn and put them out of their misery. Yeah, I think it's
you would do so well as an executioner in the medieval ages.
Dude,
I'd just fucking off with their heads.
The guy's like giving him his last rites, and then boom, like in the middle of his last rites, the dude's head would come flying off. He's like, the fuck. I was in the middle of it. It was like, bro, we got to keep it moving, man. We got a lot of executions. Got a lot of executions to get through.
Oh my god, you would have been a terrible king.
I would have been amazing. Well, no. No, actually. Hey, no. Here's the thing. There's a reason why I'll never...
$5 from Mike Hawk.
That's right, Mike. This is what we do. Okay, like, who's that guy in Brazil? It really depends on where you live. Like, who's that guy? There's that guy. He's not in Brazil. He's in, like, South America. But his country was a shithole.
I don't know. There's a guy named Adolf Hitler running one of the African countries.
Funny. There's this guy I forgot his name, but his country was a shithole. It was completely ruled by cartels, and there was drugs on the street. And he actually made...
That is Brazil. Or Mexico.
He made
lot of those places.
Let me finish. So, in order to solve their drug problem and their crime problem, he made a motorcycle death squad. And their job is to drive around the country all hours of the day. And if they see anyone who is on drugs or taking drugs or selling drugs, they are to be shot on sight without a trial. And this completely eliminated their drug problem and removed the cartels from the country entirely. Is it excessive? Did innocent people die? Yeah, but it solved the problem. And the people of the country actually love him because it was a fucking criminal-filled shithole before, and it's not anymore. It just depends on where you are. Privileged people, which Americans and Canadians to an extent are, although you're going to be following South America pretty quickly.
What do you mean by that?
They're very comfortable. You guys elected Trudeau. And he did some pretty fucking authoritarian bullshit.
So did Trump.
No, he did no. Trudeau literally went to your bank and froze bank accounts of people who were peacefully protesting against him. He actually took their money away and stole from them and used the arm of the government to do that.
Hasn't happened yet.
We've
Trudeau's
never
not
done
getting
that.
reelected.
It doesn't matter. He already did. He already made over that. You don't have freedom of speech. name one thing Trump did that was even close to using the arm of the government to rob the citizens, not through taxation, but literally froze their accounts.
I'm not getting into this.
Uh-huh.
Not with you, not with Alden,
Uh-huh.
because it's not worth it.
Uh-huh.
I learned this the hard way. It is not fucking worth it. Who the fuck sent me a friend request? I swear to God, I will kill you.
Fucking destroyed.
Jonathan Pyre, who the fuck are you?
Funny. Okay.
I have an idea for the debate in the chat. You guys can do that one. Dude, just type it in the fucking chat. Don't message me.
Don't even look at your message. I haven't looked at my messages. My messages have gone up by like 3 since we started. But I'm not looking at them.
See, the only reason I checked that is because I thought my girlfriend had messaged me.
I want to argue the strongest U.S. like physically strongest, or just like the most skilled and like best killer. Because if we're talking about, if we're talking,
the best president?
Wait, what's up?
Who was the best president out of your 45, 46?
47. I think Trump is the 47th president, but technically he was also the 45th, so we have 46. In my lifetime.
No, just in general. Who was the best president for your country?
I know the one that I like the most, just out of just pure cool factor.
All right, who's that?
Andrew Jackson was a beast. Not the best dude. Oh, right, you're not fucking American. Everybody in the chat, if they know anything about Andrew Jackson, is like, oh fuck yeah, Andrew Jackson. Well, okay, so people hate on him because he's responsible for the Trail of Tears, which is like the worst offense ever done to the Native Americans. Like like people talk about it as if it was worse than us like killing all of them. It was pretty bad though. It was pretty bad. But then again, so were the Native Americans at the time. So who gives a fuck? Everybody was shitty to each other. But Andrew Jackson, when he died, they found like 20-something bullets in his body. He was a wild dude. Like he would constantly challenge people to duels and fight and kill them on the front lawn of the White House.
Of the White House.
Just for fun, for like stupid little arguments and things. People would challenge him and he would challenge them. And when he died, they found like 20-something bullets or something in his body. I'm sure I'm exaggerating, but it was a lot of bullets were found in his body and little like chipped off knives and stuff from all the times he was stabbed and shot and didn't die. At one point, I remember at one point the Native Americans were trying to talk a deal with Andrew Jackson. This was a big one. I forgot the name of the Native American leader, but he was like this really he was a guy who was greatly respected and chosen as their leader for being like a mighty warrior. He went and met in with Andrew Jackson to talk about peace terms, and he left the meeting with Andrew Jackson. It was just them two. He left the meeting crying. And he went to his right hand and he said, "We're fucked," basically. We don't know what was said between the two, but basically Andrew Jackson was a dude who just did he did exactly what he said he was gonna do, and he said like, with this whole Native American bullshit, we're not dealing with this anymore. And he did more than that, but he's said to be a president that pushed the country forward a lot. Like he was a good leader for his people. But he like did not give a fuck about anybody else, and he was intense. Like, and a lot of people, because Americans hate themselves, everyone says like he was evil and awful and all this stuff, and to an extent he definitely was. But he was also very effective and kind of a badass if you look at him as a historical figure. I look at him the same way I look at someone like Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan killed so many people and raped so many women that there's a percentage of Chinese people who are like a large percent, like I forgot what it was, like 10-15% of Chinese people are related to Genghis Khan.
There's still a massive percentage of Genghis Khan's descendants alive today.
Yeah, and he killed so many people that he actually lessened like the footprint. Like we have less people today than we would have if Genghis Khan had never lived because of how many people he killed. It was a massive, massive number of people. And I still really like Genghis Khan. Like as a historical figure, he was a badass. And the funny thing is, if I was alive at the time that Genghis Khan was, I would be dead. Because there was this one part where he was having his people travel to, I forgot where it was. I think it was India. He was traveling somewhere, and they didn't think they had enough food to get there. So he told his entire army to walk in a straight line in front of this tire, this giant wheel. The wheel was 6 feet tall. if you were above the wheel, you had to get in one group, and if you were below the wheel, you had to get into another group. Everybody who was above the wheel, he executed immediately because they need more, because they're bigger, because they need more food. But his people were going to starve to death. So he killed like he killed a decent percentage of his own. Now, to be fair, back then, being over 6 foot was very unlikely, and these were Asians. So he actually didn't. There wasn't that many. It wasn't a large percentage. But like that's the thing. If you look back in history at all these different leaders and the decisions that they made, their decisions were pragmatic. They were hard decisions that had to be done because maybe you could say they had a choice or whatever. They tried to make the least bad decision, but they were aware the decision that they were going to make was still bad. We can't do that as a population. Like as a people now, we can't do that. Like the war between Palestine and Israel. Everybody's hating on Israel and Palestine. It's like people are choosing on one side. Like, oh, Israel sucks because they're killing innocent people. It is not possible for Israel to win this war and not kill innocent people. It's not possible. We killed innocent people during when the Allies invaded Germany. We killed a shit ton of innocent people, and people just kind of forget about that. It just is what it is, you know. And I just kind of look at it as like historical stories. I don't really look at it as like that's fucking, you know, my family was there. It could have been there. You know what I mean? People get way too emotional about this shit. This is the reality of nature. It just is what it is, guys. Anyway, let me see. As people, every time I look at the viewers, it goes up. So I don't know if people, but the chat is completely ignoring everything I'm saying and just like giving more things. So I don't know if they want me to move on really badly, or if they're just like enjoying
I think people are
the
just happy to hear like actual topics.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I'm old. See, Lost Soul says it's old man rambling. I don't think it's old man rambling. I think you guys are pussies. That's what I think it is.
I kind of agree with Rouga. I don't think this is old man rambling.
This is not old man rambling. This is the mindset that world leaders have. This is what they have to have in order to properly usher their people on to positivity. If you're somebody who's getting all up in your feelings and shit, you shouldn't be president. You shouldn't be a world leader in any way because you cannot do what is right for your people. That's where we get. This is where we get like the difference, like where we've been the last 4 to 8 years or whatever, or I guess 4 years with Biden compared to where we are now. Like, say what you want about Trump, if you don't like him or whatever, I'm fine with it. As far as his general mindset goes, he has the right ideas. Like I'm not saying like maybe your immigration, whatever. I don't care. I'm not arguing any of that. But his idea, okay, immigration is an issue. How do we get rid of it? We kick everybody out of the fucking country. When you look over to Biden and stuff you could say, oh, it's brutal, it's mean, it's not cool. He's getting it done. The thing that he said he wanted to get done. When you look over at Biden was like pussyfooting around it and like not like he wasn't. And then and then you know you talk about like, oh well, how do we fix the immigration issue? It's like, oh, you know, we're like a wall wouldn't work and all this. He's not getting anything done. Like, fucking fix the shit or don't fix the shit. And it's like, you can't fix the shit. Every single decision that you make as a world leader is going to fuck up. It's going to fuck over some portion of your population. The idea is to fuck over the smallest percentage possible. That's what you have to do. So no, you can't make everybody happy. It's not possible. There's too many conflicting ideas and too many conflicting groups of people. But like I said, whether you're for or against immigration, he wants to fix it. Building the wall, kicking out all the people, and he's not worried about what people are feeling about it, and he's not worried about the percentage of people who are going to be disenfranchised or harmed by it. Well, it's just you can't have that kind of mindset when you're ruling a country. It's not, I don't want my president to have that kind of mindset, whether I agree with their point or not. You know, I also don't like this whole concept where every time we get a new president, they just undo the shit the last president did. That's super annoying. They need to stop doing that.
I do agree with that. They really need to stop doing
that. It's like we haven't moved forward at all. Obama came in, he did the whole Obamacare and everything like that, and then Trump came in and he undid it, and then Trump tried to build the wall, and then Obama came in, and then Biden came in and he undid the wall, and then he like let all the shit go to rust and shit. So now Trump's back in office. Now he has to continue building the wall, and it's like, can you guys stop fucking playing this tug of war with our lives and just like get on the same page about something? I don't know.
They will never do that, though.
Never.
And that's because you have a bipartisan party, or you have a bipartisan system you're always going to be dealing with the parties fighting it out.
Yeah,
they will never stop just being irritating and undoing what the last one did.
Yeah, no, it's like someone said. I saw something. Oh, should we spend less money in our military? No, we should never spend less money in our military ever. It's always a bad idea to spend less money in our military. I actually think we should pull funding from other places to increase the amount that we're. I don't think we should ever spend less than $700 billion a year on our military.
Should you spend more in your education system? Not
No.
necessarily pulling from the military.
No, because it does.
More on your education.
I would say yes if it helped, but we've already seen that it doesn't help. The cities that have the most funding have the worst schools. We need a complete revamp of the education system. It's whatever we're doing isn't working. Like when you look at the absolute worst schools, they're the ones that have the most federal funding because that they're trying to fix the problem by throwing money at it. It's not working. America in general needs a complete revamp of their education system.
I do agree with that. I mean,
yeah.
Canada needs an overhaul too.
Money is not the issue. And this is coming from someone who's from Louisiana, which is tied for the dumbest state in the entire country. Louisiana and Mississippi are always Louisiana is either 50th or 49th behind Mississippi. They're the two dumbest states. Now,
Rouga's fucking stupid.
Now, funny enough, we actually have. Well, no. The reasoning, we have very bad schools, but we have extremely street smart people here. Very. Like, it's more common here. I'm not going to say more common, but it's very common here for people to drop out of high school entirely and then start some kind of entrepreneurship or criminal enterprise. People make money in other ways. There's very smart people here.
Running drugs like Rouga did.
There's very smart people here who don't give a fuck about school because school here does not give a fuck about the students. It's awful. We have a terrible school system. I actually wanted to drop out pretty early. I made it to 11th grade and I'm like, I'm dropping out. And then my parents were like, nah.
You even go for your graduation?
I did not want to go to my graduation. I told my parents I wasn't going. And then my dad's like, the graduation isn't for you, it's for your mother. And I'm like, fuck, you can't say that to me. Now I gotta fucking go. So I did go to graduation. I did go to graduation. But I did not intend on going to graduation. I wanted to drop out in 11th grade. My 12th grade year was just gym, art class, music appreciation, commercial art was another one I took. It was just a bunch of bullshit because I did everything that I had to do before 11th grade. Like I took all my maths and Englishes and everything, and I finished them all before the end of 11th grade because in my high school you could pick your classes. So. Yeah. Instead
I
of doing.
I actually did the exact same thing. My 12th grade year was fucking great.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have to do jack shit.
No, my 12th grade year sucked because the whole year I didn't do anything. I was just sitting in classes waiting for them to end, doing a bunch of bullshit. And I'm like, I could be like not here. I'm just wasting my time. But I did it because parents wanted me to stay in and all that kind of stuff.
See, that's exactly like how it was with me. But the thing is, I just used that time to like do video editing and shit.
Yeah. No, I didn't do anything. In my entire, I didn't do anything. I wasn't productive. I was just waiting for school to end. I fucking hated it. I didn't like, but I never liked school. Even as early as grade school and middle school, I didn't like school. I was not who you would expect me to be in high school.
I didn't like school because I was bored.
I didn't. Well, I wasn't a particularly social person back then. And the schools that I went to were shitty, and I was involved with activities that were unsavory, and I just hated it all. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. But yeah, shit was shitty.
Confirmation for you, chat. Rouga has been involved in criminal activity, which we already knew.
No, I thought that was old news. Rouga, how old are you? I stopped keeping track a long time ago. I'm over 30.
He's 77.
I know that. I'm over 30, and I don't think I'm 35. I don't think. Somewhere
He's
between
77.
There. Somewhere between there. Let me see. What sci-fi fleet could invade Warhammer Fantasy? Where's his 30s? AK versus M16. Got to do the AK. AK is absolutely the best one. Are you kidding me?
All right. Talk about specs. Talk about why the AK is better.
Okay, well, the AK is better because it doesn't jam as much. That's the big one. It also has a slower fire rate, which is super useful because faster fire rate is not useful most of the time. It's just bad. But the main reason why AK is better is because it's more reliable. So we were doing pretty fucking shitty in Vietnam originally because we had M16s, and I forget what the enemy had. They may have actually had AK-47s. I don't remember what gun the Vietnamese had. But basically, you can bury an AK under sand, throw it in water, do whatever you want with it, and pull it up, and it'll still shoot. The M16, you had to be very careful not to get it wet. You couldn't get any sand or dirt into certain mechanics, and then it would just stop firing, which was a serious issue, and we had to like alter the weapons that we shot. And we started giving our soldiers AK-47s because they're just more reliable guns. Also, not nearly as important, but I like it. They sound better. They feel better when you're firing them. They're just over. I just like them. I like holding them better. They're more comfortable to hold for me personally. They're bigger. You feel like more of a badass when you hold it. It's just,
So you've held an M16 and an AK?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why?
What do you mean
just
why?
Why?
Because I'm not fucking Canadian. That's why. What are you talking about? That's not unusual here.
I've held a rifle.
Awesome. Great. I hope you enjoyed your 22. It was a 22, wasn't it?
It was not a 22.
What was it?
I don't remember, but it wasn't a 22.
Guarantee you that shit was a fucking 22.
It wasn't a fucking 22. I can tell you that for sure.
Also, is trying to get your attention. If you want people to get your attention, man, put down a super chat. That's how we see it. Pretty sure they had AKs. The M16 was so shit, soldiers swapped them out. Some of them even got shot by their own team because the other guys thought their guys were Viet Congs. Yeah, no, the M16 was shitty. We couldn't use them in Vietnam's because it was just too, even like it would rain. Like Vietnam, it would rain crazy. Like it would rain for 6 months straight in Vietnam. And just being in the rain would make your fucking M16s not work because if you got it too wet. And the AK-47 doesn't have that issue. AK-47 is better in every way that matters to me. I'm sure you could say that there's some way that M16 is better. I don't give a fuck. AKs are better. There's a reason why.
Fire rate.
But I don't think that's a good thing because all that means is that, look, if you're such a bad shot that you need that many shots to shoot your target, one, you shouldn't shoot if you don't think you're going to hit your target. That's a big one. Two, you really should never shoot an auto except for very specific situations. Otherwise, you should be in single fire almost always because all you're going to do is run out of fucking ammo. Have you ever held the trigger down on an automatic weapon to see how long it lasts? It's not like the movies. It's less than a second. You go through that so fast. You go through your ammunition like crazy. It's literally like, and then you're like, it's done. Like it's so fast. Might be a little over a second, but it's not enough. And if you're in a prolonged engagement, it's just always better to do single fire, unless like for very specific. It's kind of like blowing all of your load essentially like in a very quick burst if you really need to, you know. But usually there's no reason to actually do that. People really want Claptrap versus Wheatley, apparently. Wheatley's the better character. He's funnier. I like him more.
Wait, you've played Portal?
What?
You've played Portal?
I played like half of the first one. I never played the second one.
Then how the fuck do you know
Wait,
Wheatley?
No. Okay, so Wheatley. Okay, then I played the second one. Yeah, then I played the second one. Sorry. No, I played the first one because I beat the big GLaDOS bitch. So I did play the first one. I think I played the first one and a little bit of the second one. I think that's what happened.
You must have played both because Wheatley's only in the second one.
Okay, then I must have. Then for sure I played the second one, but I don't think I finished it. It's been a while. I played them when they originally dropped. I don't know when they came out, but like they dropped a long.
Bro, those games are fucking old.
Yeah, I played them when they first came out.
Portal.
Yeah.
Portal's great.
It was fun. It was enjoyable.
Claptrap is Claptrap.
I remember being shocked when I got to the ending of the first Portal, and I was like, and the game was over already. I'm like, this game was like 3 hours long. It's like super short. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, it's short, but it was meant more as like a demo tech for Valve to show off the portals.
Yeah, I don't know all the history behind it. I just know, I think I got it for free, so I wasn't that pissed off about it. But I was just,
Valve doesn't usually release games unless they can show off like amazing new tech, which that's what the portals were at the time when they released, because there had been one game like it in the past that was made on like a Atari or an N64 or something. But it had never been made quite the way the portals had. And so with the way that like the momentum based physics and everything could work, Valve was essentially just showing off and saying, "Look what we made in our brand new engine. Haha, fuck you."
10mm versus 357 Magnum. 357 Magnum because I fired it a lot more than I've fired a 10mm. I'm just more used to
Also,
it.
isn't the Magnum a revolver?
Yes. Well, yeah. But
Which
there's
revolvers don't eject their casings, which is also good in certain situations.
Wait, what do you mean they don't eject their casings? Oh, you mean like on the ground when you fire?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
because you have to take the casings out when you
Yeah,
reload
you
the
have
gun.
to take the casings out to reload the gun,
Yeah.
but they don't eject onto the ground when you fire, which is why it is actually the weapon of choice in a
For
lot of like stealth operations.
murderers. Yeah, I like
Yeah,
revolvers.
like that.
They also don't have safeties.
Yeah, I know. You can play Russian roulette with them all you want.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite thing. Okay, revolver versus handgun. I have a soft spot for revolvers.
I agree. Revolvers.
Less the Canadian. Less cleaning, which is a big selling point for me. Less parts, easier to use. No safety.
I may be Canadian, but I do still like guns.
That's not possible. A Canadian can't like guns. No. Yeah, I probably have more revolvers than I have handguns too. But honestly, the biggest point for me is, well, one.
How many handguns do you have? Do I want to know?
I will never, ever tell anyone how many guns I have. That's never gonna happen.
All right then.
But
I'm just gonna assume a lot.
Yeah, but no. I like revolvers more. They reload faster. If you run out of if your magazine runs out on a pistol, you're done. But revolvers, as long as you have ammunition, you can keep reloading, which is super nice. Yeah, but I mean the main thing, especially if you don't plan on going out and actually shooting people for revolvers, is the cleaning. It's like non-existent cleaning for a revolver. A pistol, it gets like really intricate. There's a bunch of little springs and shit that you have to clean, and I don't like going through that process. So I usually go for revolvers.
Rouga does not like to open his pistols and have to put them back together.
I can, but generally speaking, I prefer, if I don't have to do that, I would prefer not to. Who wins? There are Sandy, Claptrap, Wheatley, rockets versus bullets. I would assume rockets. Now that's something I've never fired. I've never fired a rocket launcher.
You've never fired an RPG?
No. I've seen one fired. I had one fired in front of me, but I didn't fire it. Axe versus sword. Whites versus Asians. Asians have the numbers, but whites have the racial superiority. Let's see.
Bro, that's awful.
Yeah, I've said worse. AR has tighter tolerances.
Trust me, I know, Rouga.
I've actually, that's one thing. I've never fired an AR. An AR 15. I've never fired one. I've never even held one. I know that's like the popular thing that everyone wants an AR-15. They're so good. They're so good. That's like a news thing and like an online thing, but like I've never felt compelled to be like, yeah, I really gotta have that. I've never shot one, which is crazy. Apparently they're awesome.
Rouga has fired way too many guns and owns way too many more.
Handsome Jack versus Scrooge McDuck. I would assume Scrooge McDuck.
No, Handsome Jack.
Uh,
Wait, what are we talking about in this context?
Scrooge McDuck is strong as shit. Blacks.
Yeah, I mean, dude does dive directly into gold and is fine.
Blacks versus Arabs. Are we talking about African blacks or American blacks? Because that's important.
European blacks.
Oh, Jesus, the Arabs win. Are you kidding me? They've already invaded the country. What are you talking about? Let's see. Interplanet.
I mean, they've already invaded the U.S. too.
They haven't invaded the U.S. They're here, but they haven't quite invaded in the same way they have in Europe. Okay. Interplanetary ninja assassin, whatever, destroys Wheatley and GLaDOS. Okay. Could we survive against the flood from Halo, considering we are the only people in the only inhabited planet? No.
No.
Because we can't leave. Because we're stuck. Because we're stuck on the planet. That only works if you're capable of leaving the planet and decimating them from orbit. But we're not. We don't have that technology yet. Or at least, well, we might, but they haven't told us yet.
NASA doesn't want you to know, Ruga.
NASA doesn't want you. I worked at NASA for a little bit.
I have the secrets. NASA doesn't want you to know.
Okay, please stop spamming GLaDOS versus random AI, because I'm not going to answer your question just because you say it a lot. That's not happening. All right, like if the Tyranids had Zerg DNA, would the Tyranids win the setting? That's not a question for me. I don't know. Jews versus Golden Retrievers.
I'd have to imagine the Golden Retrievers wins.
Why would the Golden Retrievers win?
Because...
Can Jews not use guns?
No, they
or
can't.
Baseball bats or swords?
No. Jews are too stupid.
That's awful. See, how could you say what I said was awful? Calling an entire race of people stupid is way worse. It's also
I
not
can do
based...
that because I actually am part Jewish.
It's also... No, that's not how that works. It's also based on... what I say is actually based on stereotypes. That's just anti-stereotypical. NASA knows about the flood. NASA has its own flood.
Yes, NASA has its own version of the flood, guys. Because the precursors are a real thing.
My dog versus your cat. I don't have a cat because I am not a homosexual.
Why is it that like reading and having a cat makes you gay?
Okay, I mean, having a cat absolutely makes you gay.
I have a cat and I have a girlfriend.
Okay, I hope you enjoy sucking her dick.
She doesn't have one.
That's insensitive. Let's see. Bully
How
click.
is that insensitive? What?
That's insensitive to your boyfriend. Let's see. Wait. Oh yeah.
I don't have a boyfriend. I have a girlfriend. You dick.
Or friendliness. Rouga, have you done martial arts? Can you fight? Yes, I did. Kickboxing, boxing, taekwondo, hapkido, and Greco-Roman wrestling, although very little Greco-Roman wrestling, so not enough to actually say that I know it, you know?
It's a lot of martial arts that you've done.
In terms of fighting, yeah, I've been doing it since I was a kid, and I used to do it actually during COVID to make money. I did it for money. I fought in back alleys for money. Made a decent amount.
Why? Why is that a thing people pay for?
Jesus fucking Canada. Because watching people punch each other is fun, Dan. That's why. That's why people pay for it.
I don't understand the appeal.
I know.
I use violence as a last resort.
Because you have a fucking cat. That's why.
No, because I'm actually good at de-escalating situations, and I've worked as a bouncer.
God, so gay. We don't want all this gayness in the it's. I look. If you're gonna keep doing this, I gotta ask you to leave, man. You're really gaying up the stream. I gotta tell you.
All right, fine. I'll leave. Look, I left. Not technically.
I left.
It's my stream now.
You kicked me out, man. That's not cool. Let's see. All right, let's see. Wait. I missed my place, man. You made me miss my place. Where was I?
There's also a little button at the bottom of your screen that you can press to come back up to the stage instead of having to right-click yourself.
Yeah. Gays versus straights. Well, I would assume since straights are like 99% of the planet, we would probably win.
Well, according to you, anybody who reads and or owns a cat is gay.
I think we still outnumber you. Yeah. I think more people don't own cats than do own cats.
How about the reading part?
I would also argue that most people don't read. I think that's fair.
I don't think so.
Which is better? I mean, I'm not saying people can't read, but I think more people don't read than do. Which is better, book or movie? I mean, I guess it would depend on the book or movie. U.S. Mexicans.
That is very true. The series depends.
Elmer Fudd versus Yosemite Sam, who has the better chance of catching the Roadrunner?
Elmer Fudd.
Neither. They were both invented to fail.
No, Elmer Fudd actually succeeded a lot.
Trump versus Biden rap battle. Biden can't put together a sentence. I would assume you could put literally anyone against Biden and they would win in a rap battle.
Rap battles.
Yeah, I think
the panel.
Yeah, Mustache Painter Man debates Ben Shapiro.
Mike Hawk gave you $2 to tell me leave my boy Dan alone. Thank you, Mike.
You have to give me more than $2 for that, man. Sorry. Let's see. Wait. Striking versus.
You're giving me $2.
Striking versus grappling. It depends on how hard you hit. If you hit hard enough, then striking is good. If you don't hit hard enough, then you're gonna wish that you learned grappling. Speaking of cat, can Battle Cat solo anime? Probably not.
Yes.
Battle Cats?
Yes.
It's because you own a cat.
No, it's because the Battle Cats, well, they've actually crossed over with a ton of animes as well, which are all canon to their game. And they have units that are quite literally like gods of creation and multiversal level threats.
So does all of anime. He literally said all of anime.
I don't know. I think that just ends in an endless war then, because these cats can be produced for like super cheap. Like you can create a literal god of destruction for, I think it's 4,500 cents. So like $45. Here's a god of destruction for $45.
Jesus. Mountain Dew versus root beer. I don't drink soda, but when I did, it was root beer. Who could beat Scrooge McDuck in a band for band? I don't know what that is. Let's see. Continuation of SCP. Maybe? I don't know. Possibly. I have to get another SCP expert to come on. Muhammad Ali versus Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson. I've said this for as long as humanly possible. Mike Tyson would beat Muhammad Ali. He is not the best boxer in the world.
How upset were you when he lost to Jake fucking Paul?
Not at all, because he's a fucking 60-year-old man. I thought it was dumb. I said if Jake doesn't, everyone's like, who's gonna win? I'm like, if Jake doesn't win, then he has no right
He's a pussy.
wearing. No, he just has no, like, he shouldn't be a boxer. Like, it makes no sense for, like, that fight was dumb. The concept of that fight was dumb. I don't think Mike Tyson should have ever accepted it. Let's see, Nightmare Soul Calibur. What is a copy limit? What is copy ability limit? I don't know what that question is. Let's see.
Oh, he's asking what is like the limit to what Nightmare can copy in Soul Calibur.
Gotcha. Thundercats versus He-Man. He-Man wrecks Thundercats universe. It's totally different levels of power. All Arnold Schwarzenegger roles locked in a room.
Terminator wins.
I mean, I would assume Terminator, but I have to think about what other roles he's been in. Has he ever been more powerful than the Terminator in any role? I don't know.
I mean, wasn't he in Total Recall? Not the remake, but the original.
Yeah, it's his movie. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's like the only two things I can think of.
He's in a lot
and one where he yells, "Get to the chopper."
Jesus Christ, that's fucking Predator, dude. He's been in a lot of movies.
Very well.
Clearly not. Running Man, Twins, Junior. He's been in a Kindergarten Cop. It's fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. Go watch. Go educate yourself.
No, look, I already watched Hellraisers for you. Like, calm down.
You didn't have to watch all the Hellraisers. I told you only had to watch the first one.
Only watched the first one.
It was good. It was a good movie, right?
It was a good movie.
Okay, yeah. I don't.
When I went to place him on the tier list, I got shut down because all the rest of his movies are apparently crap.
They're terrible. Yeah. I don't recommend bad movies. Michael Jordan versus LeBron. I don't watch basketball. I don't actually watch any sports. I don't like watching shit. I like doing shit.
Mr. Freeze would beat Terminator. Horse racing versus blackjack.
Arnold was Turbo Man. Yes, he was Turbo Man, and he can fly. But I don't think that necessarily means he could beat a guy, Terminator, who also has a gun. So flying is not really going to be that helpful.
Who also has a gun. I use gun.
Rambo versus Rocky. Bow weapons? It's bow weapons. Jingle All the Way. Yeah, Jingle All the Way is where he was Turbo Man.
I think he meant to say no weapons, which the B is right beside the N on a keyboard.
Oh.
Rambo versus Rocky, no weapons. Yeah,
Rambo would win. Rambo rips out.
He lives a good boxer.
When he's an old man, you gotta take that back. When Rambo was an old man, he lifted a dude up with one hand and ripped his fucking throat out with the other.
Rocky
punches people with gloves.
Yes, and Rocky is not that great a boxer, and I will stand by that.
George of the Jungle versus Tarzan. Tarzan is a meme character, like he's a joking
It was
character.
George of the Jungle.
So I was sore. You've never seen George of the Jungle?
No, I said so is George of the Jungle, or did you mix them up again?
Oh, did I mix them up? I meant George of the Jungle. Tarzan is not a meme character. I was looking at Tarzan, but talking George of the Jungle is a sort of goofy, over the top parody version of Tarzan. So just because
It's
of that,
another Master Shepard situation.
yeah, just because well, no. Oh, yeah, the name thing. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, you can't put a guy up against his parody. It's like putting Topper Harley up against Rambo. Topper Harley would win because he's a fucking parody version of Rambo. In Commando.
Somebody beats Rambo?
Yeah, Topper Harley, because he's a parody version of Rambo. That's literally what he's just a parody version of Rambo. In Commando, he easily lifts up giant logs. That's true. He does. But Russians can do that too. I've seen people do that.
Who wins, Rouga or Rambo?
Rambo's a fictional character. So
what, you just gonna break his disc too?
Yes. Break all the Rambo movie discs.
Rouga would never do that. That's sacrilegious.
That's right. Yeah, you never seen the Batman Robin movie? He was Mr. Freeze.
I've also never seen Rambo.
No, but you haven't seen the Batman and Robin?
No.
Okay. Rocky versus man doesn't watch movies. George of the Jungle.
I do watch movies. The movies that like you ask me if I've seen, I always like have a look of confusion on my face because it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Because I ask you, like, these are not like unknown films that I'm at. These are all the classics. I don't know what movies you've seen, but apparently I haven't seen anything older than like 5 fucking years. Because every time I bring up these are not like Kindergarten. All of these Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, these are all-time classics. It would be harder to find people who haven't seen these movies than people who have. Like it's
here I am.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't watch movies.
Dude, I have watched so many movies from like the 2000s onward, but no, I didn't watch anything from the 90s or the 80s because that wasn't my era.
Then you only started watching movies after they started getting bad. Sorry, you've never seen good movies.
Because I only watched the good movies.
Okay, all right. Have you seen No Country for Old Men?
Yes.
Okay, Children of Men?
No.
Okay. Let's see. What are some other good ones? You probably saw like Dark Knight. All basic bitches have seen Dark Knight. I'm trying to think of some like good movies that came out in the 2000s. I'm struggling because there were so few. What's another good one? Guys, name good movies after the 2000s.
Somehow this has turned into a movie stream. Does Dan know movies?
I'm going blank on good movies after 2000. Last 20 fucking years. Kung Fu
Crazy
Panda.
Nano says Kung Fu Panda.
That should not have been the first one. I mean, I like Kung Fu Panda, but it's weird that was the first one that popped in your head.
I mean, that's a good movie.
The Northman is a great movie. Have you seen The Northman? Of course you haven't seen The Northman.
No, I might have. Let me actually go look at the art for it.
If you've seen The Northman, you would remember it. Shaggy,
I've seen The Watchmen.
Shaggy, you're just naming movies from one guy.
No, I have seen The Northman.
It's good. It's a good movie.
It is a good movie.
Lost Soul, the one I would not classify as a good
Rush
movie.
Hour?
Rush Hour's funny, I guess. Pixels? God damn, dude. This is awful.
People are not giving you good movies.
They are not giving me good movies at all. Jesus Christ, Transformers.
Luke Young in here, Kai from Ninjago versus the Strikers from Elden Ring.
iRobot, Grown Ups. I feel like people are fucking with me.
They're just naming a lot of Adam Sandler movies, actually.
Kill Bill is great. Kill Bill's great.
Kill Bill is one I have not seen.
Of course not, because you haven't seen good movies. The Revenant, I'll be honest with you, I did not like The Revenant. The Revenant, I know a lot of people loved it. The
Revenant was not that great.
It wasn't. It was so artsy and pretentious.
I did not like it.
It was very slow, artsy, and pretentious. And if it would just been about the story that we cared about and not a bunch of stupid like visions of Skull Mountains, I think it would have been fine. But the guy got way too up his own ass with that one.
Watchmen was good. Django Unchained was really good.
Hot Tub Time
Real
Machine
Steel was also really good.
Hot Tub Time Machine is hilarious.
Never seen it.
It's so good. Of course not. I'm just gonna say that every time you haven't seen a movie. Doesn't matter what it is.
Spider-Man 2, Hancock, Interstellar. No. I personally tried to watch that movie like 6 times. I fall asleep.
I don't.
Every time.
I'm people aren't gonna like this, but I am not a massive Christopher Nolan fan. I don't love Christopher Nolan movies. I like
I like Inception. That's the only movie like other than like The Dark Knight that I really liked from Christopher Nolan.
My problem with Christopher Nolan movies is he cares more about concepts than character and story. So it's like when he made Tenet, like he really liked the concept of having time move forwards and backwards at the same time. It's a cool sci-fi concept, but he didn't even give his protagonist a fucking name throughout the whole movie. They're not characters. They're just people he puts in movies to explore sci-fi concepts.
And also he blew his score way out of audio proportion with his dialogue in that movie. Like it is almost unwatchable without subtitles.
I saw it in theaters. I don't remember if that was an issue for me or not. I haven't seen it since theaters, but yeah, but
why are you sending me fucking friend requests and asking to be pulled up in chat? Like
I don't know. What's
why?
he want to do? I don't know. Does he want
I
to?
don't know.
Do people want to
He's
debate?
sending me a friend request now. Do people have debates that they want yet?
Yeah, I know we kind of went off on a different tangent, but yeah, we can go back to debates if you guys like. We can go back to talking about how Canada is a hellscape and Trump's better than Trudeau. If you want,
Trump is better than Trudeau, but Trudeau isn't getting reelected, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Hey, I'm not really complaining about any of the stuff that Trump's currently doing. I think it's fine. When he does,
wants to debate about Warhammer, but we've done so much Warhammer shit.
Yeah, whatever. It draws in the people. People like Warhammer. It's fine.
Okay, who wants to go against Warhammer?
Well, I mean, what would be the other? What would go up against Warhammer?
I don't know. Apparently, we just have Warhammer so far.
Lost Souls asking you if you're friends.
I don't think we're friends on Discord, but I don't friend many people on Discord.
Oh, you know when he asked that question, I wasn't thinking about like on a social media. I was thinking like he was legitimately like, "Hey, are we friends? Can we be? Are we friends?"
I mean, I don't know him to actually be his friend.
Are we close? That's what that's how I.
Are you and I close?
Huh?
Are you and I close?
I don't have friends. I just use them for their bodies.
Do we touch dicks?
Do we touch dicks? Do we touch dicks? You know you're friends when you can touch dicks with another guy and y'all don't think it's gay. That's how you know you're friends. Someone said Spawn. Spawn against Warhammer.
Crazy Nano says he'll go against Warhammer. Dude,
yeah,
you
but
were just up here.
But he hasn't. But he hasn't said who he'll use against Warhammer. The political stuff is boring. I prefer the versus stuff. It's a matter of opinion. I imagine different people think that find different things more interesting. Although I would assume that this crowd in particular, if you're on my channel, probably prefers the versus battle stuff.
I don't know. Your numbers actually went back up when we started talking about the political stuff.
Yeah, but that could just be because people were jumping into C, and then for morbid fascination. Let's see, Destiny, Dominus Gaul versus Space Marine, Dimitri and Titus.
Pennison.
I don't think it's a fair fight. Based on some of the stuff people have told me about Destiny, I don't think that Destiny characters against Titus is a fair fight.
It's not. Destiny sucks.
Man, you really fucking... People always tell me it's the strongest shit ever. It's like brokenly overpowered.
It's so overwanked. It is...
I don't know anything about it.
Destiny is just... Like, the Traveler's Light is really the only neat thing about it, but you can just kill a fucking ghost, and then the Travelers... Or, not the Travelers. The... I'm forgetting what the name of the Destiny characters is, but they can't come back.
Actually, instead of asking people, instead of asking people, I'll just make a poll. We'll see what people want. So, do you guys want to go back to the debates? So we do. You guys want to go back to the debates?
H. Christ versus Warhammer.
Or fuck off some more. See what they want. If they want to continue the debates, they continue the debates. If they want to fuck off some more, they can fuck off some more.
Could Green Lanterns keep the peace in 40k? Now that's actually an interesting.
Wait, what's up?
Um,
Oh, if Green Lanterns keep the peace. It's
could
interesting.
the Green Lanterns keep the peace in 40k or
Sounds-
any crazy sci-fi universe?
That doesn't sound like it would be a debate, though. That sounds like it would be more of a conversation.
It would
But it's interesting.
I really like the way you named your video.
What did I name it?
A candid conversation.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. Would Tekken survive Naruto? A candid conversation.
How would Hellboy do in Doom? Not well. All right, definitely debates. Looks like everyone's saying debates. People are not liking the fucking around. They don't want to fuck around. Fuck you guys, man. Dungeons and Joy.
Like, fuck you guys.
Fuck you guys. Maybe I should put like, okay, this is
Dude,
actually.
you have over 1,000 views on this thing. It's actually really good for a live stream.
Last time we had like 1,700.
Nice.
Yeah. Let me see. This one. See, if I noticed, like, if you start off really poorly, it has trouble building back up. But if you start up, and we started off really fucking poorly, because like the first like the first like 3 or 4 people. Oh, you weren't there, right? Well, you weren't there. That's a big one. But no. I'm kidding. But for like the first 3, we kept having people jump in, and they were like, "Oh, I didn't know that I was doing that in my mind." It was like, God damn it! And that was like for the first 3 attempted debates.
Is that why you were so irritated when later they started coming up and like mics weren't working at all?
Because I had already said multiple times up to that point, like, check your shit before you come up. Yeah, like it was I was thinking about just having a straight up rule where it was like, if you come up and your mic doesn't work immediately, I'm kicking you and you're not coming back up tonight, like, at all. I actually broke that rule when I let Jay back up, but I was thinking about it.
Well, I also went and made sure that his mic was working. You actually sent me a DM. I watched you do it in the live stream too.
All right. One more poll. You guys ready? Debates. All right.
Greek myths versus North myths.
Versus battle debates. No, I want to. I want to see this because I'm actually curious as to what. Like, I'm almost positive I know what's gonna happen, but I'm just curious. So for debates, should be versus battle debates. What should I put? Other, not necessarily versus battle debates. Just different types of debates. Let's just do other. It doesn't have to necessarily be politics, but just something else, whether it's philosophy or just something, whatever. I'm curious what, because I've never actually seen what kind of like crowd. I assume the versus battle is gonna win, and it is by a massive margin. So people are here are dealing with the base.
Billy Bob, not knowing how to use Discord isn't necessarily a fuck up, but if you don't know how to talk in Discord, maybe try figuring that out before you try to rejoin the stage.
Yeah, don't come up here and that's not cool.
Like, this is not a good place to try to learn how to use Discord.
The thing that annoyed
if
me.
You want to learn how to use Discord. Like, this server is open 24/7. And I almost always see random people in here.
Well,
like,
okay.
just join them and try to figure out how to talk.
To be fair, this is not the place to try and learn how to debate for the first time either, which I feel like a lot of people are doing. A lot of people are coming in here being like they're super nervous about talking and like they're stumbling over their words. I'm like, okay, you seem like you're not comfortable in front of crowds. This is not the time to get over that fear. Like, go somewhere else and do that, because you're like, you have a crowd of, I mean, 1,061 people so far who've been here. Not the best. Marauder versus Astartes. I would debate that one, but we've done Doom a couple of times already. Greek myths versus Celtic myths. That could be cool for other people to do. I probably wouldn't want to do that one. I'm not comfortable enough with my knowledge of the Greek myths entirely. I know some of them.
A lot of the Greek myths.
I know a decent number, but not to the extent that I would actually, debate and support and shit.
But yeah, just to like build on what you were saying about not coming up here and like trying to debate for the first time. Like, you guys, I do tend to like try to look for the right word sometimes, and it will cause pauses. I try to avoid that as much as I can, but sometimes I can't.
You breathe heavy.
I do. and I know that's an issue.
You sound like a fat kid jogging when you talk, like when you're getting a debate.
That's more just the distance of my mic from my face than anything else.
Gotcha. Yeah, because like you'll talk and you go, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? Like, are you okay? Like, take small breaths. You don't need that much air. I promise you don't need that much air.
No, I honestly don't know where I picked up that habit, but it's a bad one. When I'm editing, I notice it too. When I was editing my own videos, because I would actually turn down my own audio for it, and then I'd have to like run it through a bunch of cleanup, and it was awful.
Johnny Gat versus Trevor. Johnny instantly wins, even before Saints Row 4. He was vastly superior at Saints Row 3 as well.
I know what the issue is with the breathing. It's the way I sit, because I don't have a proper chair, so my back is not always as straight as it should be. So it makes it harder to take those breaths in, which is why I do it more forcefully.
Got you. The Doctor versus Shepard is not at all fair.
No.
You should do a poll on debates versus conversations. Okay, sure, why not? Let's see, and poll. Boop.
Come on. I am not a JoJo Bizarre Adventure character. Lost. I fucking wish I was Season 1. Honestly, I like Season 1 a lot more than I liked anything past it. I couldn't even finish Diamond Crusaders. Is that the name of the arc? I couldn't even finish that arc.
I couldn't get through the first one.
See, I really liked the first season, and I wish they had just stuck with like the vampires Haman thing. I would have liked that.
Rick Sanchez versus Kratos.
Yeah, when I actually sit up properly, it's a lot easier to breathe.
Omni-Man versus Injustice Superman is actually really one-sided towards Omni-Man's favor. The Injustice Superman is probably, other than movie Superman, it's probably the weakest version of Superman.
Really?
Yeah, it's weak as shit. It's super weak.
Why is Injustice so weak?
It's a video game. It's not a comic.
Oh.
They have to I mean, it is a comic, but the comic is based on the video game.
No, the video game was based on the comic. The comic came first.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
I had this argument with my brother. Yes, it did.
No, it didn't. What?
Injustice.
Hold up. I'm looking this up. Because I'm like positive that's not the case.
Which came first? Injustice, game or comic? The first game was released on the first comic issue was released on January 15th, 2013, and the game was released on April 16th of the same year.
I didn't. That's because you're looking at the wrong thing. I'm not asking it what came out first. I'm asking which one was based off of which. Those are different questions. I'm aware that they released comic storylines to build up anticipation for a video game, but the game is the product, not the comic. The comic specifically came out to like essentially introduce the game. The NetherRealm made the story. It was NetherRealm writers that made the story for both the game and the comic. That's why your brother lost that conversation, not because you were looking at the wrong thing.
No, my brother's also just an idiot, but I'd rather not talk about him.
Okay. I mean, you're the one who brought that part up. Let me see, Master Chief. Does anyone want to debate Master Chief versus Captain America? I actually like that one. Who would it be fair to put Homelander and Injustice Superman? No, because Homelander would be too weak. He's not that weak. Like
Homelander is weak as fuck.
Homelander's super weak. If you put him in most other universes with like superpowered characters, he would lose. He is super fucking weak.
He is the definition of a big fish in a small pond.
All right. So does anyone want to do Master Chief versus
Captain America.
Yeah, who said that? Who said Master Chief versus Captain America? Liam yeah, it's a new guy too.
Who is it?
I don't know, Liam Legacy.
Oh. Liam, you wanna send your Oh, you're at work, so you can't.
Ah, god damn it. Why are y'all doing that? Alright, Fallout, let me see. Nick Valentine versus Detroit Become Human, Kai and Jago versus Tarnished. Injustice was basically based off of Earth 3 Justice League, aka Crime Syndicate. Yeah, I mean, the storyline is not unique. They did the storyline in the Justice League animated show as well with the Injustice League. It's not unique, but that particular version of that story was done by NetherRealm for the game Injustice, and they got to do their own story, and they wrote the comic. It is a NetherRealm comic that is based on a video game that they were making at the time. Ninja Turtles versus Robins. Justice League animated Superman versus Homelander. No, Homelander would still lose. Homelander would lose based on Superman's fight with Darkseid at the end of the last season of Justice League Unlimited. Yeah, he's way stronger than Homelander.
Yeah, I mean, Superman in the animated series is stronger than his Injustice counterpart and his and his movie counterpart.
Dark Reflection, you're late. We already had a Master Chief versus Commander Shepard debate earlier.
Rewind the VOD. You can go watch it.
Yeah, Commander Shepard won. By the way, if that's something. It depends on what variation of Captain America versus Master Chief. Yeah, it always does. Especially when you're talking about comics.
Well, especially when you're talking about Marvel comics in particular, I'm pretty sure every single one of them has somehow gotten to like god level powers at some point.
Yeah, but you would just not use the powered up versions. How long will the stream be? I could once I'm off. I don't know. I don't plan this shit. I just get tired and get off. Let's see. Star Wars versus Halo. Scarlet King.
I do have lots of stuff to do tomorrow since it is my grandfather's birthday.
Ugh.
And it's 1:30.
It's 12:30 for me. Let's see. Loader movies versus loader books. That's more of a you conversation, Dan. Lord of the Rings movies versus the books.
That's an easy one. Books over animated movies and over The Hobbit, but Peter Jackson movies over the trilogy. Similarly and above Rings of Power forever. Rings of Power shouldn't even be on the same level.
I thought Rings of Power wasn't based on the Cerulean. It was just they just made up a bunch of shit.
Yeah, that's the problem with it. It was originally going to be based on the Silmarillion and on the events of the First Age, but they basically said, no, we know better than Tolkien, and we know how to write his world better, so we're going to write in a bunch of woke activist characters. We're going to do away with all of Tolkien's writing. We're going to make orcs sympathetic. Yeah, they did a bunch of shit that I really don't like.
All people in Discord versus Rouga. In a fist fight?
Pretty sure Rouga loses.
Considering
2,000 of us.
Considering there isn't 2,000, there's not that many. It's like 1,100. Considering like a lot of them are like 13 years old, I think I could take on 1,000 13-year-olds.
I mean, I'm 20.
Yeah, but I don't know. You're Canadian. You have cats. I feel like
you. Why? Why is it so much fun for people to make fun of me? I don't get it.
You make it easier than it should be, for sure. You do make it easier.
At least I can laugh along with it.
No, that's a good thing. That is a good thing. It's good to have a sense of humor about yourself. He-Man versus Thor versus Kratos. That's a cool one.
I understand the insulting Canada thing, but really me? Just for having a cat?
Yes. I have always made fun of dudes with cats. That's not going to change anytime soon.
Look, just let me pet my pussy in peace, okay?
So gay. I actually like now He-Man versus Thor versus Kratos. I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, we could do that one, I suppose, but honestly, I do like the idea of a three-way match, getting like 3 people up that all have their own like character that they want to support, and doing like a 1v1v1. That is a cool idea. Maybe we might actually do that next stream next week, because I like that idea. Maybe I'll get some prepared. You know, like next time I'll have a couple of different matchups prepared when I come on, and then we'll basically.
You said that last week and then didn't prepare at all for this week, didn't you?
Yeah, but that was past Rouga. Past Rouga doesn't. This is present Rouga saying this. Past Ruga's an asshole.
Past Rouga is gonna be this Rouga in like a week.
Past Rouga always does things to fuck over present Rouga. And
maybe past Rouga should be nicer to present Rouga, or maybe present Rouga should prepare for future Rouga.
He should. He's a fucking prick, dude. No, fuck future Rouga. Who gives a shit about him? That's.
Future Rouga is gonna give a shit when he becomes present Rouga, and then he calls past Rouga a dick.
It just is what it is, man. I really like past Rouga is a cool dude, but he always tries to fuck me over. I don't know why. But future Rouga, he's a real prick, and I fuck him. Let's see, Rouga. Who do you think would win, Cap or Chief? Depends on the version. Normally I would probably say Cap, just in general. Mainly due to the fact. Okay, so Marvel wins most fights when it comes to like low tier stuff, because there isn't a single character in the Marvel universe that you cannot scale in some way to being massively faster than light. There isn't a single one, right? You have you have Thor, who is equivalent in speed to characters like Silver Surfer and shit, who could travel across the entire universe in a couple of seconds, and then you have him directly stating that Wolverine is faster than him. Like, that actually happens. He states he's faster. Then Wolverine gets into a fight with, fucking Daredevil or Punisher, and they're equivalent in speed, and now you're like, okay, so now all of these characters, and then you just keep going and keep going and keep going, and now, boop, everybody's fucking massively faster than light. I don't think there's a single Marvel character who hasn't dodged a laser at some point. Like, it just is what it is. So, when you have, when you bring in, just based on that alone, when you bring in Master Chief, can Master Chief move massively faster than light and outpace, Silver Surfer? No. Then he fucking loses. This is what it is. Like, I don't actually find it all that fun to have these conversations about Marvel characters outside of limiting it to a individual storyline. Because when you bring it past one storyline, it gets so convoluted and fucking retarded. It's no longer fun to have the conversation. Okay, Crazy wants to debate JJK. Who wants to debate against JJK? Anybody in the stream want to debate against JJK? Donut Clay versus Chairman Level, me Jojo. Oh, who's Shaggy? Dan, who's Shaggy?
Shaggy is Darkman67.
Oh. Okay, y'all want to do a JoJo versus Shaggy? I'm gonna JoJo versus JJK. I'm gonna warn you guys though. If I let you in here and you're boring, I'm gonna kick you both out. Cool? Because I don't feel like going to sleep listening to two dudes constantly pausing and not talking slowly and stuttering over their words,
Yeah, if I want to go to sleep, I'll just go put on one of Ruga's videos and I'll fall asleep to that.
You've already told me that that's not an insult. It's too late. You can't take that back.
It really isn't an insult, and it's a good thing for you. You get more watch time.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Let's see.
In fact, usually I'll go put on a playlist of yours, so it just goes through videos.
Okay, now they're saying it's a 2v2. Okay, I need 2 people. Have you watched To Your Eternity? Considering I don't know what that is, I'm gonna say no. So yeah.
I believe it's an anime.
JoJo and JJK have interesting axes that would have a it depends. Okay, so Dan, get two people who are fucking JJK and two
So
who are JoJo.
It was Shaggy and who was the original?
I don't know. Message again. Message again, everybody. Not everybody. The people who want to fucking do JJ.
The first two people who wanted to do this.
And then two other people who also want to do this. You know what? The first two people that type JJK and the first two people that type JoJo, they're gonna get in.
Shaggy, I know you're dark, man. You don't need to fucking tell me that.
Okay, crazy is JJ. Okay, crazy is JJ. Shaggy is calling dibs too. Jim is calling that he's first, but he's not saying
JJK
who. No,
and
he's JoJo.
Shaggy.
Yeah, and then get Jim. He wants to do JoJo. And then Billy Bob wants to do JJK.
And Billy Bob was who again?
I don't know.
Back again.
Howdy. Let's do it.
Oh, Sandwich.
alone
You came
am
up
the
earlier,
honored
but you didn't
one.
have your mic. Is your mic gonna work this time?
Who is it? Sandwich?
Yeah.
I thought Sandwich's mic worked fine. He left because of a different reason.
Yeah, I have my mic still. My mic
Yeah.
worked fine.
His mic was
Just my
fine.
topic wasn't the best.
Yeah, his
Then I'm
just wasn't
thinking of-
really a
Yeah, I don't
then
remember.
I'm thinking of someone else.
I don't remember why he left, but it wasn't because of his mic issues. I forgot why we booed you, Sandwich.
I think we were just kind of like all done with it after like a while. We just like talked about it for a bit, and then you just kind of answered it, and then we were just kind of done from what I remember.
Terrible memory. Okay. So which two of you is doing JJK and which two is doing JoJo?
I'm JoJo.
I
was JoJo.
Okay, so Crazy
JJK.
and Jay, I can't see his name, and then
Jim.
Sandwich and Dark is okay. Cool. Y'all get started. Don't be boring. I'm gonna take a piss. And,
Rouga, you should just disable streamer mode. Just disable streamer mode.
I don't know how to do that, but also
At the top of your screen, the big purple bar. Streamer mode is enabled. Usernames have been truncated.
this.
No.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
But
Disable.
But how do I turn it back on?
No, not that. Wait, what?
Yeah,
Oh,
how do-
Jesus Christ. It's a delay.
There's a
fucking
delay. I found it, but I don't know how to turn it back on
You don't need it on right now.
right now. But you never know. It's fine. It's not in the way. I've accepted my fate. We've gotten around it.
And I can teach you how to turn it back on some other time.
It's fine. Start the fucking debate.
So,
Alright.
you want to? Do we want to start out with the actual neat matchup, like bring out Gojo and all that, or do we want to just talk about some of the lower tiers?
I think that we could talk about the major tiers first, because that'll decide most of the other fights. And if we decide who one of the major tiers win, we could decide if any of the smaller tier characters could have anything to do with the fight.
All right, so we're starting obviously with Gojo versus.
I guess it would
Probably
depend
one
if
of-
you think
I'm assuming versus
Dio
one of the
or
Jojos.
Jotaro. Well, you could also make an argument for Giorno or Dio.
Probably Johnny, honestly.
But
Johnny,
you
I've
can
heard
think
was a
that
good
Giorno. I think that against Gojo specifically, I think Johnny's ability could be the best.
Johnny, here's the thing. If it's Giorno, I think Giorno's just going to win flat out to the fact that it is literal absolute zero. Just sets will to nothing, sets the attack to nothing. No one's going to
Yeah,
hit
so
anyone there. It's just
that's
going to be a
basic-
draw.
That's just basically how the universe is gonna win, but we could talk about an actual fight between like Johnny versus Gojo, or even Dio versus Gojo, even if you
The
want.
reason why I was saying Johnny is because he has the power of an infinite shot that would actually be able to break through infinity just through sheer force.
Well, you could also
Yeah,
argue that
remember.
Totoro or Dio's punches could break through his barrier potentially.
Well, Dio would probably just be able to break through with time stop, pretty much breaking the equation of distance,
uh, ti being able to pretty much cross the infinite space while in time stop. That's an assumption there of how that would work. It could
Well,
also
how
not
large?
work.
Well, it depends how much time at that point Dio could stop. If it's only like 4 seconds, how long is it going to take him to
I think his
reasonably cross
top.
that distance?
I think his top was 10 seconds, but he's also like, I believe it's light speed movement somewhere in there.
That is true.
Yeah.
I think that's with his
I
stand.
think
I don't think that's like
That's with the
physically.
stand, but still, Dio himself is fast. Still,
He's fast, but I wouldn't say he's infinite.
he can also boost himself forward with his stand. That's what they were doing the entirety of Part 3's fight at the very end there when they were jumping through the sky and the such. They were kicking off
That is
with their stands.
That is true, but then you get into the argument: is Jotaro more powerful than Dio with his time stop?
Dio's time stop is longer and more powerful, and they are comparable powers.
That is true.
I think
Jotaro.
for the I think for the Dio versus and like Jotaro versus Gojo, I think it's more of a question of who decides to pull out their ace in the hole first. Gojo with his domain expansion or Dio with the time stop. Since I think that's what it's more a question of who would realistically pull it off first.
With Dio's character, I'd have to say that he'd probably end up just sort of pissing around for a while. Jotaro, on the other hand, maybe he'd just go immediately for time stop.
Well, that's not necessary. I've never watched JJK. Is that like the first move he pulls out, or does he usually fight people first and then he does it?
He'll typically fight who, JJK, or we talking?
Who are we talking about?
Yeah.
I think he was talking about Darkman. What you were talking about Gojo, right? And like how he.
Yeah, I was
fights?
talking about Gojo and the way he fights. I've never watched JJK, so I'm asking: does he usually fight first and then does he do domain expansion, or does
Yeah,
he?
he usually.
Yeah, he usually does that.
fights first. He's gonna like fuck around. He has a massive ego like Dio or some shit. I wouldn't say it's as massive as Dio, but he still does have a massive ego, thanks to shit like Infinity. I
Hold
think
up,
he
maybe
has
we
the
should-
more probable.
I
And
think
you
we
go
should
crazy.
like pick matchups, like specific matchups.
Well, we're doing pretty much Gojo versus. We were going
Dio.
for Dio or Jotaro. They honestly are pretty interchangeable, except for the fact of how they react to things.
And their fighting styles, I would argue, are a bit different, even though they have similar.
They have very similar fighting styles. Dio just has a lot more abilities and things he can do. That's pretty much
That
it.
is true. That is true.
Can Jotaro, in theory, tank a hollow purple?
No. If Jotaro himself gets hit, he will not be able to handle hollow purple.
Okay. Is
Dio
he
could.
faster than Gojo?
Is he faster than Gojo? From what I know, Gojo is only lightning from specific manga stuff of lightning being thrown at him, so I'd assume he'd be faster, being able to dodge such, but he wouldn't have the advantage in endurance because of 6 eyes, if I'm not wrong.
I mean, from what I know, it's like you can really swim to lightning, maybe possibly light. It depends on how you interpret stuff. Like, if you don't want to push him there, that's fine. Like, I understand that. But something with, like, Gojo you do have to talk about is reverse curse technique, which is basically just, like, really busted and OP healing that he can just spam, that can regenerate limbs or whatever.
I'm looking at chat, and I got a very important question. Could the JJ characters even see the stands? Or would they sense color?
Okay, hold on. They possibly could, but that would depend on whether or not the stands are technically similar to curses. Because if they're not, they won't be able to see them. But if they are similar, then they should be able to see them.
JJK sorcerers can see cursed energy, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah, only JJK sorcerers can see that. If you're like you have to be born with that ability or be close to death to see curses.
And cursed energy isn't cursed energy ranging from the soul, if I'm not wrong.
I think it's
Yeah.
emotions. I want to say it's more like
Yeah, it's emotions.
I think it's
emotions.
both. It's like
Is it
they
both?
do
It is
bring
both.
up the soul with Mahito. I do know that they do bring
Oh
up the
yeah.
soul there, but it's more
Yeah,
based
they're
on emotion.
Well,
exactly.
from chat, I
Ooh.
have there's something I've actually been wanting to say, but chat brought it up again.
Go
I
ahead.
personally believe that it is within Dio's character. Just he spammed time stop all throughout the fights, whatever he could. So, in my opinion, I feel like he would just bust out time stop like near the beginning of the fight before Gojo even uses his domain expansion and kills him. In my opinion,
He probably wouldn't kill him because
I don't think he could.
I think he could. I do think he could, but I don't think it's in his character to immediately murder Gojo because he'd want to frick around with him a lot more.
well, it
Unless
depends if he knows
Gojo,
anything about Gojo. Depends if he knows anything about Gojo. If he just
I don't think
knows he sees this dude, but then it all depends.
well, we're assuming no prior knowledge.
Yeah, no
All
prior
right.
knowledge.
Yeah.
So it probably
This
would
is what
toy with him, but the second he feels threatened, he would use time stop.
The second he feels
Probably, yeah.
threatened, he would probably use time stop. Yeah.
Like if Gojo were to like you instantly go for like a hollow purple time stop, but if he doesn't know about like the domain expansion, infinite void, he's not gonna know about that, and he won't be using time stop.
It really would be that sort of deal of who kills the other first without fricking around. Who gets serious first is the question regarding that.
Who's funnier?
I would say Dio. I would say
You think
Dio's more funny.
who's funnier? That's gonna be the freaking debate ender.
That's the debate ender.
That's the debate ender. Freaking.
It's also
No.
another interesting idea. Can Gojo kill Dio?
Can Gojo kill
Yeah.
Dio? I'd assume he'd be able to at least. I'd assume
He'd be able to
injure him.
do a lot of things.
He'd be able to render him at least inept through the fact of his domain expansion. You know, the whole cars thing happening in part 2 would pretty much just happen to Dio.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He
like,
could
I
probably
think,
send him to space.
Yeah, maybe.
in my opinion,
he would have to hit him
in my-
first, which is a difficult thing.
Yeah.
Do you think?
I think in my opinion,
I mean, it all depends.
yeah, in my opinion, I think if it's against Dio, I think Gojo wins. Thanks to like if they don't know each other, Dio's not gonna really think, oh yeah, I have to aim for the head or whatever, which is kind of like Gojo's weakness in the time stop. And I feel like when Gojo realizes, oh shit, he can go through my infinity, I have to actually, stop fucking around, then he's probably gonna do domain expansion, which realistically Dio probably couldn't escape.
Yeah, I don't think he
and
can
then from
do
there,
anything
could
about that. Could he even use his stand in Infinite Void?
I don't see why he
No, I
wouldn't.
wouldn't think
Part of his soul.
Probably
Things
not.
are part of his
'cause you-
soul. I say that he would be able to.
Yeah, but he needs to actually control it. If he doesn't, then it would probably just be standing within a 5-foot thing of him, just sort of probably
I don't
flailing
s-
around or standing right next to him in just complete amazement.
How would he
Hmm.
stop Dio from using his stand? It's an intrinsic part of your soul.
I'm
How
not
would he
saying
stop controlling it.
what I'm not saying is he wouldn't stop him from using his stand. His stand would still be beside him, but he can't control it if he's not thinking.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, that is true. Because
Well, it's
if
also seen in
Gojo
the
touches
anime.
him, then yeah. But if all
Ble-
of the information of the universe is in Dio, how can he think straight and then
That-
know to use his stand in that moment?
Well, stands can also act independently from their users to stop them from being harmed.
That depends on the specific stand.
I've
That's a
not seen a stand where it didn't work.
The
Such
fisherman
as
stand?
one that
Star
it didn't
Platinum
work.
did it, and Star Platinum did it with Jotaro, and if the World and Star Platinum are similar, if not the same stand, I don't see how they would do the same thing.
Those Jotaro comprehending it through Star Platinum's eyes, being able to see it faster and being able to react to it faster.
There's no proof of that, though. We have no way of knowing if it didn't act independently or if Jotaro subconsciously did it.
If it acts independently, then it's an automatic stand.
I guess it just depends.
There's only been one time, from what I can tell, where a stand acted automatically without the stand user's information, and that was Gold Experience Requiem and Silver Chariot Requiem, if I'm not wrong.
I'm reading chat, and it says Jotaro was in a coma, and Star Platinum acted independently, and weather reports stopped its user from committing suicide. That's what I'm reading from chat. I didn't read. I didn't watch part 6, but I do believe, based on the stuff that I've seen from the other parts of the anime, that would be accurate. I did read the manga, but I haven't watched anything past part 5.
Which comment, if I may? From
it's from Unknown Basic. It's like the last, one of the last comments that are right there, like one of the last ones.
With that one, wasn't he? I believe the stand disc was still near him, like his stand disc was. That was what the whole Poochie weird thing, because in part 6, I'm assuming that would be talking about when Poochie ended up taking Jotaro's memory and then just leaving a stand disc behind, or when
Also, this is a good. I'm sorry to cut you off, but here this guy makes an interesting point, and it kind of moves away from the whole Dio thing. But I do think that this could help highlight some other stuff that we could use in the future. This guy asked, could Gojo's Infinity protect himself from Poochie's Made in Heaven universe reset due to that it eventually gains infinite speed?
Yeah, I would not know what that is.
It's from what I can tell, it's an infinite momentum sort of deal, but it wouldn't stop him from resetting the universe because he can't control due to how
But would it
Gojo's
protect him
abilities
from
work.
would it protect him from the universe reset though?
Probably
like in his
not,
domain.
because
Gojo's
Gojo-
Infinity isn't gonna protect him from universe resets.
Yeah,
That's manipulation. I don't think that Gojo's Infinity blocks physical attacks, not like universal changing things.
If I'm not
Yeah, with the
wrong,
whole JJK's verse, like, is just cooked based off of that move. So they aren't really gonna survive something like the whole universe reset, and I don't even think like the rest of the JoJo characters did. If I'm right, I could.
mind you, the universe reset thing, he has to kill you before the universe resets to actually make sure you don't appear in the next one. If he
That's
doesn't,
true. That's what happens.
you will just appear.
Okay, well, if he doesn't kill Gojo, then if he does his reset thing and doesn't kill Gojo, that Gojo's gonna come back 1 billion years in the future.
However,
but is he able to even break through infinity? Then he won't kill him.
It doesn't make time go forward. It like goes so far in the future that everything just resets to where it was when he started.
Yeah.
So it's just a completely different universe at that point.
Well, minor differences from what was seen with the various things, but yeah, pretty much the same universe, mostly same abilities, mostly same people, slightly different looks. That's about the only difference from what I could tell.
Oh wait, could there be a potential chance though? Since I know the 6 size is rare, like could he be potentially born without the 6 size then?
Oh, wait, no, actually, yeah, you're right. Technically, even if Gojo dies, the whole point of the 6 size user thing is a 6 size user appears when the universe needs to be balanced. That's why Gojo was there. He was supposed to help that. What was that one lady who was supposed to merge with that god guy? I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're talking about beginning of season 2.
Yeah, that's like the whole point. That, and like Gojo's supposed to like appear to maintain the balance, and so in theory, technically, even though currently Gojo is dead, he should. Spoilers, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know. But if there's ever some kind of universal shift in the JJK universe, another 6i users should, in theory, appear So,
Well,
if the universe was reset and it's imbalanced, or some kind of timeline plays out similar to the normal one, then Gojo or a Gojo equivalent should appear.
that's not what we're arguing. We're arguing if they can kill
Yeah.
Gojo, and Gojo would be dead. It's just another Six Eyes user would appear.
Yeah.
I have another
Yeah, I was
question.
more.
Pucci can remove stand user stands by making a stand disc. Could he
Yeah.
do something? Could he do something similar to Gojo and just remove his abilities, like just make a disc and remove them? Would it work
Maybe.
similar to a stand, or do you think it wouldn't work?
Maybe he's been shown being able to remove like senses. Like he removed his own sight to avoid Maiden Heaven. So maybe. However, he would probably just be better off removing Gojo's mind so he isn't in an intelligent state to use his abilities.
That would work.
And
I mean, if I'm right though, he did make Infinity down to like it's automatic, or like he keeps resetting his rank for it, something like. Yeah, I think he keeps resetting.
Yeah, he did. He basically has it automatically.
in all fairness, though, Poochie himself with Maiden Heaven could probably also bust through sheer force because he has infinite momentum, pretty much being able to accelerate to a near infinite amount.
I have another question. Could Gojo, does he need to perceive for Infinity to work something as a threat? Or does it just automatically?
No.
from
It's
anything?
automatic. My proof for this is Sukuna Slash. He's invisible for everyone, and then once Sukuna tries to use it, it's still like kind of blocked against it.
But
But
did
that's kind of
Gojo
the
perceive
thing.
Sukuna as a threat beforehand?
He even let Jogo willingly try to touch him, and he didn't even try to lift a finger, and Infinity was still active.
If I'm
So he
not
doesn't even
wrong,
have to do anything.
if I'm not wrong with this one, he can let things through.
He
He
can.
has to choose what things. So, like, he licks air particles and the such through so that he doesn't, die of lack of oxygen.
Yeah, he does do selective choosing.
But if he doesn't even know something's gonna happen and it does happen and it kills him, would domain expansion protect him from that? So, like say an say a natural disaster, he got struck by lightning.
It would probably
Gonna
protect him
block.
from that.
If he doesn't want to get struck
Because-
by lightning, who in the world would want to be struck by lightning?
But say he doesn't even know it's gonna happen.
I
That's
think
the
He's
point of
gonna
that.
it's gonna get blocked anyways.
I think what he's arguing is something that he would never know would happen, such as, let's say, a stand hitting him that he would never have known or seen. Would that bypass Infinity because he wouldn't be thinking of protecting from that?
Well, there's a
I don't
specific
think so,
stand
because
called. Well, there's a specific stand in Part 8 called Wonder of View. Its ability is that if someone pursues its user, it passively causes calamities on the pursuer to protect them.
Yeah, Wonder of You is going to be fricked for him.
So, say like a piano falls
Calamities
from
like
a roof
what?
and he doesn't even. So it's calamities. So it's like
So like
unexpected
earthquakes and
disasters.
thunderstorms?
It is practically using the law of the universe of pretty much just calamities happening to bend reality to frick you over if you pursue him.
So like
But
it
would
could just
Gojo pursue him?
grab a meteor out of the sky and throw it at him.
It will make raindrops feel like bullets hitting you and actually be practically bullets hitting you. Like it's
more for that one. It's more of a question of like, yeah, would it be able to either somehow bypass Infinity, or like could Gojo have like Infinity and also reverse curse technique to make him last long enough to go ahead and kill the stand user?
well,
That's what I
also
think it's more of a question of.
it wouldn't be out of the it wouldn't be out of the question for something absurd to happen, such as a literal geyser shooting him into space. That one wouldn't be out of the question.
I guess, yeah.
But the main question for this one:
It is
would
absurd.
Gojo pursue the user?
Well, that depends.
Does he go
like-
out of his Does he go out of his way to get into fights and arguments, or does he just try to?
Well, no. No, he's not gonna
If he's like
actively go
assigned a
by.
target.
Yeah, if he's assigned a target or it's perceived as a threat towards him or someone he cares about, he's gonna like actively go after it. Like the reason why he fights in the first place is usually against curses. That's because, well, they're curses, but he never really fights humans unless they like actively try to hurt him.
I will be honest here though. Gojo and his Infinity will get through a lot of the calamity that is thrown at him.
Yeah, probably.
However, something like a gas leak happening or something and poisoning him wouldn't be out of the question. Especially since I'm
Reverse
assuming
curse technique could cover him there.
it would cover him
Reverse
there.
curse. Yeah. Reverse curse
Gas
technique can cover against like poisons and stuff like that.
However,
This
he would
this
also
user brings. My bad. You go.
he would also need to try and take him out from farther away, because the closer you get to Wonder of You, the worse and worse the calamities get. Like that bullet rain thing that was happening, that's because they were semi-nearby Wonder of You.
So I have one question.
Yeah.
Who's the user of Wonder of You, and like how strong is he? Is he durable enough, or is he like fast? Like, what's his deal?
He's just a normal human.
He was a rock human who was made out of stone. However, he died and Wonder of You persisted. So,
So just Wonder of You just now wanders.
yeah. From what I can tell, if I'm not wrong, that's what happened in Part 8, wasn't it?
I think that's what happens.
Well, if Gojo doesn't go out of his way to do anything to him, he'll be fine.
Yeah, that one's a more
Another question is, D4C with Love Train kind of has a similar ability. Someone pointed out to Infinity, where it protects its user.
His is pretty much a barrier that redirects misfortune. So if he were to fire something like Hollow Purple, it would, well, maybe not, but if he were to throw something at him, it would somehow go around and turn. The only way of bypassing that would be hitting him with literal infinity.
Another thing that Funny Valentine could
domain
do.
expansion there could cover him.
Another thing Funny Valentine could do is he could put an alternate version of Gojo to fight the current version.
Yeah, he could do that one. That was I was explaining the Love Train ability there. His main ability, which is D4C, allows him to pretty much put himself between two solid objects and travel to an alternate universe where he can either
alternate beings. It's not just himself. He can put other people as well.
He can drag, if he traps two people between two solid objects, he can bring them into another alternate universe, and anytime he is killed, his stand will transfer to an alternate universe version of himself, assuming his stand isn't killed.
I think domain expansion could potentially cover it, yet potentially not.
Yeah,
So here's the thing.
Well, if it takes
it's infinity versus infinity. That's kind of how it's gonna work here, where it's kind of like for an infinite amount of time, like it's like every single version of the stand user is probably just gonna get like knowledge or get struck by the domain expansion, but then infinite amount of times he can kind of recover. It's kind of a weird case there, you know.
Not to mention with Love Train, that could be viewed as misfortunate. So it could just bypass the whole domain to begin with.
Okay, I have a quick. I want to pick another character. Let's pick a character that can go up against Mahito. That makes sense.
What's their ability? I only know Gojo because
manipulation of the
so Mahito, yeah, Mahito can like touch you and your soul like
Soul Man.
directly and shift it. Like he could change your body just by changing your soul, and that's permanent. He can do the same thing to himself at will. He also
Well,
has
that's basically what Silver Chariot Requiem does on just a bigger scale.
Silver Chariot Requiem's stand ability was the fact that he pretty much will swap your soul with someone nearby, and then the only way of defeating him is by finding out that there is an orb behind you that you must smash to able to, I think it's destroy your own soul and bring yourself back into back into the proper bodies.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I know Mahito. Maybe again, domain expansion here. It's very much dependent. Since with
Well,
it
if he uses his
there,
domain
he's
expansion,
able
anyone
to like.
in there is cooked.
Well,
Yeah,
what
it's
about
basically how it works is it basically he has guaranteed access to basically control your soul there, right? So
Yeah,
maybe
like if he,
everything.
okay, technically a domain expansion it's just a guaranteed hit. So when he uses his weird hand powers in his domain, it's always going to hit you. So if you get caught in his domain, you will get hit if he attacks you.
so my question would be, the main reason why he was such a threat is because no one else had soul powers and the ability to affect souls.
Well, except Yuji. Yuji did.
Well,
Like,
Yuji
yeah,
did.
that was his
Sukuna
whole
did.
problem.
Sukuna
Yes,
did.
I have a question. Could Rohan open him up and just see that he could do that, and then write something like you just write that he wouldn't do that to him?
Yeah, he
Wait,
could
what?
do that. Okay, Rohan's ability is
Heaven's
freaking
Door.
Heaven's Door, which pretty much allows him, if he either touches or exposes someone to a piece of his art, he will be able to open their face like a book, paralyze them, and write practically whatever he wants. Like, you cannot hurt Rohan Kishibe, which is the stand user's name, and they will be forced to follow that command.
Yeah, I guess that would work.
Yeah, that would work. Does it
But I have a
directly
quick
target the
question.
soul?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah,
stand
okay, yeah,
ability would.
Mahito wouldn't do.
Every stand attacks every other stand user's soul.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was arguing earlier, because that's what they tend to do. Stands are a ability of the soul, extending from Ripple, which also is somewhat connected. Mostly soul is the stand thing, though.
So
That
basically, Mahito's likely cooked since they would probably be able to touch, like do soul damage. It's both ways. In my opinion, it's more a question of time, anyways. Since he
Yeah.
can regenerate his soul and manipulate other souls, but he can only do that for a limited amount of time thanks to his limited pool of curse energy.
Well,
Gojo
let's take
doesn't
like
really
some.
have this worry since of the 6 eyes.
it would be the question.
That's a big question. Someone put down Mahiho and Kira. If they touch each other, would they kill each other?
Wait, I'm assuming that he said that because that guy has the same ability as Mahito.
No, Kira's ability is whoever he touches, he is able to turn them into a bomb that after he does a hand motion, they will explode. There is no way of surviving this. You will die.
Okay.
I don't know exactly because it's more a question of even if we assume it does affect the soul, he can still regenerate.
It
He
is
has to do like
microscopic.
enough damage.
I brought that to the main point. I was actually trying to. I forgot. What was the stand that Kira got? Where if someone learns about his true identity,
Bites
they
the dust.
reset.
Bites the dust.
My bites dust. Does Mahi when she would that count as learning his identity, and would that reset the day?
Number one, he'd have to
don't
attach
think
that
so,
to
no.
someone. He'd have to attach that to someone first to do that. It's kind of
Assume that
useless in a 1v1 unless he attached it before the 1v1.
That is true.
Hmm.
Would
So more counters
I
sounds like help.
would they have any defense for sheer heart attack?
Actually,
Mahito?
yeah, no, they would, because sheer heart attack isn't an instant kill. It just does a lot of damage. He'd be able to recover and would debatably be able to affect the soul by touching sheer heart attack, pretty much fricking up Kira's hand.
Yeah, I could see that honestly. From what I can tell, what you guys said with the stands and everything.
That's another point. Someone. I have a question. This kind of goes back to the Gojo one. Someone brought up Vanilla Ice and Cream. Would that bypass Infinity because not even other stand users can see Cream? And would
Does it
that
move at
bypass
the speed of light?
Infinity?
Does it move at
It
like the speed
destroys.
of light
It
or something?
obliterates literally anything in its path, no matter what it is, because it sends it to an alternate dimension.
Best way of describing
I
it
think,
is.
yeah, then most likely it would touch Gojo then. Since if
Yeah.
it's like, yes, it's guaranteed to pass through, then I don't think Infinity can, unless it at best, if he does know about it, and he does some sort of binding vow bullshit of like, oh, like everything else can pass except that, but even then, that's a solid, like 50-50 chance there.
That's a bit debatable. So Vanilla Ice's ability is pretty much the stand envelops itself. Vanilla Ice hops into the stand. It envelops itself pretty much. You remember Regular Show, the hot dog episode?
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember the end bit where they ate themselves to death?
Oh, it's like that.
They do that, and it pretty much creates a sphere of nothingness, of complete void, that's able to
Wait,
just
is it
pass through anything.
is it also it's basically that one scene in the Amazing where the Gumball where Darwin and Gumball are eating themselves because they wanted to fit more in their mouth.
Disappears out of existence and turns into a giant void ball that pretty much will be able to ram through any object. It will just consume it and send it to some other space. We don't know what space. We don't know if they even die. We just know they go and they can never come back.
Well, I guess he's gonna go, Joe.
Before the debate ends, I would actually like to cover one more JJK character because I think 3's a good number.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it Sukuna?
Or something.
Yeah, I was assuming Sukuna.
What is their ability?
Basically, they have.
He's the king of curses.
We'll count it like 3 sections. They have cleave, dismantle, and their domain expansion, which leads to their flaming arrow thing.
Yeah.
Like cleave and dismantle are just cutting attacks, one up close, one more far range, and then domain expansion is just guaranteed hit, and it's
Hey, he can also
and
do
the
a
flaming
fire.
arrow is just one big blast. Yeah, just
Yeah.
one big powerful blast.
One question
And they
with
also
that
have
one.
like reverse curse technique and stuff.
Are we gonna do the pretty much buff Sukuna from the manga?
I'd assume
Yeah,
so.
let's do that one.
Because he has
For
4
fun.
arms.
With Maharaga.
And shadows and shit.
Fuck
Yeah, why not?
But
Go
what if
all
we had
out.
Maharaga? Let's just have him with Maharaga versus like one of the stand users, because like it's just them
Just for
and
the-
their stand.
So
Yeah,
him
just for the
with.
fuck of it.
Do you want to enlighten them to what that whole Maharaga thing is?
Oh, okay. So Maharaga essentially can adapt to an attack if he can survive it, though. He's physically fast. He's really strong. He hits hard. In fact, I think this is during the Shibuya incident, where he was summoned against Sukuna, and Sukuna like did a couple of attacks to him, and he was actually he tanked them, and actually learned how to dodge and defend against them. So if he can survive an attack.
He didn't really tank them. He took them, got damage regenerated, adapt, and he still took damage from them. But then each time he just
You're right.
to regenerate faster.
No,
That's
my
what it
favorite
more
part
is.
was.
It's like. Yeah, go on, sorry.
My favorite part is that he didn't even like launch it against Sukuna. He launched it against that one freaking guy with like 3 lives or something.
Oh, right, the guy with
That was so fucking stupid.
the blonde kid.
That was hilarious.
He was so terrified, and he just did he get killed by Sukuna when he showed up?
I think Sukuna killed him. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. The way you just described the Maharaja guy, if he survived time stop, if the user uses it again, would he be able to move through time stop?
No.
No, that's not how that works. He will get durable, but he's not gonna like suddenly you start moving through stopped time.
It's attack.
But if like
See, wait. But what about Infinity though?
Infinity,
That's my question there then. Sounds like he's able to adapt through the domain expansion and stuff like that.
Well, the
So
domain
maybe he
expansion.
could potentially though. I
Well,
think it's like a
domain
maybe. Not
that's a very big if.
wasn't domain a sure hit. From what I know with
Yeah.
Maharaga, it's if you hit him, he will then become immune to that attack.
Would he register time stop as an attack?
Well, if it's a one
Yeah, that's
shot,
what
he won't survive it. But if he survives it, like for example, if Jotaro used like a couple of star platinums on him, eventually it's not gonna work.
Well,
but if he one shotted him, then it's over.
What I'd assume would be,
one-shot him though?
I wouldn't doubt it. It's a maybe because if he were to stop time and then aura rush him to just practical oblivion, maybe. However, that is a hard maybe, especially for Jotaro.
He would have to punch him for a while.
If this was someone like, go
There
on.
you go.
So I have another. Actually, sorry, I had a question.
Go on.
Go on.
So Dio can turn people into vampires. He doesn't really use it in part 3, but he used it a lot in part 1.
That is true.
Could he turn this guy into a vampire?
No, it's a cursed spirit.
Because it's a cursed spirit because like vampire, it has to be, it's a physical attack, and cursed energy needs to be used to attack cursed spirits, and unless it's like a soul type of attack, it's not gonna hit Maharaga.
I just would he see Maharaga or no?
Yeah, I mean, if you can see
No,
a
but
stand
wait.
Let's assume that the cursed energy and stand thing, they at least somewhat translate to where sorcerers can see stands and stand users can see cursed, just to not have this be like 5-second fights where it's like they can't see them and get instantly annihilated.
I thought that was already established.
Yeah, no, that.
We never talked
Yeah,
about
I
it.
didn't
but
know.
that was sort of
I guess
implied.
just
fair
assumed,
enough.
Like, we couldn't see
Okay.
stands, but then they could kind of see us. That's what I kind of assumed, you know.
You know what's kind of so basically we're saying to kill this guy you need an attack that would just kill him in one shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would
Like
Kira
in
turning him into a bomb kill him in one shot, or would he survive for long enough to not die from that?
It's more a question of could it obliterate him?
Like, would it destroy every cell of him or something?
Yes, it would. It
then he's done.
destroys with a complete annihilation unless the user decides to keep a part of them for whatever reason.
Well, if he decides to keep a part of Maharaga, he's done for, because that's not going to work twice on Maharaga if he survives it.
And the stand user wouldn't do that. The stand user only did that to beautiful women because he had a hand. Yeah, no, that's the actual plot. That's what happened in part 4.
That's the reason that he's conflict is because he's a serial killer and he likes women's hands.
Yeah,
that's that.
He came to Mona Lisa's hands.
Yeah, that is canon.
That's canon. That's canon. That's not a joke. That's canon. He actually said that. He said that to a female nurse.
Literal. That is literal canon.
He said that to a woman. He said that.
That is
okay.
It's a crazy work.
I want to get back to this, but there's one last question somebody really has about Gojo. Would Diavolo be able to just skip through Infinity with King Crimson?
What's Diavolo do?
Diavolo's stand is pretty much he is able to alter his own fate for 5 seconds. He has 2 abilities, able to see 5 seconds in the future, and then he is able to skip, quote unquote, skip time 5 seconds in the future. He cannot affect anything during this time skip, such as he can't like stab or punch someone through mid time skip. However, he can get himself in a good position or set up a trap or something by like cutting his wrist and spilling blood in the air to blind an opponent or something, and get
Okay.
himself in an advantageous position to then one-shot someone.
Well, from
So
what it sounds
is
like, it's not going to work at all.
No,
Yeah,
because
no.
the time would still pass as is. Gojo would still have his infinity up, so I'd assume he wouldn't be able to enter.
Yeah, just someone brought that up from chat, and I thought it was a good thing just to bring up.
No, it's a neat idea, but probably not.
That would work against someone like Mahito.
Yeah, Mahito
or
that
maybe Sukuna.
actually depends on Mahito. It would work against
depends on
Mahito,
Mahito.
but Mahito has such an OP ability where if anything touches him, it's pretty much it's pretty much a one-shot ability has to deal with him, or you have to
That's
pretty
true.
much kill him in one shot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jojo has something for him.
Yeah, Kira. Kira would definitely be able to do that.
Yeah, Kira could do it.
I'm sure we established that. That's right.
So who would be Sakuna? That's the last one we need to do.
Sukuna?
Kira.
Who would be...
Oh, sorry.
Who would be Sukuna? Is what you're saying?
I mean, that's the last character that we got to discuss.
Oh, wait, I do have
right.
a funny question, real quickly. So you know Yuta with like Rika and the Cursed Spirit or whatever, like, and how they have to be part
Yuta
of
and his
someone
girlfriend.
having an ability. Yeah.
Okay.
The mine or whatever. What if Yuta just eats like Jotaro's arm or something? Would he just get the like? Would he just have a stand or something?
It has to be part
I'm
of
just
the
imagining that.
Well, we are doing this like a sort of conversion of cursed energy to stand power, so maybe.
I have
Also,
two
you probably getting like
two
another
stands.
clone.
I have
Also-
two stands that people from chat brought up to verse Sukuna. We have Cheap Trick, and Highway to Hell.
So these two stands.
Explain them.
Cheap Trick, pretty much the stand user, if you look at his back will peel open, murdering him, and then Cheap Trick will attach to the person that looked at his back. This isn't an insta kill, by the way. It's like you can survive it if you are durable enough. So I assume Sukuna would win that.
Okay, so what? Sukuna looks at the
then
guy's
just ban
back.
reverse curse technique. There's that there.
Yeah, like Sukuna fights stand user, sees his back, gets infected. Okay, now he's infected. All he has to do is just lie on the floor.
I mean, he could just lie on the floor, yeah. But if someone were to look at his back, I feel like Sukuna could heal that one with reverse technique.
Yeah, he would. He probably would.
Now then,
He is fast enough, he is.
Highway to Hell. Its ability is it is able to select a target, and then the stand user has to kill themselves. Then, therefore, using the stand to kill the target in the exact same way. It is pretty much a durability match.
So, okay, so he goes against the stand user, and the stand user has to kill himself?
Literally, yeah, he has to kill himself. There is no other way to there is no other way to fully use the ability. He has to kill himself.
And that does what? That like
if he
kills the other opponent?
The same thing that happens to him will happen to the opponent and it will happen because of the stand. There is no way of avoiding it.
Themselves in the same way.
It would probably go the same way, honestly, with Cheap Trick, because he would probably just be able to outlast the stand user, and after it killed him, he would just be able to heal the damage. Because it's not it'll instantly kill you. It's just it'll damage you in that way. So like if a human had that happen to them, then yeah, they're gonna die. But it's Sukuna.
That is
Yeah,
true.
I also
from what
only
it
see
sounds
like
like-
2 ways. Sorry. I can only see like 2 ways the Sen wouldn't. They either have to cut their own head off, which could potentially disconnect Sukuna from like the rest of his body, potentially canceling out reverse curse technique, or somehow like stab himself in the head. That's really their only 2 options.
Yeah, because I was just about to say, because if he decides to get himself run over by a car, that's not exactly gonna.
Well,
I don't see how this is Oh, sorry to cut you off. You keep going.
He may be able to have someone else kill him and have it apply to Sukuna. In the manga, when we saw all that happening, it was just the guy trying to kill himself. But it wouldn't be out of the question if someone else tried to kill him and did it successfully with Highway to Hell active, that it would then also happen to the person that Highway to Hell is active against.
Okay, so I have two
But
last.
that requires someone else, so.
I have two ones from last. One is Sakuna versus Ultimate Cars, and then I forgot the name of the stand, but it's the chick, the ghost chick, and at the end of part 4 with the hands, it grabs Kira and it kills him. I assume. I forgot the name of that stand, but that's one someone also suggests.
That wasn't a stand. That was just the alleyway. That thing was just haunted hell. That thing was just haunted.
Okay, so would that work on Sakuna?
Okay, so to answer the first one, I saw what cars could do, ultimate cars, and I'm pretty sure Sukuna would probably kill him.
Actually,
ultimate cars do?
if I may, so Ultimate Cars' ability is pretty much he has the ability of every single animal on Earth, every single living thing. So he can do mitosis. If he wanted to, he can make 50 other Ultimate Carses to fight Sukuna at once.
I actually feel like he'd be better.
I would like to point out that it's not a stand; it's just something that he can do.
Yeah, this is before stands were introduced.
Yeah,
he's
more of a vampire.
This was through the power of the Red Aja, which is pretty much a mask and gem that allowed a vampire, Pillarman, which is pretty much
a super vampire.
A Pillarman, which is a super vampire, to pretty much be able to get the ability to do any ability of anything on Earth.
I
think Ultimate Cars would lose, personally. I don't think that he could
honestly,
beat him based
I
on
feel
what
like he's
you
a
guys have said.
Actually, what does Sukuna have to counter him? He can cleave him in like multiple places to bits, but he's just gonna recover. He can burn him.
Set him on fire.
If he sets him on fire, if he does that, then he's just gonna do the same thing he did in the volcano, encase himself.
Also, someone points out, could he learn because he has the ability of every living thing on Earth? Could he just make his own domain expansion, or is that something that he just can't do?
That's I don't think that's something he could do. I don't like.
I
know a domain expansion.
To counteract this, if I'm right, he only saw, I forgot, JoJo's ability in that part once, and then basically mastered it even better than him, JoJo himself. So it's like, he could potentially, but he has to see the domain expansion first, survive it, and then recover from it.
But he probably
is it a maybe?
He probably could survive that, and if we're
would they be
allowing
able to kill each other?
Okay, maybe.
I mean, remember what we talked about with Mahito and how Sukuna could have soul cutting abilities? Assuming that it would apply the same for him.
To be honest, I was just about to say. Mahito would be a better matchup against him because Mahito would probably be able to beat Cars better than Sukuna.
Okay, so I actually have two really interesting ones from chat. It's Grateful Dead and Superfly against Sukuna.
Okay. Grateful Dead. Pretty much, it will rapidly age you depending on body temperature in a massive radius. However, it also affects the user.
Sukuna gains another 100 years.
I mean, yeah, Sukuna will be able to survive that. However, someone like Gojo, that would actually be interesting.
That would, because Gojo's gonna age and eventually die.
And assuming the stand user would be able to stay hidden and keep himself cool, he would be able to outlast Gojo.
Yeah, but if Gojo finds his location, he's probably gonna die. But if he doesn't, Gojo's just gonna age on a pretty quickly.
Well, actually, he could hide himself amongst the crowd as an elderly person, because he can change his age with the stand. That's what he did.
And that's
in one
why.
part.
And that's why the Grateful Dead was not allowed to go to the final battle. In part.
And
basically.
final.
I do have a slight counter argument actually. Gojo could potentially track him down, assuming that we have like somewhat stands and energy, like
Yeah,
was
using
it
6
battle
eyes.
equalizations?
Using 6
Like,
eyes.
it's a potential.
I'd assume. Yeah.
He could.
All right, I have 3 more from chat. We
Hold
have
on.
Superfly. with...
Yeah, let's cover Superfly first. Superfly, its ability is pretty much, it is a literal telephone, like, you know those telephone towers, the ones with like the made out of metal that are massive?
Yeah.
Think so.
Yeah, pretty much. If you step in there and the user steps out of the tower, you will be stuck in there. There is no way of escaping. You have to somehow trick the user to get back in there.
So it's basically that one ferryman from A Tale Dark and Grim.
Never heard of it, but probably. If
For
you try
Sukuna,
to...
he could actually survive technically. He can just make himself a cursed object, and
If you
then
think
just
about
there
it.
you go.
If you think about it, it's just another sealing technique for him.
If he leaves Superfly, he will turn into metal. There is no way of avoiding it.
Okay, so
Okay,
that's
then it's essentially a sealing technique then.
Yeah, pretty much.
This
is more like
Of course, the stand user has to survive getting out of it. You know.
Could he kill him before that happens? And then that would nullify the stand. I would assume.
He could just be not dumb enough to go into it in the first place.
Well, Sukuna's not gonna be that dumb.
Yeah.
I have 2 more. This one's a joke. The secrets Joestar technique would be every JJK character.
Oh, no, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
No, he's right there. He's right.
It's just running
that's
away.
correct.
If you run away from
It's
them,
literally running away. That's the joke.
And then someone brought up the Beach Boy.
Beach Boy. Beach Boy was pretty much a fishing rod that is able to go through walls and go into a body tracking a heartbeat. Try to hook your heart, and it will drag it out and bring it back to the user without you included.
Sukuna definitely would easily win. He survived.
Sukuna doesn't need a heart. Yeah,
I'm
Sukuna
pretty
does not
sure.
need a heart.
I'm pretty sure everyone would be able to survive that. If I'm not wrong.
Because it can go through walls.
Gojo would survive because no, it shouldn't.
I mean, he still has his brain. His blood would still be flowing long enough for him to at least regenerate his heart.
Probably, yeah. So even if he got his stolen,
this is okay. I'm sorry to cut y'all off, but this is one I have to bring up. Speaking of sealing, what if Sakuna got stuck in the mirror dimension due to Man in the Mirror?
Okay, Man in the Mirror. Man in the Mirror is pretty much the ability to, grab and drag someone into a mirror realm. They cannot escape without you dragging them back out of the mirror realm, or you have to kill the user, if I'm not wrong. However,
does the stand user? Oh, no, does the stand user stay with the guy in the mirror, or can the stand user leave?
He can leave.
Okay, yeah, then
he can leave.
Unless the stand user actively stays to try and kill Sukuna, then there's a good chance Sukuna could leave. But if the stand user leaves, Sukuna's stuck in the mirror dimension forever.
Yeah, that's pretty much another sealing
I
technique.
see 3 options happening. Either one, Sukuna stays in the mirror dimension, he can just make himself to a cursed object or whatever. And maybe if the user dies, he'll make it out. I don't know how it works exactly. 2, he just kills them. Or 3, he goes ahead and just takes over his body. Potentially. I think that's the funniest option, the third one.
Can I go ahead and ask something? I'm asking this to the chat here, specifically just Panda. Which Darby? Because there's 2.
Well, I would assume. Well, could they beat both of them? Are they smart enough to beat both of those games?
Yeah. So pretty
do
much the
both?
two Darby brothers have practically the same ability. One has except one has the extra ability of being able to tell if you're telling a truth or a lie in a true or false sort of deal. Your
Okay,
soul will
so
tell it. There is no way of avoiding it. Pretty much,
Okay, so what are
if
they
you
doing?
lose to a game against them, you will then have your soul forfeit. They will be
Okay.
able to take your soul. One will turn it into poker chips. The other will then put it into a doll.
So could they beat
Okay.
a game of poker, and then could they win in a game of poker, and also could they just win in that racing game that the other one?
Well,
Here,
Gojo.
I mean, Takuna's kind of old. Hear me out. He's probably played these games before. Okay, hear me out, guys. Hear
Okay,
me
bro.
out.
Okay, hold on.
I'm going to go ahead.
You did not play these games
Takuna
before,
gets
man.
cookies.
I'm going to go ahead and say this. They do not need to play the games. Like, the reason why the Joestars played the games in the plot was because they were either trapped or needed information and didn't know the. So, they can just kill them and get away with it. However, it's a lot more fun to think they would play the games.
Okay, so I actually
Would they
do
win in the
think-
games?
Okay, so I actually do think Gojo would probably want to play the games.
Gojo would
because-
definitely want to play the games. Yeah, no, that's just the case.
And if he does, for when it sounds
Is he a good gamer?
Probably. Yeah. I think.
Is he a good gamer? And is he a good
Okay,
gambler?
here's the thing.
Or is he a good cheater at gambling?
Oh, yeah, he's definitely good at cheating.
Yeah, here's, in my opinion, is the situation of, I'm gonna assume that Gojo like has such a physical edge to a point where in gaming, it kind of gives him a really good advantage since he could probably get the timing down for stuff like perfectly and be able to
We could
react
beat-
much faster than the other person can.
Oh, this makes it sound like he could beat the younger Darby, but could he beat the older one in a game of poker?
There are
Or
two
is he-
Darby. There are two Darby brothers. The younger will play video games. That's the doll man and the one that's able to tell if you are lying via truth or false question. And then there's the older Darby brother, who is the poker man. He will challenge you to any game of betting. It does not need to be poker. He just really likes poker. It can be any betting game, however.
Okay. From what
And,
I see, is that I'm pretty sure Gojo keeps it real all the time. So if he plays a game of like poker or tens, he probably could lose because how honest he is. And even if he tried to lie, he's gonna be on. His spirit is truthful all the time. So
also,
he would.
Darby will cheat. He will do that, and if you do not catch him, he will win, and you will.
Gojo's 100% gonna catch him. It's no question. Even if
No,
like,
that's a
if
definite.
Darby cheated, like if Darby like snuck a card out or something, Gojo will see that and probably would wait for like 5 turns to call it out. Like just to play some mind games like that.
Okay, I have two more, and they're kind of joke questions. The first one's not really if it would happen, it's more of just a joke. If Whitesnake pulls out the disc from Gojo, would the face on the disc have the look of "Did you pray today"?
Stupid. Oh, stupid.
And then the second one, novel cars versus JJK.
Novel cars, easy. That's just how that works. It's novel cars. He's like he's universal. He has that bullcrap with him. Reality warping, that sort of bullcrap. It doesn't matter. He wins. That's just how that works.
Man. Trust me on it.
And then
let's be real here.
Mind you, that's not canon. That was a fan.
That's not canon.
That's not
a joke.
canon.
That's
No,
a
no,
joke, not canon in the slightest.
that was
You know
not
what?
canon. That was a novel written after Part 2, not written by the author of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. However, it is a popular character to bring up because
although this isn't a character versus character. This is more of an in-universe thing. Could the characters or the protagonist Gojo and his group of people could they solve the Kira case in part 4? I think that's a pretty good question.
I am not familiar with the Kira case in part 4.
Ooh, Kira case. Well, regarding that, they would have to first be able to see ghosts. Can they see a ghost?
Curses are basically
I don't see why
ghosts, so yeah.
I don't see why they wouldn't be able to see ghosts.
They see cursed spirits, and they're kind of
Hold on. Before we get into this, I want to just ask a question for all of you.
Go ahead.
Opinions on the ghost stories, Dub. Go.
Ghost stories,
Best
Dub. Perfect.
Best dub in all of anime. Best dub in
Best,
all of anime.
best. I think if I think if Rouga, our Lord and Savior, would hear, he would agree. Honestly.
If he watched, that would be. I would pay to see him just react. That would
Rouga,
be-
if you're listening, you should watch the ghost story dub.
It is great. Anyhow,
What's going on?
It's
What?
the best dub.
Someone say my name?
Yeah, you should use the ghost story dub. Just a recommendation for you on your own time. Go watch it.
Ghost
You might-
Story dub?
Yeah.
It's the best dub of all time. Ever.
Perfect dub.
It's better
Perfect
than the
dub.
shit.
Better than End of Evangelion, better than Death Note, better than every
Yeah.
anime ever made, no matter what.
Yeah.
Better than anything. It's the
Shit,
best-
I'm from
it is-
better than the original Devilman dub.
Yep, better.
Yes.
Have you seen the
Better.
original Devilman dub?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you want some history,
That's
essentially what
bullshit. No
happened
one has
is
seen
that-
the original Devilman dub. No one's seen that.
I did.
Only YouTube clips.
Nah, I did.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. it
Take
is.
your
The
fucking
best.
shoes off. Jesus Christ. It's just unnecessary.
It's
Like,
like
Lucifer is
this-
unnecessarily aggressive, and then they just say the weirdest shit out of nowhere. It's like, who the fuck wrote this?
But with the ghost story stuff, it feels like it was made just for you. Like I could see
Yeah,
you just
actually,
writing.
I
this
could
shit
see
up.
you loving that, I'll be honest. You'd
I
adore
wouldn't
it.
be surprised if Rouga voiced one of the characters.
I wouldn't be
I could
surprised
see
if
him
he
as a
voiced one.
child.
Yeah, no,
I could see
as a
him writing
child.
all of that.
What's
I
the?
can see him-
Well, I mean, what's it about? Is it good?
I mean, the story itself is fine, but the dubbing
It's
just
funny.
makes it 100% better.
It's funny.
It's funny. It's funny.
As a
It's funny.
retarded little kid,
Honestly, I think that like sometimes like big companies who do who dub anime, sometimes they should just be like, we're gonna basically treat this as if it's a fucking abridged series. Just do whatever we want.
You see,
In the
yeah,
in the dub itself, they call a little kid retarded like every episode.
It's funny.
Yeah.
he even acts it. He even acts retarded.
Like he acts retarded.
several
Like,
racy
one of the-
jokes.
One of the one of the lines in the movie was from this talking cat who is chatting with the little kid, and the little kid is like, "Yo, cat, what's up?" And then the cat's like, "What do you want, kid?" And then the next thing he's like, he just goes into like absolute goblin mode. Exactly. That's what the little kid just goes. It's insane.
Gotcha. I'll I don't know. I don't know if I'll check it out, but if I remember, I might check it out. We'll see.
It's on Amazon.
I got you. Yeah,
It's
I
on
don't.
YouTube. You can just look up clips. You'll get the same
Oh
experience.
yeah, you probably
trust me.
could.
You might even get more enjoyment if you just watch clips.
I imagine I would absolutely get more enjoyment if I watch clips. I don't know about watching an entire anime that I'm watching specifically to laugh at because the dub is bad. I'm not sure how much I would enjoy that experience.
Nah, the dub's great. Don't worry. Anyhow,
I don't
if
really
you-
do the whole "it's so bad it's good" thing. I don't.
Each
it's
episode
never
gets
been something I've
progressively
enjoyed.
worse.
I'll
Here's
be
the
honest,
thing.
the first time I watched your videos, I immediately thought of the ghost story stuff. That's how much I think you. It just feels like you when I watch the
I
videos.
don't know if that should be insulting or not. I feel like it should be insulting.
Take it as a compliment. Take it as
Okay.
a compliment.
I'm gonna say this. The story behind it is that ghost stories were so unpopular in Japan that when they were doing the dubbing, they just gave it to a random company and said, "Do whatever you want." We don't care.
Hmm.
So they got complete artistic freedom to dub it however they want.
I wonder if there's a story behind the Devilman dub. There's a reason why that happened
Maybe.
that way.
That's probably.
If we want to turn it back to the topic at hand, before we
actually
get
have
to the ghost story.
In the world's longest fucking debate. Go ahead. Continue.
We're making good content for you.
This is great content.
You say that, but
This is.
we've lost
terrible
lost more
content.
than half of our people since y'all been
The only
talking.
people who will watch this will be JJK and versus JoJo.
Yeah, like
This is me
everybody
debating a
left.
YouTube channel.
In
It's
all
gonna be your
fairness,
best performing video.
I mean,
telling you.
to be fair, it's like
It is-
3 o'clock right now.
it is 3 in the morning,
I
man.
mean,
It is midnight for me.
To be fair, well,
All right.
last Saturday we did this until 3 in the morning, and by the time it was like, actually I think we almost made it to 4, and by the end of the night there were like 45 people still in there.
oh damn, Rico, you fumbled.
Yep, y'all killed that
All right,
shit.
we gotta get
Man,
we
that
gotta get back
sucks.
on the train. We gotta get that
Yeah,
count
we
up,
gotta
boys.
get back rolling.
What if
All
we
right,
add
so I
one of
got
the
2
guys in the
more. I have 2
audience?
more.
Yeah, there's 2 more.
You said that the last 5 times.
Sukuna versus Jailhouse Rock and Planet Waves.
Oh god, okay.
Oh, right.
Why are we still doing so? Okay, what did they do?
Planet Wave, Jailhouse Rock. You can only remember 3 things. After you learn a 4th thing, you will lose knowledge of everything. You will then have to learn 3 more things.
Okay.
No, it's not losing knowledge of everything. It will be losing the first thing that you remembered. So if someone clicks a pin, you notice it, then they tap their foot, they
So
drop
on
the
and so
pin.
forth.
Yeah, pretty much it is 3 things you can remember, and if that space overflows, you will lose the first thing you remembered.
Okay, so,
So,
here's
like-
what I see from Sukuna doing. He's going to memorize the moves cleave, dismantle, and domain extension. He's gonna blind himself and hide. He's just gonna go on a murder spree.
But would he remember cleave?
Well,
Cleave
you
and the
guys
stuff?
said he lived. I say he lived. You guys say he lived such a long time. I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lived for 1,000 years in total. To be fair, part of it, for a good part, he's probably like a cursed object or something.
Even
So
if
maybe,
even if he learns something new and forgets how to use domain expansion, eventually he'll probably realize he can use it and then forget something else. He's gonna be like, "Oh,
Yeah.
wait, I can do that," and then be like, "Wait,
I
what
think
was I
that-
thinking about
I think
earlier?"
that I think that the time span would be short enough where he wouldn't lose that many memories, and he would kill the person with the stand before he forgot how to kill
Yeah,
people.
they probably would. They probably just would kill freaking the stand user, because they don't have any like special durability. They just can just get murdered. They don't really have anything.
Yeah, in
And,
that case,
and then we
cleave,
have-
dismantle, and domain expansion are all he needs to deal with him.
Planet Waves
real
next.
quick.
Planet Waves
quick,
was
What is?
Cody-
Wait, pause. Real
is
quick,
the
sorry.
the ability
What
to.
is Rouga doing? I'm sorry, I just hear something in his background. I'm sorry.
Oh, so I forgot to mute myself. I'm playing Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus.
You know, I
Nice.
was gonna guess Ratchet and Clank.
Not really
I
that
was-
far
I was-
off,
I
honestly.
would have said Unicorn Overlord.
No.
Yeah, I heard
I was
something.
gonna guess he was fucking disassociating. That's what
Yeah.
I was.
My bad. No, I've been having myself. Well, when you guys were talking, I'm like, fucking, I'm gonna fucking play Sly Cooper. So,
That's
Might as well.
You know the IRS are at his door, right?
yeah. It's not my door.
Well,
They'll never find me. They'll never find me. No, it's
Ruga
fine.
versus the
I'll-
IRS. Ruga solos.
That'll be fun.
Ruga
That'll
solos
be
all universe.
if I do get arrested, I'm getting that fucking cop cam, and that'll be my next released video.
Just remember, don't open the door to a police officer.
I don't.
Ask for
no comment.
No commentary, just the unedited police.
That's right.
Exactly
Exactly as is.
With the .mp4 file, just play the Oh,
Jesus.
Peak.
Anyways,
Peak.
back to the debate. What does the future waiver do?
Planet
What
Waves.
does
Planet Waves' ability is to pretty much be able to drag a meteor from space towards yourself.
Okay, that sounds like a really shit power.
It kind of is. I
Most
don't
of
know
the
why it was
powers-
recommended.
Most of the powers aren't that useful to yourself, but they're good at killing other people.
They sure are.
Like, let's
So
be real
Sukuna
here.
just either reacts or just get hit by it, and just worst case situation regenerates.
Well,
or
Sukuna could just walk away from
guess.
the guy with a meteor coming at him. He's fine. Sukuna sees a meteor coming for the guy he's fighting. Sukuna walks away.
I think
He
that
didn't do that with Jogo, to be fair. He just kind of walked away from the big ass meteor. You know. And Jogo
someone
was-
says Lost Soul says that Planet Waves' meteor can't harm the stand user.
Well, I guess it's fine, but it's not gonna change the fact that Sukuna will
he's
see a
still
meteor
just gonna
coming
die.
at him, and he'll.
He's just
It's
gonna
like
die.
it's gonna be a D&D roll basically. It's like roll 10 for initiative if you get, and then 12 to see if your meteor hits, but you have to be close to Sukuna. It's like no.
Nah, Wonder View is gonna make the meteor like actually hit Sukuna in the head. That's what's gonna happen.
Bye, Panda.
Nah, you have a point.
the real and then
This-
Wonder View stuff, man.
The wonder of
Make
you.
the
I
ability
really
good.
do wonder
Okay.
about you.
No,
I think that the epitome of it's not good for you, but it can kill people really good is Notorious B.I.G. That is
Notorious B.I.G. It literally requires you to die first. However, after you die, there will then be a amorphous blob consuming anything that moves that will grow in size and is immortal. It cannot
sounds
be
like
hurt.
such a
It
bad
cannot be
standard.
destroyed.
Well, how did it die in the anime?
It didn't. It's still in the ocean.
Just in the ocean.
It's just in the ocean. It's just chasing waves for eternity.
So best situation, Sukuna maybe just knocks it away, and that's about it. Worst case
I mean,
situation,
Sukuna
Lure it
could
to
like
the
cut him in
ocean.
half.
You can lure it to the ocean.
If you lured it to the ocean, that would probably be the best solution. However, him actually like touching it, it will just start absorbing him.
Can he
You
pull
can
his
just
hand
rip the
away
limb
and just
off.
stop?
You know, I'm just gonna use Gojo's line and just be like, nah, I'd win.
Honestly,
Wait,
Gojo,
what is-
if it's small enough, he may be able to just completely destroy it with a purple.
Yeah.
Maybe.
One that
What about
there was one that I wanted to talk about. Green Baby. It is a green baby. Remember, it's a thing from the ritual that happened in part 6.
Green baby.
It's
Yep.
the thing that happens before Made in Heaven.
But right before Made in Heaven. Green Baby, its stand ability, it is a literal baby crawling. However, its stand ability
Is it green?
Yeah, it's green. And it's green, it has red eyes, it's the son of Dio.
Oh, okay.
Because it was
it'd be
made with
false
his bone.
advertising if it wasn't green.
Because it was made with Dio's bone in a demonic ritual. Practically.
That's weird.
I have a question. For the characters that can just regenerate in JJK, if they get stand with a stand arrow, would they just not die?
They would have to survive the virus.
Yeah, they'll be fine. Doesn't like getting a stand and being shot by a stand arrow like require like willpower to survive? Because if that's the case, I mean,
You have to have a
most of the
great
JJK.
will. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's the case, JJK, most JJK certain characters can survive, like Yuji, Gojo, probably Sukuna. Let's be real here, Mahito would be perfectly fine.
You'd have to survive the arrow actually shooting you. So, like, if it hit you in the head, you're just going to die. That
well,
actually, when I think about it more, actually, Gojo probably wouldn't get hit by the arrow.
No, he wouldn't. Anyhow,
well,
Green
most
Bay.
people don't.
It's a missed opportunity.
Most people don't just go around shooting the arrow, though. It's something that most people just stab themselves with, though.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, then
Anyhow,
if Gojo grabs it and then just decides to stab himself, then he'll be fine. He'll probably collapse and then he'll wake up like, what happened?
And then he just has a stand. Gojo has a stand now.
Yep.
Green
he
Bay.
has to start playing.
Green Baby.
He has
Its ability is the closer you get to it, the smaller you become. There's no limit to this. The closer you get to the baby, you become smaller. You just get smaller.
How does he get defeated? Can like an attacker go to him and cut him, or like
You can't. Nope. You will just get eternally smaller.
What if I walk away from it? Will I get
If
larger?
you walk away from it, you will just grow back to your usual size.
Ah, damn! So I can't get larger.
Would the green baby effect go through it, infinity?
Would the green baby? I mean, first off, if you get closer to it, you're shrinking. But you're shrinking. I don't. It's not really a magical. It's just kind of a force. I don't think you could block that.
What's that dude we were talking about who can just nullify powers if it's an attack? Would that be perceived as an attack?
Maharaga. No, probably not.
Maharaga.
Yeah, I wouldn't really see it so much there. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
I mean,
Well,
it depends if we also use the same logic that it could stop a time stop. I mean, it's unlikely, but it could happen. I feel.
It's not hurting him is the reason why I'm thinking no.
Like, if Maharaga's gonna go to the baby, he's gonna then appear in the Ant-Man universe, and then he's gonna be super confused. He's gonna walk away, and then he's gonna realize, let's not approach this baby, and he's gonna sit there.
What about
it's like a wheel turns, and then he just like, and then just like a light bulb appears over. So it's like, wait a second, I have an idea. That's gonna be the adaptation.
From chat, we have Pucci uses Seamoon and turns Sakuna inside out.
Oh yeah, Seamoon. It is pretty much gravity control.
Okay, so what he brings out Suguna's organs. Since when does he need them?
Does his brain? What happens to his brain?
To his brain, if he gets hit, he will just turn inside out completely.
I mean, I'm assuming reverse curse technique could fix that.
No, I don't think so here. I think it's too, like, he's just too fucked up. He's beyond gone, bro.
I mean, well, I don't think he'll die, but he probably won't die, but he'll probably just kind of be a weird. That's just creepy to think about. Imagine seeing Sukuna with his organs and skin flipped over, and he's still doing a bunch of killing. Like, imagine seeing a flesh bag just run around cleaving people.
Oh, I have a good idea. I forgot the stand name, but it's the one that makes you younger. Would they lose the domain expansion if it makes them young enough, or because it doesn't do that for stands, but that's a soul ability.
That one is Seth, if I'm not wrong. Seth, its stand ability. If you stand in the shadow of the stand user, you will become young extremely fast, to the point that you can even be reverted to a fetus.
Okay, so from where I see that, so let's take Gojo for example. Gojo gets caught in the shadow of the stand user by some ungodly miracle or unluck, and he realizes that he's only 5 years old and quickly steps out of there before he de-ages any further. He's then going to avoid the shadow and probably still be able to use his powers, but if he gets stuck in the shadow again, he probably will be, well, probably sperm cell at that point.
Yeah.
And then
I
I
think
don't.
for Sukuna, he's fine. Honestly, he has too much time.
Okay, I have one final one. Just Panda left, and now they're back, and they have one final question.
I'm fine with that.
Can
I'm fine with
char-
saying it after.
can characters deflect the Emerald Splash?
Yes. Okay, Gojo would not be affected by the Emerald Splash. It would just be deflected, and Sukuna would probably get hit by them. He could probably deflect a few.
He'd
And
probably just be able to eat it, I'll be honest. And
Domain expansion. He could just do that.
I mean, he
Just
could.
add all
He
that.
doesn't really need to. It's a bit of overkill.
Yeah, but it's a fun overkill that he'd probably do. Hear me out.
Anyhow, I think this topic's getting worn out to hell.
All right,
We've really covered a lot of it.
You fucking
We killed the. We killed it.
Just the final notes. They would all lose the Gold Experience Requiem, the entirety of JJK. They would all die.
Yeah, the
JJK
pretty much loses.
JJK loses to JoJo's eventually.
There's a few characters they survive, and a few characters they don't.
Well, for the majority, if they meet the right people, they will die extremely hard.
Well, thank
JoJo
you
wins.
for coming to my stream and killing it. Thank you for that. That was nice.
Yeah, apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Nah, it's fine. It is what it is. Anyway, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it for the stream. I'll see you guys next week. Not you guys, but like everybody. See you guys next week. Same thing, same time. Total.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Nice talking with y'all.
Have a great
Nice
night.
to meet you again.
Sayonara.
Yeah.